bodies and universities for internationalization of Indian higher education, among many others. Some of the legends among many who have served AIU as its president are Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Zakir Hussain, and Dr. Shyam Prasad Mukherjee. And today we have assembled here for the 97th AIU General Meet and the National Conference of Vice Chancellors on Transformative Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, hosted by University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. Honorable dignitaries, I would like to take the opportunity to inform you that USTM is a dream project of ERD Foundation under the chairmanship of Shri Mahbubul Haq sir, who after his master's from AIU, leaving behind lucrative jobs, came back to his native place to start his entrepreneurial journey with just one computer, 4 students, and ₹85 in February 2001 in a rental premises. Initially, he assembled computers and sold them for funds. And there was a time when he was not even given a rented place. But today, in a remarkably short period of time, ERD Foundation has emerged as the largest institutional network in the Northeast region, catering education from KG to PG to PhD through its various institutions, including an engineering college and a university, the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, which has been accredited A grade by NAC and is ranked among the top 200 universities of India by NIRF 2022. With nearly 90% students from the rural areas, 57% girls students, and more than 50% students belonging to backward class, we are here today, very privileged and honored to have such an historic moment when the whole USTM family and the ERD family is hosting such a prestigious event. Before we start, we would like to request our Honorable Shri Ramnath Kovind sir, the Honorable former President of India, and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for the lighting of the lamp. I would request our student to also present the Saraswati Vandana. Memo video. Well, side video.
या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माशुत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा पिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेषजाड्यापः शुक्लं ब्रह्म विचार सार परमा आद्यां जगत् व्यापिनी बीना पुस्तक धारिणी मभयदा जाड्यन्धकारापहा हस्ते स्वातिकमालिकं विदधति पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरी भगवती बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have among us Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, the Honorable former President of India. He has served as the 14th President of India from 2017 to 2022. He is an eminent lawyer and a dedicated politician. Prior to his presidency, he served as the 26th governor of Bihar and a member of the Rajya Sabha. He made a niche for himself as a practicing lawyer at the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court of India. As the Honorable President of India, he initiated several reforms and has received the highest state honors from 6 countries: Madagascar, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini, Croatia, Bolivia, and the Republic of Guinea. I would like to request Professor Suranjan Das, sir, Honorable President AIU, to kindly felicitate our honored guest. I would like to request Shri Meghalaya Hawk, sir, Honorable Chancellor USTM, to also present, sir, with token of memento. I would request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Honorable General Secretary AIU, to kindly felicitate Honorable Sir. Honorable Sir, our staff from I Can, I Will Academy for Divyangan would like to take this opportunity to felicitate Honorable Shri Ramnath Kovind, sir, the Honorable former President of India. Sir, these fellow staffs have tried to overcome all the disabilities and have been sustaining themselves by being, and we are proud that they are a part of the USTM family. We would like to request Shri Meghalaya Hawk, sir, and Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly felicitate Dr. Bibek Debroy, sir, Honorable Chairman, Economics Advisor to the Economic Advisor Council to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, an alumnus of Ramakrishna Mission School, Narendrapur, Presidency College, Kolkata, Delhi School of Economics and Trinity College, Cambridge. Dr. Debroy has made significant contributions to game theory, economic theory, income and social inequalities, poverty, law reforms, railway reforms, among the other. He has given new direction and inspiration to the Indian economy. We welcome you, sir. We would also request Shri Meghalaya Hawk, sir, and Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Ronoj Pegu, sir, Honorable Minister of Education and Welfare of Plain Tribes and Backward Classes, Government of Assam. A medical doctor by profession, Shri Ronoj Pegu, sir, joined politics at a very young age and has become one of the most popular leaders in Assam. His enormous abilities has carved a niche for him in politics and enabled him to achieve important portfolios. We would request Shri Meghalaya Hawk, sir, Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Shri Chandra Mohan Patwari, sir, the Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest, Activist Policy Affairs and Welfare of Minority Departments, Government of Assam. We would also like to request Shri Meghalaya Hawk, sir, and Professor G.D. Sharma, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Suranjan Das, sir, Honorable President AIU and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. Professor Das, sir, is a distinguished fellow, Australia, Indian Institute, University of Melbourne, honorary professor at the Hull University, visiting professor of the British Academy, and a visiting scholar among the others at the Mason Day Science Lady Home. the University of Mexico. Also, he is the president of the Modern Indian section of the Indian History Congress and the general president. He was the general president of the Punjab History Congress for the 2014 session. Sorry. We'd also request Shri Mahbubul Haq sir and Professor G.D. Sharma sir to kindly felicitate our own Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, the Honorable Principal, the General Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, an eminent academic administrator and Chief Commissioner Guides of the Bharat Scouts and Guides. Dr. Mittal ma'am received various awards and honored, including Fulbright Nehru Scholarship, grant for the educational administrator, President of India Award for Digital Initiative in Higher Education, Honorary Delete from Karnataka State Women's University, Bijapur, first Padma Shri Subhashini Devi Award, amongst other. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to request now Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am to kindly felicitate Shri Mahbubul Haq sir, Honorable Chancellor, USTM, on behalf of AIU. We would request Professor Suranjan Das sir, Honorable President AIU, to kindly felicitate Professor G.D. Sharma sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, on behalf of AIU. Ladies and gentlemen, now the welcome address by Shri Mahbubul Haq sir, Honorable Chancellor, USTM.
A very good morning to everyone. Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovindji, Dr. Vivek Debroy sir, Padma Shri Dr. Vivek Debroy sir, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister of India, esteemed Minister from the state of Assam, Dr. Ranuj Peku sir, Shri Chandramohan Patwari ji, Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, and also the President of Association of Indian University, Professor Suranjan Das sir, Secretary General of AIU, Professor Pankaj Mittal Madam, all the esteemed Vice Chancellors from central, state, and private universities of our country sitting across the dais, distinguished guests from various institutions representing organizations, our faculty members, administration from Assam and Meghalaya who are sitting across the dais, and most importantly, dear students and media friends. I am really emotional. You are all consider it. It's becoming a habit of this very small university. We have our just 8th batch of students passed out, but it's becoming a habit to host events. Recently, in last 1 year, we have organized All India Political Science Conference, All India Sociology Conference, and many people asking questions that this kind of activities are happening at USTM and many dignitaries coming. So by nature, I am a selfish man to always think to give the exposure to our students and faculty. Likewise, you have seen most of the faculty members are engaged in an escort and you are accompanying. Probably it is the rarest opportunity for our even faculty members. And you see that today, if I consider you are extra to this campus, I feel that my plants in this campus need more carbon dioxide. So you are all dignified people, vice chancellors. You are producing carbon dioxide for our plants. And I am very much greedy to see that my plants are becoming more greener. And because of your Pododuli, this university's land will be more fertile. Still, we realize the visit of late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in this campus. At that time, we had 400 students. We had only 4 blocks in this campus. Late Dr. Kalam has inaugurated our technology block. Just after one year, he died in Shillong, and we dedicated the same block as the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam block. All the esteemed vice chancellors today as an audience, Sri Ramnath Kovindji, in last November, he came here to attend a function, and this is his second visit within 3-4 months in this campus. And I am very much hopeful that Ramnath Kovindji will visit again this campus. And I am very much personally impressed by his gesture. Dr. Kalam came here, and we had a small bamboo house we have constructed on the top of the hill. And we organized at that time, we invited nearly 500 college principals. It was a college principals conclave. But more than 10,000 children were attending when they came to know that he's coming in this campus. In the morning, I have seen all the children are available in this campus. So he first addressed the children, and then he addressed the principals for which purpose he came here. That time he said that, Mr. Hawk, I will be coming to IIM Shillong as a visiting professor. Every year I will be addressing your children, don't invite and make a crowd. But next year when he came to Shillong, he died. Just I want to say that usually the visitors go to the temple for their own selfish motive to get the blessings and for their own benefit. But here it is totally reverse. We invite people of eminence, academicians like you, those who are operating all the higher educational institutions with a selfish mood. We want to fly, but with whom we will fly? We have a vision. To transform this vision, we need the company, we need the kind of guidance, we need the blessings people like you. And so always try to get the people of eminence here in this campus. And that's why I am very grateful to Association of Indian University. I think it's a challenge taken by the Association of AIU, New Delhi, to give this event to a university, small university, and again it in Meghalaya, not even in Assam. And I salute all the vice chancellors that immediately have accepted. And the most unique thing that more than 150 spouses of our honorable vice chancellors, they have participated in this event. And for them, we have given a separate escort so that they can visit all the temples, all the important places in Northeast, very less places. But just day before yesterday, Chief Secretary of Meghalaya surprisingly called me for a presentation. So in the interaction, he is telling that your university must be among 50. I said, sir, when this kind of things are there, we got the A grade in the first cycle of assessment, but becoming among 50, there must be some legacy. Because it is not the work one or work, but some legacies also matters. So immediately he has given the instance of Amity University. I think Vice Chancellor of Amity University is here. Well, they are among 50. Well, sir, they have completed nearly 30 years probably. I salute the Amity University. And also I told him, sir, it was not in my mind that I am visioning only and following the footsteps of Amity University. But we have dedicated 3 roads in this campus as a Oxford Road, Cambridge Road, and Stanford Road in this campus. If you visit the other side, you will see. Nobody was understanding why this Oxford Road, Cambridge Road. So we want to give the vision to our students, our faculty members. There is a road we have dedicated, is a Nobel laureate road. So we are following all the universities working in our country, and they are doing excellent, like Manipal and all these things. We started our journey with the Manipal Study Center in Guwahati near Rental House. Today we have this university. I hope all the vice chancellors who have visited, you will be giving your support, your guidance, your expertise. It is our experience that many vice chancellors, when they are working in the government system, they they are unable to deliver for some various reasons. But if you have any such kind of innovative idea, we are a completely open house. We inculcate the idea, we inculcate the spirit, and we want to fly. Without flying, within a short time, we cannot reach Delhi. Look at it, Delhi बहुत दूर होता है. Delhi दूर होता है. It is how your approach is. You are reaching to Delhi by walking, or by car, or by train, or by flight. If you are flying with flight, then it is a 2 hours journey from Guwahati to Delhi. So we want to fly. This is the team of USTM. We always vision. And for that, it is the only that we must follow the footsteps of the people of eminence, Institute of Excellence, and all the people who have contributed their time for the academic excellence. I welcome all of you again. I must be grateful to AIU for giving this program, but it should not be the last. So, हमारा दाढ़ी सफेद होने से पहले मैं तो ये रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ AIU को कि मुझे और एक AIU का प्रोग्राम दे दे, तो इस प्रोग्राम में जो गलती होगा नेक्स्ट वाले में मैं सुधार दूंगा. तो इसलिए ये मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है AIU अथॉरिटी को. और I am also grateful to all the faculty members, all the students who have given the courage to me, our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor D.D. Sharma, who can spend 24/7. I am telling you, sir is 65 plus, but receiving all the calls from the VCs and giving the solution to them. So I am very grateful to my honorable VC sir, who is always evergreen. And मैंने यही कहा कि सर आपको कोई रिटायरमेंट नहीं है. You should not have any retirement. और जितने सारे वाइस चांसलर सर आप लोग रिटायरमेंट ले लेते हैं, USTM में base lots of chairs vacant. Please you come and join us and let us fly together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, Honorable Secretary General, AIU, to kindly address the gathering, ma'am.
The former President of India, Honorable Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, Honorable Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Shri Vivek Debroy ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Assam, Dr. Ranoj Pegu ji, Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest, Shri Chandramohan Patwani ji, Honorable President of AIU and the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Professor Suranjan Das ji, Honorable Vice President AIU and Vice Chancellor of USTM University, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, respected and I feel the most adorable Chancellor of USTM, Professor Shri Mehbubul Haq ji, distinguished chairpersons and speakers of the technical sessions, representatives of apex bodies and representatives of international bodies, esteemed vice chancellors and directors of universities and institutions of higher education who have come here from far off places, the faculty members and students from USTM, my colleagues from AIU who are present here and the ones who have joined online because today is AIU Foundation Day also, the media persons, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you and a very warm and hearty welcome to this lovely city of Meghalaya in this beautiful campus of USTM, and I suppose the largest auditorium of the Northeast. A hearty welcome to all of you. At the outset, let me take this opportunity to wish all of you a happy 98th Foundation Day of AIU. AIU was established in 1925. We have finished, in 2 years, we'll be celebrating the centenary, which again will be a grand celebration from us. So a happy Foundation Day to all of you. A very warm welcome to all of you to the 97th Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice Chancellors on the theme, Transformative Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. First of all, I'd like to thank the USTM Meghalaya for hosting this mega event and for making excellent and elaborate arrangements. We are especially grateful to the Chancellor of the University, Mr. Huck, for taking personal care of each and every person who is present here and for paying attention to even minutest details. And biggest thanks to all the students of USTM who gave us a very, very vibrant and grand welcome. I don't think we have received such a welcome anytime in our life. So a big, big thank you to all of you. We are grateful to Honorable Shri Ramnath Kovindji, former President of India, for agreeing to be with us on this today's program. He is very, very busy, but still he made it to our program. Thank you, sir. He, as you know, that he has served as the 14th President of India, 26th Governor of Bihar, and a member of Rajya Sabha. He was in fact, he succeeded in civil services examinations, but he gave it up and he said, I'll practice as an advocate, and he practiced in Supreme Court and High Court of India. One thing which we all acknowledge about you, sir, is your humbleness and down-to-earth approach in spite of occupying the highest chair of Indian democracy. Sir has even donated the ancestral home to his villagers in the village for community services. Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming here, and a very hearty welcome to the AIU conference. We are also grateful to Dr. Vivek Debroy-ji for accepting our request to deliver the 4th AIU Foundation Day lecture. Dr. Vivek Debroy is an Indian economist serving as the Chairman Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. He was a member of Niti Aayog and was awarded Padma Shri in 2015. He was also awarded Lifetime Achievement Award by US-India Business Summit, and he has made significant contributions to various fields, including game theory, economic theory, poverty, law reforms, railway reforms, and neurology, among others. And his writings in national dailies are widely read across the country and abroad. We welcome you, sir. We are thankful to Dr. Anoj Peguji, Honorable Minister of Education, Welfare of Plain Tribe and Backward Classes, Government of Assam, for being with us today. He is a doctor by profession and holds an MBBS degree from Guwahati Medical College. We also welcome the Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest, Shri Chandra Mohan Patwari ji. The theme of the conference today is Transformative Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is an overarching theme of the 5 zonal conferences which we held throughout the year on 5 different issues, which include internationalization for transformative higher education, pedagogies and use of technologies for transformative higher education, curriculum for a holistic and multidisciplinary transformative higher education, research and excellence, and evaluation reforms for transformative higher education. So every year we hold a national conference on a particular theme. The last year's conference was on realizing SDGs through HEIs. Before that, there was on implementing NEP, and then on reimagining Indian universities. So every year we hold an annual conference of vice chancellors, which is widely attended by vice chancellors all over the country on different themes, which are very, very important for the country in the sphere of higher education. A little bit about AIU. So AIU was established in 1925, and it is the largest association of the world, second oldest and the largest association of the world, with a membership base of 936 universities. And these 936 universities include 46 central universities, 377 state universities, 118 deemed universities, 322 state private universities, 58 institutions of national importance, which includes IITs, NITs, and ISAs. And we have 15 associate members who are the international universities. And we engage with the universities in a number of ways, with the students, with the teachers, with the vice chancellors. We are doing the youth affairs programs for the universities at the national, international, and zonal level. Last year we started the AIU Moot Court, and this year this was held at Sister Nivedita University. This time we also held the first AIU Women Youth Parliament, which was held at Dr. Hari Singh Ghosh Central University in Sagar. In sports, we are holding 128 championships every year. And the feather in our cap is the Khelo India University Games. This is the 3rd game which will be held this year in Lucknow. And before that, it was held in Jain University and KEET University. And all the Khelo India University Games are inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister of India. We are also fortunate to be holding for the first time again the first Asian University Games, which will be volleyball in KEET, and first World University Games shooting in Manavrachna University. And sir, you will be happy to know that 44 Olympians in the Tokyo Olympics went from the university sector. The AIU is vested with the powers for equivalence of foreign degrees, and recently the government has also given us the power to equate the school boards. Indian school boards equivalence is also being done by the AIU. AIU is now completely computerized. For example, AIU equivalence portal is totally computerized. You can apply online and get the certificate online. Some of the recent initiatives, 2, 3, sir, in very short time, I will say, we have just established Indian network of international higher education, in which, INHI we call it, in which we are trying to help the universities to promote internationalization, because internationalization is getting a big flip in the national education policy. So we have made this network to help the universities who have the intent to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it, whom to approach, how to start. So this network we have established. We have also established a AIU collaboration portal in which the universities are giving the areas in which they want to collaborate, so that a foreign university or the Indian university, when they want to collaborate, they can go to the AIU collaboration portal and see that in which area, which university is very good. We are also doing AIU consultancy services to help the universities in various areas, whether it is NAC, NIRF, SDG implementation, NEP implementation, university industry interaction, internationalization. So this is what we are doing. And one more thing which we have done very recently is the AADCs, which is the Academic and Administrative Development Centers, where these centers are established in 10 universities to impart capacity building training to the teachers for the use of technology in teaching, learning, in examinations, and in the governance of the universities. We do a lot of research work, and a lot of publications are there, many books and publications there. More I'll be sharing in the AIU business session. To assess the NEP 2020 implementation, we had recently, just last week, called a meeting of all the state councils of higher education. I think Dr. Suranjan Das will be sharing more about that with you. And about this conference, there will be 6 sessions. The first session will be on internationalization, modes of engagement. So our purpose is to sort of share with the Vice Chancellor that how the internationalization is to be done. So it is not theory, it is a practical. Like there will be a session on experience of hosting international students on campus. So a university which has hosted a lot of international students, they'll be sharing their experience that how they host and what are the problems which are encountered and how they can be solved. There will be a session on modes of sustainable partnerships. Partnerships are there, but they are not sustainable. So how to have sustainable partnerships? How to establish the Office of Global Affairs. The NEP has given a lot of importance on establishing an international students office, but many universities don't know how to establish that office, how big it should be, what work it should be doing. So an experience from somebody on how to establish an Office of Global Affairs, on the role of internationalization in building world-class universities, that how does internationalization help in building the world-class universities. Then there will be a session on promotion of Indian languages, that is how to do the content development, book writing and translation in Indian languages. There will be a session on minimum government, maximum governance. What does it mean for the universities? So this is a very interesting session, that what does this phrase minimum government, maximum governance, what does it mean for the universities? We'll be talking about the ideal mode for Hacky, that what should be the ideal mode for Hacky. We'll be also talking about something which is very much talked about today's in today's time, that is ranking and rating differential harmony. Why there's a difference in ranking and rating. Then autonomy, what are the issues and what are the concerns. There'll also be a technical session on reforms for holistic education, where we'll be talking about outcome-based learning, integrating skills with higher education, and innovative assessment and evaluation techniques, that how to employ new types of assessment and evaluation skills to evaluate the students, so that we are not testing the rote learning, but the understanding and the application-oriented knowledge of the student. There'll be sessions on creating an ecosystem for research and excellence, in which we'll be talking about national and international collaborations for boosting research. We'll be talking about ways to create research ecosystem on the campus. And we'll also be talking about the innovative methods and skills for impactful and socially relevant research. Because research mostly is done for gaining the citations and say H-index, but how to have a research which is socially relevant and impactful, which is important for the society. And the last session will be on future of education, learning and workplace, because we know that the future of education is totally changing. In times to come, we'll be having a totally different education sphere with us. And therefore, we'll be talking about how AI-based personalized teaching learning models can be there in a big class. How can we do the personalized teaching learning depending upon the level of each student? How can AI-based models be there? We'll be talking about the changing role of teachers as facilitators, that how the future teachers will be, how the teaching will be done in the classroom, how the teachers will be working as facilitators. And we'll also be discussing about the preparing the students for the future jobs, because the future jobs are going to be quite different from the one which we are having today. So how to prepare the students for the future job. So these will be decided, and in the end, we'll be having the annual general meeting, which will be only for the vice chancellors for attending, and valedictory session in which the Honorable Governor of Assam would be inaugurating the valedictory session. And I hope that the positive deliberation which come out with good recommendations will be very fruitful, and we will be sharing them with the Government of India and with the regulatory bodies and the vice chancellors of all the universities. So I suppose they will be very helpful. I wish the conference a lot of success. Thank you very much. Thanks and welcome once again to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We would now like to request Dr. Ranoj Pegu, sir, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Assam, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Namaskar and very good morning to all of you. Honorable former President of India, Ramnath Kovind ji, Honorable Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to Honorable Prime Minister Government of India, Dr. Vivek Debroy, Honorable Professor Suranjan Das, President of AIU, Honorable my colleague Minister Chandra Mohan Patwari Dangoria, Honorable Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Honorable Vice Chancellor of USTM, Professor G.D. Sharma, and as Pankaj Mittal has mentioned, the most honorable chancellor of this USTM University, Sri Mahbubul Haq Dangoria, and other dignitaries from different parts of the country, the honorable vice chancellors and other representatives of AIU, my dear faculties and teachers of USTM. First of all, I congratulate AIU for the 98th Foundation Day, and happy Foundation Day. And after 2 years, you'll be completing 100 years. I may not have the opportunity to be among you on that particular day. So in advance, I am wishing you good wishes for the 100th Foundation Day. And also I thank AIU for choosing to hold this event in USTM in my neighboring state, Meghalaya. And I congratulate USTM for being able to host a series of such national level events in this campus. I congratulate Mahbubul Haq, G.D. Sharma, and the entire family of USTM. The theme for this event is transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'll speak only a few words on this Atmanirbhar Bharat. Many among us, we understand Atmanirbhar Bharat to the limitations of nation's ability of producing the vaccine, producing aircraft, self-sufficiency in food production, etc., etc. But Atmanirbhar Bharat, it should not be understood only to the limitations of our national goals. Rather, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, it should cascade down to the village level, to the individual level. COVID has given us this great concept or great mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. Bharat is surging ahead as a nation. As a nation, it cannot become Atmanirbhar without Atmanirbhar states, without Atmanirbhar districts, without Atmanirbhar villages. We need an Atmanirbhar Assam. We need an Atmanirbhar Meghalaya. We need Atmanirbhar higher educational institutions. We need Atmanirbhar districts. We need Atmanirbhar villages. And what would be the role of higher education institutions, or say our universities and colleges, to make Bharat Atmanirbhar, make our state Atmanirbhar, make our districts Atmanirbhar? The biggest challenge that we are facing today is to solve the unemployment problem. What the contribution of our higher education institutions in solving this unemployment problem? To become Atmanirbhar, we require a huge movement, Jan Andolan, on entrepreneurship. We need a massive movement in the MSME sector. What would be the contribution of our higher education institutions for fueling this Atmanirbhar Andolan, fueling this movement of entrepreneurship, fueling this MSME Jana Andolan? The higher education, I hope the AIU in this technical sessions or the future discourse, you will definitely work on these things to make India self-reliant. We are now talking about removing under the NEP, we are now talking about the removing the silos of art, science, commerce, etc. streams. Okay, that will be done through multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinary courses. But what about the silos of our departments? What is the solution to the thought process of departmentalism, limited knowledge system of department? What are the issues of the silos of individual knowledge systems? We all understand our students will be immensely benefited from this multidisciplinarity, from this interdisciplinary courses. But what about the multidisciplinarity of our faculties? The students, and institutions take good care of the best students. And anyone takes good care of the best students. But what about the students who stagger behind? And if that kind of group of students come to the teachers, sir, we could not, despite our best efforts, we could not get good grades, good marks. And we have failed to do well in the civil service or even the grade 3, grade 2 job competitions, examinations. What suggestions of being a teacher you can give us for our self-employment? So every department, faculties, they will not have answer. They will say you can consult your MLAs, you can consult others who have the expertise on self-employment. Now, in such situations, sometimes I think the country's IAS officers, IPS officers, they come from different background, different academic background, engineering, humanities, medical background. But once they become IAS officer, they are given to deal with different subjects, different departments. A student from who has a background of engineering, he becomes an IAS officer, and thereafter he looks after agriculture department. And he does that successfully. But in the higher educational institutions, we remain very restricted, limited to our own subject, own department, and fail to give guidance to our students in terms of their self-employment, in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of their career. And we refer them to experts who have the entrepreneurship subject. I think all our faculties, they have the capacity to learn, to acquire knowledge about entrepreneurship, knowledge about career, knowledge about employability. And they can once, if they inculcate their own talent, and if all the higher educational institutions, they form an entrepreneurship cell and discuss it thoroughly about entrepreneurship and work out program for the nation as a whole to lead this mass movement, Jan Andolan of entrepreneurship, then we can guide millions and millions of our students who will not make it to the civil service, who will not make it to the engineering, medical, or IT sector, white-collar professions, but who will be back to the job, back to the sector which provides the largest employment. Now, once there was a kind of thinking that agriculture is for the people, the marginalized section of the people, for them, it is the duty to produce food. So if you depend on the most uneducated, the marginalized section of the society for production of food, this country cannot become one of the best in the world. The agriculture sector, it needs to be equally glorified. We need more and more educated entrepreneurs in the agriculture and allied sectors. Government of Assam, we have instituted a civilian award from last year. And this civilian award, we are not giving to academicians. This civilian award, we are not giving to literature, to poets and writers. This we are giving to only those entrepreneurs who are contributing to, as a whole, development of the state, in terms of giving employment, in terms of food production, in terms of self-reliance. A person who produces 1 lakh egg every morning, 1 lakh egg every morning, no matter what is his degree, no matter what is his academic qualification, but he produces 1 lakh egg every morning, and we have chosen him to confer the highest civilian award. Someone who is doing better in agriculture, advanced agriculture, someone is doing very excellent work in fish production, we have chosen him or her to confer the civilian award. So unless we create a situation where the dignity of labor, dignity of the sector, when the sectors like agriculture, etc., are glorified, then only I think our educated youths will come forward for self-employment. The biggest challenge of higher education institutions. Yesterday also I was talking in a session that higher educational institutions, we are producing, we are giving degrees, we are producing degree holders, certificate holders, but are all of them employable? What is in terms of employability? What is the result? How many of them are getting employed? Employed by others or self-employed? Every educational institute, higher educational institutions should do an audit. Audit of employability, audit of placement. If you are producing a politician, record it. If you are producing a businessman, record it. Let that be audited. If you are producing employees for big IT companies, audit it and come out with a report card. Come out with a report card that this number of students have been given placement or employment. Second, we need to create employer. And to create employer, we need to produce entrepreneur. Without entrepreneur, there will be no employer. And if there is no employer in the private sector, that we cannot address the unemployment problem. I think these kind of challenges, we at this transformational stage, our higher educational institutions must address you will deliberate on these things, and for a resurgent, vibrant India for nation, for an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we all will work. We need solutions. We need ways. We need new paths to become Atmanirbhar Bharat, not at the top alone, but at the bottom as well. Every village must be self-reliant, and how a village can be self-reliant, we need answer from the universities. Every person going to the higher educational institutions must come out with a hope of employment, not by others, even by self-employment. And his productive forces should truly be utilized for good of the country. I think if in that direction, if we at this transformative age, centering around Atmanirbhar Bharat, if we all deliberate on, we'll have, on the basis of the NEP, we'll have a beautiful, successful, workable agenda for the future. With these words, I welcome you all again to Meghalaya and Assam. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to request Dr. Vivek Devroy, sir, Honorable Chairman, Economic Advisory Council, to the Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, to present the Foundation Day lecture. Sir.
Sri Ramnath Kovind ji, Honorable former President of India, Dr. Pegu, the Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Assam, Chandrakant Patwari ji, the Honorable Minister for Forests and Environment, Government of Assam, Professor Suranjan Das, President of the AIU and Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of USTM Meghalaya, Vice Chancellors, other invitees and students, good morning and namaste. Let me begin by thanking my dear friend Suranjan Das. I will call him Suranjan from now on because he's almost like my classmate. And Dr. Mittal of AIU for having invited me here to deliver this Foundation Day address. I hadn't realized AIU has completed 98 years. It almost sounds like Donald Bradman's test average. Some of you may know, a few of you may know, that I was born in this part of the country and spent the formative years in this part of the country in Shillong, which was then part of undivided Assam. So I have a certain fondness and a certain weakness for the Northeast. I and my family left many, many years ago, but every once in a while I do visit Assam and I do visit Meghalaya. And every time we pass Barnihart, every time the road begins to curve upwards to the hills through Ribhoi district, it seems to me that I'm going home in some sense. I said, as the road curves towards the hills through Ribhoi district, in the past, I have turned to the right. I have not turned sufficiently to the right. And Mahbubul Haq ji, this is my first visit to USTM. As I said, I did not turn sufficiently right. Mahbubul Haq ji, no doubt you know that you share your name with a very famous Pakistani economist named Mahbubul Haq. Mahbubul Haq did a lot to measure human development, particularly to the UN. I hope after my visit to USTM, what will happen is this particular Mahbubul Haq will not measure human development, but do something to improve it in this particular region. Many, many years ago, I used to work in the university system. Today, I'm an outsider. I have nothing directly to do with the university system. So any remarks that I make are those of an outsider and treat it no more than that. The Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister also indirectly is concerned with higher education, not directly. And hence again, whatever I'm going to say are in the nature of my personal remarks and bulleted thoughts. They should not be interpreted as a profound piece of policy advice that the Economic Advisory Council has delivered to the Prime Minister. India is a young country. Of course it is. India will not remain a young country forever. India will also age beyond 2035. India is going through what economists and development policy experts call demographic transition, which results in a temporary bulge in the young population. In every country in the world, whenever there has been this demographic transition, whenever the percentage of the young people in the population has gone up, that has led to a demographic dividend, which means a certain increment to GDP growth, a certain increment to productivity. In many countries in the world, that increment to GDP growth has been of the order of 2.5%. In India, it has been of the order of 1.5%. So to state the obvious, in India, we have not benefited as much from the demographic dividend as we ought to have. As we set out the template for Amrit Kaal, as we think of the next 25 years, it is therefore important to ask the question about what must be done to ensure that we do not miss that window of opportunity, and what must the higher education system do. Whether you tap the demographic dividend or not is a function of whether that young population and the population in general has access to health outcomes and educational outcomes. In the not too distant past, like many countries in the world, India was also exposed to a completely exogenous crisis thrust upon us in the form of the COVID pandemic. And compared to the dire prognosis that was articulated by many people in the West, we have done remarkably well in terms of handling that pandemic. Whether it is in mortality terms, whether it is in terms of vaccination terms, or in terms of recovery from the effects of the pandemic. That's on the health side. But here we are assembled today to talk not about health, we are here to talk about education. Dr. Pegu mentioned the question of silos. There are silos in education also, silos that we have historically created in the past. There is the preschool part of it, there is the school part of it, there is the vocational part of it, and there is the higher education part of it. Education cannot be a silo. either from the point of view of policy or from the point of view of regulator or from the point of view of development. Much of what happens to a child is actually determined often at the prenatal state, while the child is still in the womb. Much of what that student does when he or she enrolls in a course of higher education is determined by what he or she was taught in kindergarten. And what have we been taught in kindergarten as a student? You shall not question why. You will never ask why. The teacher is right. The textbook is right. The examination system is right. So we do not allow the student to ask questions. And then we expect that student to go out and compete in the wide world, where from day one, the student in Western educational systems is allowed to question. There is also the question of skills, mentioned by Dr. Pegu. There is a correlation between skills and educational development, but it's not an automatic correlation. So yes, indeed, we should ask ourselves, is the education system delivering skills? And when I say delivering skills, each one of us individually possesses some skill or the other. That's not what we are talking about. What we are talking about is skills as delivered and valued by the market. And certainly it is the case that in general, the educational system, and this is a point I will come back to, has not quite delivered the skills. I don't know what the exact figures are now. The figures I read from the All India Survey on Higher Education are somewhat old. I presume the figures will have been updated. In terms of higher education, we have a very heterogeneous basket. Part of the reason being the way the higher education system evolved in India. So we have affiliating universities, we have non-affiliating universities, we have colleges of different kinds. And we have roughly, Dr. Mittal will promptly correct me if I'm wrong, we have roughly about 1,100 universities, roughly about 45,000 colleges, and roughly about 12,000 other institutions. 20% of those colleges have an enrollment less than 100. 62% of those colleges have enrollment less than 500. 3,500 have enrollment less than 50. Whatever be the number, there must be a certain benchmark level of enrollment that is necessary for an institution of higher education to be viable. Perhaps it's 3,000. That's not the point I'm making. That is for you to decide. The point I'm making is, we talk about the National Education Policy 2020, and you will talk about it. Perhaps because it's a government document, it does not mention exit. It mentions exit for students exiting from one program to another, but I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is the fact that the National Education Policy 2020 is about liberalization, is about competition, which is desirable because competition imparts efficiency. Competition is beneficial to the consumer, in this particular case, the student. But the point I'm making is, and I did not see a technical session on this, perhaps because it is undiplomatic. Many of these institutions of higher education will have to close down, full stop. It has happened in every sector. It is bound to happen in this sector. So we need to think of an exit policy for institutions of higher education, an exit policy for the faculty, an exit policy for the infrastructure. Yes, you might say, gross and more enrollment ratios in higher education have gone up, as they should. I think they're about 27% now, if it is the 18 to 23 age group. Yes, if I make comparisons with countries in East Asia, the gross enrollment ratio in higher education should be higher. Perhaps it should be 50%. But even if one does that, many of these institutions, existing institutions, will be unviable. I don't know how many of you know, the rate of population growth in India is actually slowing down. It's about 0.8%. There has been a reduction in the absolute number of children in the 0 to 15 age group, not percentage. The absolute number of children in the 0 to 15 age group has come down, which means we planned for an increasing population. We now have to plan for a reduced population, not only for schools, and many states have rationalized dysfunctional schools. We will also have to plan for a rationalization of existing institutions of higher education. The next point I want to touch on is, because this is about globalization, indirectly or directly, it's also about the world rankings. I'm not going to get into the Times Higher Education and the QS. The fact of the matter is, our institutions of higher education do not do that well. Yes, there will be the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Yes, there will be Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. There will be some IITs, and therefore there will also be some universities, including Jadavpur. The question I'm posing before you is a question of deliberately targeting the rankings. Because the rankings are based on certain variables. Some of it is about infrastructure, but some of it is about overseas faculty. Some of it is about overseas students. I'm not going to mention China because China has all kinds of different things, but there was a deliberate targeting by a country like Singapore to deliberately address the variables that figure in those rankings with a deliberate intention to improve the rankings. So amongst other things, in conformity with the indicators used in these rankings, the incentive structure for faculty members was initially publication in refereed journals, but then it moved to citations. The next point I want to make is about regulation. Of course, we need regulation. The issue is not that. The issue is, what is the content of that regulation? And quite often people complain about excessive strangleholds on the part of government in terms of that regulation. Typically, government reacts, or even parliament reacts, in terms of tight regulation whenever that self-regulation is lacking. Education, including higher education, is a sector where there is a complete asymmetry of information between the provider, whom you represent, and to the person who's demanding it, the students and the parents. I think a substantive content of that regulation will have to be in terms of dissemination of information. What are the qualifications of faculty, their CVs, publication records, citation records, placements, indeed revenue and expenditure. And I think on all of this today, there is not a sufficient amount of transparency. Which takes me to another issue, and that issue is that of the private universities or the private sector in higher education, and USTM represents one of those. The public versus private debate is an old one. It's not a debate that happens only in India, it happens in other countries in the world, except that in India, governments, union and state, they are starved for both fiscal resources and administrative and governance capacity. And therefore, every economist will argue that the externalities, the positive externalities are greater for primary education. And since there are opportunity costs of resources, the government's limited resources are best spent on school education rather than higher education. There is, of course, the more important question of the form that public funding takes. I was born in Shillong, but I am a Bengali. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a famous, Ranjan, I'm not very sure whether I should call him a chemist, whether I should call him an entrepreneur. He was all of that and more, and this was Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray, who studied at the University of Edinburgh. And I read his autobiography, if my recollection serves me right. It was in 3 volumes. It was called Life and Experience of a Bengali Chemist. When I read it many years ago, I was struck by one particular incident. And Acharya Prafulla Chandra Ray describes almost a cultural shock he faced when he went to the University of Edinburgh. The University of Edinburgh had no student fees. There were no tuition fees. You attended a lecture. If you are happy with the lecture as you walked out, you left on that desk whatever you thought the lecture was worth. And the salaries of the lecturers came from that. The reason it has a bearing on the earlier point is I talked about the form that public funding takes. There is public funding that can be to the institution, and there is public funding that can go to the student in the form of scholarships. There is a difference between funding a student who deserves it, perhaps through something targeted like SECC, and the difference between funding infrastructure or revenue expenditure for public institutions. I told you I was born in Shillong, spent the first years of my schooling in Shillong. Since then, the reason I'm here today is because my education was funded throughout by scholarships. some of which was government at different levels. And Suranjan also is a beneficiary of some of those scholarships. Hence, there is an issue, given that fiscal resources from the government are going to be scarce. There is an issue of generating alternative funds, whether it is the corporate sector, whether it is alumni, because fundamentally that the higher fees will come from the professional courses. And every institution of higher education has to do a little bit of cross-subsidization for courses that would otherwise not be viable, and also has to develop, in addition to what I said about the government, its own system of scholarships and its own system of financial aid for students. I'm now turning towards what I think is my most provocative statement. Some of you may not know. Well, the reason I've been calling him Suranjan is that we were classmates with different subjects in the same college. In its heyday, one of the best places for undergraduate education, not only in India, but in anywhere in the world, and that is Presidency College, Kolkata. I have been a teacher for the bulk of my life. And as a student in Presidency College, and Dr. Suranjan Das will also testify to that, we've had the best of teachers. What does the teacher do? Our great teachers in Presidency College in those days, this was much before UGC at that time, tightened up the requirements. You need to have an MPhil, you need to have a PhD. You need to have publications. Those teachers were simply great teachers, full stop. They may not have a great research record, but they were simply great teachers. They were teachers who were great because teaching is essentially interactive. In our Guru Shishya Parampara, it was Guru with one Shishya. Maybe that is an extreme. As statisticians, we talk about normal curves or bell curves, or we talk about Pareto curves. For every teacher, there is the question, am I teaching to the top 20% or the top 5%? Or am I teaching to everyone else? And the answer is a little bit of both. For a while, I happened to teach in the National University of Singapore. And I always had a problem. The National University of Singapore would tell me, where is the PPT? I would say, what PPT? Where do you want a PPT? A PPT constrains me. It doesn't allow me to make the teaching interactive. If you're going to have the PPT, you don't need me. Just circulate the PPT. And this is the provocative point I'm making, that if I'm not, just as there's a distribution of students in terms of the bell curve or the Pareto curve, I'm sorry to say there is a distribution of teachers also. Rare is the teacher, we had some of those in Presidency College, rare is the teacher who belongs to the top 5% or the 10%. And if you are the rest, I think we need to recognize, and Dr. Mittal, you don't have a session on that because you are ducking, I think, unavoidable questions. I don't know whether you have a session on that or not, which is the conventional teachers will simply become redundant. If I'm going to do the AI, artificial intelligence will take over. If I do not, as a teacher, exercise my human intelligence, artificial intelligence will come along and will say, we don't need this kind of teaching. There will be digital tools. There will be digital universities. There will be digital gurus. If AI is doing Shakespeare, if AI is being used in jurisprudence, it will happen for teachers also. Many teachers, I'm not talking about the ones here, they are exceptions. They recycle notes year after year. And of course, there is a question of an examination system also. I was a professor at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. I wanted to introduce a system of open book exams. Open book exams, as every teacher will testify, taxes not only students, it taxes teachers also. And guess what? The greatest opposition came from the faculty members. So not only are we talking about an exit policy for institutions of higher education, we are also talking about an exit policy for teachers. Teachers who do not adapt. And there are the silos. A different kind of silo. If you think of Boston, Boston is an educational center because not only are there famous institutions of higher education, there they collaborate with each other. There are research collaborations with industry. You think of Delhi. I have the liberty to speak about Delhi because I live there. Not a single university talks to another one. Well, NEP permits that, but as of today, they don't talk to each other. The research institutes don't talk to each other. In the cause of transforming India, that kind of silo must also end. There is no reason on earth why Meghalaya should not become a center for education and higher education in this part of the country. I see the beginnings of it now. The motto of AIU puzzled me a little bit. Sanghat sanjayate sandhihi. Both words being used in extremely specialized senses. So there is the sanghat, and of course there is the sandhi. Sandhi also means a cusp. We are at a cusp. And I congratulate USTM and AIU for having organized this manthan, this churn, because we need to figure out that sandhi at this cusp. Sandhi is also the cusp from one era to another. We began with Saraswati Vandana. This is about Saraswati Vandana. We sang the national anthem. Jayatu Bharatan, Jayatu Bharati.
Thank you, sir. We would now like to request Professor Suranjan Das, Honorable President AIU and Honorable Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to kindly present his address, sir.
Honorable former President of India, Ramnath Kovindji, Honorable Minister of Education of Assam, Ranoj Peguji, Honorable Minister of Environment, Government of Assam, Patwadiji, Honorable Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council Chairman, Vivek Debroy, who has been a friend of mine since a wonderful presidency days and whose Foundation Day lecture was most incisive and instructive. The Honorable Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Mahbul Haqji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of USTM and the Vice President of AIU, G.D. Sharmaji, esteemed Dr. Pankaj Mittal and my other colleagues from AIU, my distinguished Vice Chancellor colleagues, which fortunately include my immediate predecessor and other past presidents of AIU, and of course, my very dear students of USTM. I am sure The House will agree that the choice of the theme Transformative Indian Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat for this year's annual meet has been apt, because the NEP 2020 has provided a pragmatic, paradigmatic shift to our higher education system, both in terms of structure and teaching learning process. I shan't dwell on the structural transformation that our higher education system is about to experience, except to underline the importance of retaining the federal spirit and the socio-cultural pluralism of our body polity, while the higher education system undergoes a systemic transmutation. Instead, I will take a couple of minutes within the prescribed time limit that I have to highlight some of the crucial challenges that our higher education system is poised to face in the coming days in terms of teaching learning process. First, in pedagogical terms, we need to cope with a shift from what I call informative curriculum to formative and transformative curriculum, and linking of the courses to hands-on experience, entrepreneurship, multiple entry-exit options, the academic bank of credit, transfer of credits, flipped classroom learnings, industry linkage, and increasing reliance on education technology. In fact, we are perhaps faced with the challenge of the gradual eclipse of the physical infrastructure-based universities. Instead, we are likely to end up with interdisciplinary teams, not necessarily in the same physical location, but linked via virtual mode. The challenge now is to transform our higher education institutions from seats of learning to from seats of teaching to seats of learning, where a student would no longer be forced to sit on a bench, waiting for the slow trickle of knowledge being delivered through blackboard, and while her or his mind races in other directions. In the student-centric model of pedagogy, we have to develop a teaching learning process, remembering what Aurobindo Ghosh had remarked, and I quote, "Every teacher should bear in mind that nothing can be taught, but everything can be learned," unquote, a point that Vivek talked about our illustrious teachers in Presidency College. Secondly, fundamental reforms in examination system are called for. We have to make teaching, learning, and assessment non-dissoluble components and eradicate examinations as a cause of fear and tensions for students. We need to adopt a continuous evaluation process incorporating both scholastic and non-scholastic aspects of education based on what I call a participatory mode of evaluation. The NEP has thus called for learning outcome-based education and assessment, which underlines the significance of curating a clear picture of what is important for students to be able to do and organize the curriculum and assessment to make sure that learning ultimately happens. The other point of concern is the growing technological interventions in education and its impact on assessment. I particularly have in mind the disruptive impact of ChatGPT, which some experts may believe is basically high-tech plagiarism and a way of avoiding learning. But as Vivek reminded us, this technology has come to stay. And the question is, how do we meet this challenge? Vivek, you will be happy to know that the AIU has already constituted a working group to assess the importance of AI on the teaching learning process in the country, and we are already working on it. Thirdly, as the Indian higher education system gets into a transformative mode, it is imperative to think in terms of a new research agenda. Undoubtedly, compared to countries which won independence almost at the same time that we did, India's attainments in the realm of research has been extremely commendable. Yet it is doubtful if the fruits of our scientific discoveries are reaching the broader sections of the society. That is why, despite tremendous development of pharmaceutical research and industry, India still has a large number of children without basic vaccines. That is why, despite phenomenal rise of agricultural productivity, many in our country remain hungry. Again, although we have made significant breakthroughs in biotechnological researches, a recent study shows only 10% of the fruits of these researches directly reach the ordinary farmers. So, there is in India a fundamental gap between the knowledge produced through research breakthroughs and distribution of that knowledge or what is called distributive justice, a point that the Honorable Minister of Education of Assam mentioned. To break this dichotomy, we need to ensure a constructive interaction between science and society. There has to be collaborative exercises between science and research institutes and universities. There has to be a greater industry-university partnership so that inventions become innovations. I'd also like to highlight a relatively new research agenda, and this is related to the growing concern with the decolonizing of the knowledge system. Colonialism in India did not merely imply economic and political domination, but it was accompanied by Western cultural hegemony, which resulted in a stultification of the indigenous knowledge system. The unfolding of this indigenous cultural and knowledge systems involves, as I see it, the making of space of non-dominant political philosophies and knowledge systems. It entails identifying colonial systems, structures, and relationships, and working to challenge those systems. Let me give some quick examples. I draw your attention to the criticism of caste and gender practices in India. But much of this criticism comes from an external point of view. That is to say, from some notion of individual freedom or individual liberalism as it prevails in the West. The difficulty is that such external critics can always be interpreted as a continuation of the dictum of white man's burden or the civilizing mission of the colonial regime. On the other hand, what is now required is reconstructing the internal critique of caste that had been voiced not within the paradigm of colonial situation, but which had been internal to the Indian society itself, which had been submerged by the colonial discourse. There's a whole history of resistance and protests against caste discrimination in Indian history, or gender discrimination in Indian history, which we need to recreate. We need to have courses deciphering the hybridity and multiple layers of colonialism and discovering the marginalized knowledge system, historical events, and individuals so far left out of mainstream academia. Again, take the indigenous medical system, which had been subsumed by the introduction of Western medicine, which, as recent scholars show, helped to colonize the Indian body and hence strengthen the colonial regime. But the legacy of indigenous medical world, whether it be Unani or Ayurvedic, has to be recovered. In our decolonization of the research agenda, the other crucial aspect is to foster the cultivation of knowledge through vernacular and indigenous language by actively promoting bilingualism. Our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, underlined the importance of the pursuit of knowledge through vernacular mode, remarking, and I quote, "Our language is a reflection of ourselves. And if you tell me that our languages are too poor to express the best thought, then I say that the sooner we are wiped out of existence, the better of us," unquote. Echoing Gandhiji's critique of the blind imitation of the West, Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore also wrote, and I quote, "We in India must make up our minds that we cannot borrow other people's history, that if we stifle our own, we are committing suicide. When you borrow things that do not belong to your life, they only serve to crush your life," unquote. Nevertheless, I would like to assert that decolonization cannot simply mean archaism or a complete return to what existed before colonialism in the realm of education. But we need to deconstruct the knowledge that had been transmitted through the prism of colonialism, based on the methodology of learning to know and learning to think, taking a clue from the famous book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and other writers of the Global South. I am sure our universities have the capacity to undertake this task. And Vivek, I mentioned yesterday, we had the very good news that Jawaharlal Nehru University has been able to break the traditional Western domination in the QS world ranking subject-wise. And the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru is here. And let me, on behalf of the AIU, congratulate her as well as her compatriots in the university. And happily, Jadavpur University has also ranked either 1 or 2 amongst all the state universities in the country. So we know we have the capacity, but as Vivek rightly pointed out, that how we utilize these rankings is most important. And we do look forward to persons like Vivek to provide input so that the implications of the ranking can be utilized in a way that India's higher education system gains a new momentum. Finally, there is the challenge of the internationalization of higher education. Vivek rightly referred to the perspective of globalization. Certainly, India has a great tradition of internationalism in higher education, going back to more than 2000 years. And I refer to the experiments in Takshashila and Nalanda. But today, when we discuss internationalization of higher education, we deliberate in a changed international context, resulting from globalization and inclusion of education as a service sector in the GATS regime. However, we need to be aware that internationalization does not necessarily entail physical campuses of foreign universities in India, but there is also what is now called the transnational education system, where students in India would be able to take advantage of teaching learning process of foreign universities without actually spending the full tenure of a course in that foreign university. This system is being particularly promoted by British universities, and we need to take advantage of it. Yet, when we join the process of internationalization, we have to ensure that competition between national and foreign universities occur on a level playing field. There cannot be a situation where there is one set of laws for foreign providers and another set of laws for Indian institutions. There need not be a situation where the Indian higher education institutions will follow the national curriculum and credit framework, while the foreign universities will follow their own curriculum, which might not be in tandem with the basic goals of the NEP. Internationalization of our higher education needs to be envisaged in the context of a cultural and social pluralism, which had been so excellently showcased this morning by our colleagues and students from the USTM. And as well as we need to visualize internationalism in the perspective of striking a balance between tradition and modernity, and in consonance with Indian value and knowledge system. Surely, through a transformative higher education, our universities should be incubators of ideas and innovations, where the community should be trained to learn, unlearn, and relearn, reminding ourselves of Martha Nussbaum's stress on the university becoming a space for global citizenship, and Derrida's pertinent comment that university, I quote, declares and promises an unlimited commitment to truth, unquote. Not naturally, thinkers from Immanuel Kant to John Henry Newman, William von Humboldt to Rabindranath Tagore and Mahatma Gandhi had distinguished the modern university from its medieval forerunners by envisaging for such a university an autonomous place in relation to the emerging nation state. For a country like India, which bears a legacy of pluralism, multiculturalism, and an assimilative civilization, a modern university needs to particularly nurture the spirit of cohesion, remembering Tagore's ideal of education as being mediated by empathy, compassion, and training in critical inquiry. Recalling how Mahatma Gandhi had visualized education, seeking, I quote, a proper and harmonious combination of body, heart, and soul, unquote. Or Swami Vivekananda's viewing of education, I quote, as the expression of perfection in man, unquote. Or of Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan viewing education, I quote, as initiation into a higher life, unquote. Let me conclude that our higher education can really be in a transformative mode if our higher education institutions can link the knowledge system with the social needs and aspirations and not merely serve a global market-based knowledge economy. Only then our education system can contribute to the contribution of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And this conference should be a site to deliberate how a transformed higher education can contribute to the process of making India a self-sufficient nation, particularly in a diversified way that our Honorable Education Minister of Assam pointed to, recalling Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore's immortal words, I quote, "We can rouse the best in others by means of the best in ourselves, and this best lies the welfare of both," unquote. Let this quote of Gurudev be the guiding spirit of this particular meet. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir. Honorable dignitaries, the University News, our weekly journal of higher education, brought out by the Association of Indian Universities, is the only journal catering to Indian higher education system for the last 93 years. For this Vice-Chancellor's Meet, AIU has come up with a special edition on transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat. I would like to invite Dr. S. Rama Devi Pani, the editor of the University News for the last 23 years, to kindly come up on the stage. I would request our chief guests and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honors of releasing the prestigious journal. On the basis of the recommendations of the experts during the 96th Annual Meet and National Conference of Vice-Chancellors of AIU, AIU along with Shulini University has come up with a roadmap for higher educational institutions of India and the government to realize this SDG 2030 agenda. I would like to invite Professor Atul Khoshla, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Shulini University, to the dais to join the release of the prestigious journal. I would like to request our honorable chief guest and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment for which we all are waiting for, the inaugural address by the chief guest, Sri Ramnath Kovindji, Honorable former President of India. Sir.
Minister of Education, Government of Assam, Dr. Ranoj Peguji, Minister for Environment, Sri C.M. Patwari-ji, President of Indian Universities and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, Professor Suranjan Das-ji, Chairman, Economic Advisory Council to Honorable Prime Minister, Government of India, Dr. Vivek Deborah-ji, Secretary General, AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal-ji, Chancellor, USTM, Sri Mehbul Haq-ji, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, Professor G.D. Sharma-ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. I am happy to be here in this annual meet and national conference of Vice Chancellors organized by Association of Indian Universities. This is a gathering of distinguished people who steer the higher education agenda of the country in today's global perspectives. I appreciate the Association of Indian Universities, or AIU as it is known, and University of Science and Technology Meghalaya for organizing this important event. I have been told that AIU has more than 900 member universities, including some universities from abroad too. It is interesting to note that when AIU was formed in the year 1925, even the Delhi University was only 2 years old. The country had a very, very small number of universities, and higher education was out of bounds for most of the people. Even the literacy rate was below 10%, which means that even at the primary level, the number of students was very small. In the early years of AIU, most of the universities were governed by the mindset of producing students who would be loyal to the British Raj and who followed values of the Western world. Even after independence, the inertia of the pre-independence system continued in several forms. It will not be an exaggeration to say that the National Education Policy 2020 is a decisive break from all that is colonial. The explicit emphasis on taking pride in the Indian traditions of learning, Indian languages, and reviving traditional knowledge system is a bold step for revitalizing the genius of India. The theme of this conference, as we all know, transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, reflects the spirit of the National Education Policy 2020. I appreciate AIU for choosing this theme, and I am sure that the association is going to be working hard on realizing the vision behind this theme. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past, AIU has been led by some of the illustrious makers of modern India, including two former presidents of India, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan and Dr. Zakir Hussain. One of the most eminent proponents of the Indian ethos, the great Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, had also contributed to AIU as its president. My immediate predecessor, Bharat Ratna Sri Pranab Mukherjee, took very keen interest in improving university education. As the governor of Bihar and later as the president of India, I accorded highest priority to education, especially higher education. My being chancellor of the state universities in Bihar as the governor of the state and later visitor of most of the central universities as the president of India, provided me a direct role in the system of university education. I tried my best. I felt especially happy to see the National Education Policy 2020 take off during my tenure. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to note that under the National Education Policy 2020, efforts are being made to encourage education in modern sciences based on Indian values with the aim to making our economy a knowledge superpower. Creating awareness among students about their duties in the changing world is also a major objective of the new approach to education. Our universities should try to make students capable citizens of the modern global community. There is also a need to give a special emphasis on the importance of public interest, morality, and ethics in the learning systems adopted by the universities. The nationwide efforts in transformation of university education are receiving enthusiastic guidance from the Union Education Ministry as well. Ladies and gentlemen, building a strong and self-reliant India is at the core of our global thinking. Local resources, experiences, and knowledge should be used for attaining the goal of self-reliance. AIU should strive to make university education more useful by strengthening development through research and innovation based on local resources. AIU should also strive towards building a better society through efforts for the upliftment of those who have been left behind in our journey of development. In this context, the pithy statement of the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, is very relevant. Bapu had said, and I quote, if your education is of any importance, its fragrance should spread all around you, unquote. Gandhiji had emphasized on the goal of Sarvodaya. Sarvodaya means upliftment of every single person in the society. This will happen only when the last person on the social ladder gets to rise in life. According to Gandhiji, the objective of improving the life and destiny of the weakest and the poorest is the test of the correctness of any action. This is equally true of any action related to university education as well. Being at the top of the education pyramid, universities have the greater responsibilities of making India a global knowledge superpower. All the member universities of AIU should set quality benchmarks. They should become benchmarking partners for improving quality of education in all its facets. Universities should be centers of innovation. They should provide innovative solutions to local, national, and global problems. Universities should become partners in achieving the goals of national missions like Skill India, Make in India, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. These national missions are great educational opportunities to promote solution-oriented learning. Ladies and gentlemen, let us recall with pride that university at Takshila and Nalanda had iconic international status in ancient times. Vallabhi and Vikramshila were also great centers of learning. But today, India's higher education institutions do not get high positions in global rankings. Effective implementation of the NEP 2020 is likely to restore India's glory as a great center of learning. Under the new national approach to quality and accessibility of higher education, it is targeted to set up at least one large multidisciplinary higher education institution in or around each district by the year 2030. This target has been set with a view to providing higher education in underserved regions. For achieving this target, AIU should play the role of a very active stakeholder. Good universities are to be set up in several aspirational districts and special education zones. This will be an important step in the interest of socially and economically disadvantaged groups. AIU can contribute to social justice through educational justice. Ladies and gentlemen, transformative higher education will require coordinated efforts by all stakeholders. Membership of AIU is diverse and inclusive as it has central and state universities, government and private universities on board. The goal of transformative higher education will be achieved only through effective contribution of the center, the states, and private institutions. In order to provide transformative learning in the sphere of higher education, it is necessary to appoint highly qualified and deserving persons to fill the vacancies of the vice chancellors and faculty in the universities. AIU can do quality advocacy in this important area. Ladies and gentlemen, when I was the President of India, I kept speaking to all governors on the priorities related to university education. As we all know, the governors in their own states are the chancellors of state universities. I was very happy to observe their eagerness, enthusiasm, and preparation for implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, which seeks to promote transformative education. I am sure that by promoting the agenda of transformative higher education, AIU will make a great contribution to realizing the goal of building Atmanirbhar Bharat. I once again appreciate the efforts of AIU in conceiving and organizing this theme-based conference, and I wish the association all success in its endeavor of nation building through transformative education. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to invite Professor G.D. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, USTM, to kindly present the vote of thanks.
Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, Honorable Dr. Vivek Debroy, Padam Shri Awardee, and Chairman Economic Advisory Council of Honorable Prime Minister of India, Honorable Dr. Ranoj Peguji, Honorable Education Minister of Assam, Honorable Minister of Environment and Forest, Shri Chandramohan ji, Honorable Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General of AIU, Honorable Professor Suranjan Das ji, President of AIU and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Honorable Shri Mehbubul Haq, Chancellor of USTM and Chairman of ERDF, all illuminary academic leaders of country, the Honorable Vice Chancellors of various universities from India and abroad, directors, Honorable High Commissioners from Bangladesh and Australia, head of the missions, and also all our guests and honorable faculty members, all our officers, all our respected persons from media, ladies and gentlemen. From the core of my heart, I express my sincere gratitude and thanks to Honorable former President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind ji, for his agreeing to inaugurate the national conference organized by AIU and hosted by University of Science Technology, Meghalaya, sparing his precious time and providing encouragement and blessing to all of us so that how the country can achieve again the status of Vishwaguru in the world. In spite of his very busy schedule, we are really thankful to him that he could give his blessings to all of us. We are highly encouraged by the gracious presence and support of our Honorable Education Minister for his deliberate and also the new ideas which he has given and put the questions before our higher education system, how higher education system can also become a partner in transformative rural masses of this country. Dr. Ranoj Peguji, and for his agreeing to grace this mega event. We are extremely thankful to Dr. Vivek Debroy, the Padam Shri Awardee and Chairman, Economic Advisory Council of PM of India, for agreeing to deliver the Foundation Day lecture of AIU and also providing the many insight, deep thoughts for the higher education system, and also explaining how India is emerging a world economic power and how higher education institutions can play an important role in it. I am thankful to Honorable Shri Professor Suranjan Das ji for his illuminary, lucid, and thought-provoking presidential address. Many issues which he has raised will also be part of our discussion. We extend very humble and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General of AIU, for her impressive and inclusive, transformative and visible transparency continuously brought into the functioning of AIU and also creating a new way of working through various new activities taken at different national and international level. Thanks are also due to Dr. Ramapani ji, Editor, University News, as well as Dr. Atul Khosla ji for bringing the publications and also creating the continuity in those areas which need to be the part of our future education. We are very much grateful to the AIU for providing responsibility to USTM to host 97th annual meet and national conference. We express our gratitude to all Honorable Vice Chancellors, Directors for your overwhelming response and support shown as a generosity in participating both in physical and online mode to make this event a historic remembrance. I take this opportunity to thank all the coordinators, both from AIU and from our university, especially Dr. Alok Mishra, Mr. Bijender, Mr. Satpal Singh, and our own, the family members who have taken a lot of care to contribute and also to take sincere efforts making this event a historic one. I thank all the spouses and also the sponsors of this event, all government officials, faculty members, students, and friends who have extended their untiring support in making this mega event a great successful one. I feel proud and thank each one of you. I am also thankful to the media persons for giving very wide positive publicity to this seminar and also creating awareness among the people, especially of Northeast in general, and also the other parts of the country in specific form. The thanks are also to the different officials who have given support, making this event a great success, and also making the India Atmanirbhar and Vishwaguru ultimately creating the same respect and honor which we had in past. Your blessings during the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav will really shower the real Amrit of knowledge to create new Bharat. I convey my thanks to each one of you for being with USTM and motivate us to create the transformative higher education which give rise to our old Sanskrit saying that Vidya dadati vinyam, vinyadhyati patratam. Patratvat dhanma prayoti dhanat dharma tattva. So thank you, each one of you. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we come to the end of the program, a small announcement. I would request all our dignitaries on the dais and also the honorable vice chancellors to kindly proceed for the group photo after the program, after this inauguration program in front of the auditorium. We have arranged for the group photo. So now we request all the dignitaries to kindly stand for the national anthem.
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात उत्कल बंग वृंद हिमाचल यमुना उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
Thank you. Dear students, please remain in your place. We request our dignitaries to kindly proceed towards the front of the auditorium. Thank you. Dear students, please remain in this place. Only honorable vice chancellors, dignitaries on the dais, we request you all to kindly proceed towards the group photograph. Dear honorable vice chancellors, we request all the spouse to kindly remain in the place.
Hello, hello, hello.
Check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, check, check. हेलो सर गुड आफ्टरनून सर विजन सर
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
आर
Am
यू
I
गेटिंग माय
audible?
स्पीच यस सर
Am I
नमस्ते
audible?
सर
Namaste.
सर जस्ट द वाइस चांसलर आर टेकिंग टी
I know, I
विदिन
know, I
5
know, I know.
minutes
I know. I just want to know my audio is clear.
यस सर नाउ इट्स क्लियर सर स्टैंड 5 थैंक यू
इनको रिक्वेस्ट कीजिए मैं करने थोड़ा ऊपर
एक्चुअली मेरा वो आदत खराब हो गई ना मेरा ये है ना वो एप्पल वाला उसमें मुझे बहुत दिक्कत होती है इसमें चेंज करने में मैम गुड आफ्टरनून विजन मैम
गुड आफ्टरनून
नमस्ते
नमस्कार
मैम बस चेक कर रहा हूँ आपका ऑडियो 5 मिनट में स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं मैम
नो प्रॉब्लम कोई बात नहीं
थैंक यू मैम थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग
ओके थैंक यू
Namaste, ma'am.
नमस्ते 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 मैं आईसीआर से
Yes, ma'am. Last time I was there.
यस
hello, chick, chick, hello, chick, hello, hello, chick, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Chick, hello, chick, hello, chick, hello.
May I request all the Honorable Vice Chancellors to kindly be seated in the auditorium as we will soon begin with the session on interaction with heads of apex bodies and international delegates. I request all the Honorable Vice Chancellors to kindly proceed to the auditorium and please be seated so that we can begin with the session on interaction with heads of apex bodies and international delegates. Request all the Honorable Vice Chancellors to kindly come to the auditorium as we are beginning with the next session. May I request all the Honorable Vice Chancellors to kindly take your seats as we are about to begin the next session, interaction with heads of apex bodies and international delegates. Request everyone to kindly take your seats. A very warm welcome once again to all the honorable members to the session of interaction with heads of apex bodies and international delegates, and also all the honorable vice chancellors. The purpose of this session is to interact and to provide a platform to the vice chancellors and heads of apex bodies and international delegates to discuss the issues pertaining to them and come out with suitable solutions. The new initiatives and best practices will also be presented. May I request all the speakers to kindly restrict their time to from 8 to 10 minutes. May I now request the chairperson for this session, Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, to come over to the dais. Along with it, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, Co-Chairperson, and the speakers, Dr. Abhay Jere, Vice Chairman, AICTE, Dr. Professor Bhola Thapa, Vice Chancellor, Kathmandu University, and Mr. Aditya Malkani, Regional Director, Membership, Asia Pacific. I request all the chairperson, co-chairperson, and the speakers to kindly come over to the dais. I also welcome Dr. B.S. Ponmudira's advisor, NAC, who is joining us online. Welcome, sir, to this session. And Dr. Seema Jaggi, ADG General HRD ICAR, who is also joining us online. Now, may I request Editor, University News, Madam, to kindly felicitate the chairperson for this session, Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU, Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University. I also request ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, and the speakers, Dr. Abhay Jere, Vice Chairman, AICTE, Dr. Abhay Jere, Vice Chairman, AICTE, Professor Bhola Thapa, Vice Chancellor, Kathmandu University, Professor Bhola Thapa, Vice Chancellor, Kathmandu University, and Mr. Aditya Malkani, Regional Director, Membership, Asia Pacific. Before we begin the session, a brief introduction of all the dignitaries on the dais. Professor Suranjan Das and Dr. Pankaj Mittal has already been introduced to you. Dr. Abhay Jaire, Vice Chairman, AICTE. Earlier, he served the Ministry of Education as the Chief Innovation Officer. Dr. Zaire is instrumental in creating Atal Ranking Framework, ARIA, for ranking all education institutions on innovation achievements. He's also the brain and driving force behind MHRD's Smart India Hackathon. Dr. Zaire has rich international experience, having worked in the US, Japan, and Europe. He brings extensive research experience in cutting-edge areas such as personalized medicine and personalized genomics, and is keen on contributing to achieving universal health care. Professor Bhola Thapa, Vice Chancellor, Kathmandu University. He is also a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Kathmandu University. An eminent educationist, researcher, and writer, Dr. Thapa has several publications to his credit, including the book Engineer of Engineering Education. Mr. Aditya Malkani, Regional Director, Membership, Asia Pacific. He is the South and East Asia representative at the Association of Commonwealth Universities and is responsible for informing the ACU strategy in Asian Commonwealth countries, as well as for engagement with the ACU's Asian membership. He deals with the ACU's large endeavors, membership across South Asia, supporting partnership development between members across the Commonwealth and South Asia, and the development of new initiatives for the benefit of members in the region. Mr. Aditya regularly represents the ACU at conferences, workshops, and events in India and neighboring countries. Mr. Aditya was previously representing King's College London as the India country head. We are fortunate to have all the dignitaries on the dais. Now, may I request the chairperson, Professor Suranjan Das, to kindly chair this session. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. We come to the first technical session. As you know, for every AIU meet, whether it's regional level or the national level, after the inaugural session, we have a session which is dedicated to facilitate interaction between the vice chancellors and the various regulatory bodies. So long we have been having the interaction between vice chancellors and the national regulatory bodies. But this time there's a difference. In tune with the dictum of the internationalization of Indian higher education, we are trying to impart an international flavor in this particular session. So here we have representatives from regulatory bodies of India like AICTE, NAC, ICAR, but we have also two distinguished representatives from abroad. We have representative from Kathmandu University as well as from the Association of Commonwealth Universities, so that we can have a broader perspective at the international level so far as the interactions, so far as relationship between the educational institutions in India and the regulatory bodies in India, as well as the relationship that exists between the universities abroad and the regulatory authorities there. The format would be as follows, as I've discussed with the panelists. Each member of the panel would present their submissions in 5-6 minutes, just highlighting the main points, and there would be then the interaction. The floor would be open to the participants. And the format that we have thought of is that we'll have one national representative, then it will be followed by international representative, and so on. So now it gives me very great pleasure to request Dr. Abhay Jaire, the Vice Chairman of the AICTE, to please make his submissions. Dr. Jaire, please.
It's very difficult. Honorable Suranjan Das ji, Pankaj Mittal ji, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, vice chancellors, our guru, Chamu Shastri ji. Thanks for giving me this opportunity and allowing us to present what AICT is doing in tune with National Education Policy 2020. So as you might be aware, that yesterday we actually launched our approval process handbook for 2022-2023. And I'm very happy to share with you that from this year, we have lifted the moratorium on opening new institutions, which was in place since last 4 years. So now from this year, we are going to request various societies, institutions to come forward and start new institutions. So that's what we have done. And that was a big announcement which we made yesterday. Apart from that, we are taking multiple initiatives to ensure that technical education evolves multidimensional, multidisciplinary, and from that perspective, many of you might be aware that AICT also has innovation cell, which is called as MOE's innovation cell in AICT. And through MOE's innovation cell, we are doing large number of activities. We are working, we are hand-holding more than 7,500 institutions. We have established institutional innovation councils in these 7,500 plus institutions. And I'm very happy to share with you that in last 3 years, more than 1.2 lakh initiatives related to innovation, entrepreneurship, startup related activities have been done through this innovation cell. As AICT, we are giving huge emphasis on internships. And I will request you all actually to look at our internship initiative, visit our internship portal. And till date, we have posted more than 26 lakh internship opportunities from different ministries, private organizations. We have already onboarded about 50,000 plus private organizations which can provide internships to students. So again, a very phenomenal initiative which we have taken, because as you all are aware that we have to focus on employability. And there cannot be a better way on skilling students, making them employable, other than giving internships, making them actually do hands-on work and not just focus on theoretical aspects. Again, one of the big initiatives which we have announced is far more liberalization for existing institutions so that they can increase their intake. We have done land reforms or suggested so that it is easy for our institutions to comply with the requirements. And more importantly, from last 2 years, many of you will be aware that we are actually getting rid of the physical inspections which we used to do by going to the institutions, and you know the problems associated with that. And we have made the entire process transparent. And now everything will happen online. So from that perspective, we have actually closed down our 8 regional centers. across the country which were there, which were in charge of giving approvals, coordinating with institutions. Because now what we believe is that everything can be done online in a very, very transparent manner. Apart from that, we are ensuring that in small cases where we have to do inspection, the selection of the committee is randomized without any biases so that the transparency could be maintained. We are coming up with light and tight kind of a regulatory system. And our approach towards regulation or towards approvals is going to be that if we are going to believe you, if you have submitted documents which are in par with our requirement, more or less, there will be approval by default. And we are going to actually do inspections in about 5 to 10% institutions only, so that we can actually get into that ease of doing business. Because that is the philosophy which we are following internally. We are discussing a lot internally that when we are talking about ease of doing business, we are looking at each and every stakeholder, student as a stakeholder, parents as a stakeholder, faculty member as a stakeholder, institution as a stakeholder. And when we are looking at each of these stakeholders, we are asking ourselves a question that how we can make their lives better, how we can improve ease of doing business for them. So there are a lot of such initiatives which we are undertaking. I think I was given just 7 minutes. I have already taken that time. So I will stop here right now. I will allow others to talk. And then during question and answer sessions, we can elaborate on some of the topics which I have raised and I have shared with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed. We would like to hear from Mr. Aditya Malkani. His experience how in the Asia Pacific region, what the contours of interaction between the universities or the higher education institutions and the various regulatory bodies.
Well, let me begin by saying, as the ACU, we are very grateful to have this opportunity to be among all of you honorable vice chancellors once again. Special thanks to Honorable President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, Secretary General, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, co-panelists, and fellow colleagues in the higher education ecosystem. It really gives us great pleasure to be here. We've had a very long and collaborative association with the Association of Indian Universities that goes back nearly 100 years now. So we have the unique distinction of being the world's first and oldest international university network. We were founded in the year 1913, and we are therefore 110 years old this year in 2023. So 12 years older than the AIU. But we consider ourselves to be counterparts in many, many ways, particularly in an Indian context. We share a lot of members with the AIU. We have a huge focus on India as part of our wider work. We're a network of over 500 member universities located in 50 plus Commonwealth countries. But the focus on India is so massive that nearly 1/3 of our membership is made up of Indian universities. And these are a good mix of very old and established public institutions, central institutions, state institutions, but also some of the very dynamic and younger private institutions, many of whom are represented in the room here today. Talking a little more about our relationship with India, we have a governing council, which is like our board, which comprises of 23 vice chancellors from across the Commonwealth. And at the moment, we have 2 vice chancellors from India that are part of the governing council. One of them is Professor Sandeep Sancheti, who I haven't had a chance to meet today, but I know is in the room. Thank you, Dr. Sancheti, for all your stewardship and guidance. And also, the other council member from India is Professor Shalini Bharat from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, who I don't think is here with us at this conference today. We also have regional committees for different parts of the Commonwealth, and we are delighted to say that we have two of our regional committee members from Asia, Professor Balvinder Shukla from Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, as well as Professor Rajkumar from O.P. Jindal Global University here. And the other regional committee member from India is Lieutenant General Venkatesh from the Manipal Academy for Higher Education. So we're very grateful to our regional committees across the Commonwealth, and particularly in this context, to our regional committee members from India for helping us with their ideas, with their support, and guiding the work of the ACU in this part of the world. Fundamentally speaking, our strength is in our membership. We would not exist without our members, and frankly, none of our work would be possible without the cooperation and support of our members. So we are here largely to convene the sector, to organize pertinent events, to help influence policy at a government level, to offer grants and fellowships, but all with the support of the university. So I'm just going to take a few minutes. I know we have to respect the time levied, and therefore I'm just going to take a few minutes to share some examples of the sorts of events and the sorts of initiatives we have conducted in India in recent years, and also some that are coming up in the near future. But before going there, I'm just going to say that for the benefit of ACU member institutions, we have a wide-ranging and vibrant grants and fellowships program. We offer nearly 750,000 pounds worth of small grants and fellowships, which are open to staff and students from across the ACU membership. A lot of Indian universities apply for our grants and fellowships and have been awarded these grants and fellowships. And these are grants and fellowships that range from supporting gender parity in higher education institutions, to supporting projects in climate resilience, to providing support for universities that want to build up early career researcher training programs, and a range of others. So for our members in the room, you will likely be familiar with some of these grants, but for the non-members, we have a new grant being opened for application virtually every month. And as I said, these are some of the areas, but there are more, also supporting work in research and so on. So we try and do our bit by supporting the development of students, as well as early career academics, as well as researchers, with the help of our grants and fellowships. We also run a number of networks. So we have a strong focus through our networks on climate resilience, on peace and reconciliation, on higher education and the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And these networks are open to staff as well as students at our member universities to join. So any staff or student at any of our 500 odd member universities across the Commonwealth can apply to be a part of one of these networks if this area of work is in sync with their focus. And each of these networks are convened, are led by steering committees made up of academics from our member institutions. So we have lots and lots of Indian academics that are represented in these networks. And we also have a number of these networks that have involvement of Indian education leaders as members of the steering committee. We also have two professional communities, one in supporting research and another in human resources in higher education. And Dr. Mittal has been very closely associated with our human resources and higher education community of practice. Again, these are forums where we bring together staff and students to formulate events, to also share good practice in these respective areas. And very often the outputs from our networks also feed into our policy and advocacy work. So I've talked briefly about the grants and networks, and now coming to India. So during the pandemic, of course, a lot of activity moved online, and with the support of our Asian regional committees, we said we must try and carry on with international exchange, even in an online format. And we launched something known as the Commonwealth Virtual Exchange Program, where we brought together 50 undergraduate students in a pilot that we conducted last year from 5 countries and from 10 ACU member universities to be part of an 8-week, nearly fully online immersive exchange experience. This particular 8-week program was led on in terms of development by the University of Malaya in Malaysia and the Manipal Academy of Higher Education in India. And we had students from several Indian universities participate, including from OP Jindal, as well as from National Law University of Delhi, as well as from NMIMS in Mumbai, among others. So we hope that this program, which ran over 8 weeks, focused on entrepreneurship and intercultural learning, will be able to continue in the future as well. And we look forward to the support of our members in making that happen. A series of events that we've got coming up next week itself, really, and we've been marketing these and advertising these quite extensively over the past few weeks, is a series of India roundtables. We're starting the week in Bangalore, where Christ University will host our first India roundtable on Monday, the 27th, on the theme of student exchange and mobility. And this will bring together speakers from different parts of the Commonwealth, as well as attendees from India and across the Commonwealth, to come and share their experiences in the area of student exchange and mobility, but also to be able to learn from the experiences of peers in different modes of student exchange in an international context. We then have our second roundtable taking place at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, which will focus on the theme of equitable and sustainable partnerships, which is a very important area of work for the ACU, and also, I understand, for universities in the room. And again, here we'll have representatives from across India and across the Commonwealth coming together to discuss this important issue, particularly from a research context that's happening next Wednesday, the 29th of March in Mumbai. And we'll conclude this week of India Roundtables with Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, in an event that is being convened by Professor Balvinder Shukla and team and the ACU on the theme of digitalization and the future of work and skills, which of course is such an important topic from a global, but particularly from an Indian context today, given the vocational direction and the employability focus many of our universities are now taking. So these are some upcoming events for colleagues in the room who have not who are not yet familiar with these. You're still most welcome to send representatives. Bangalore on Monday, I beg your pardon, Mumbai on Wednesday, and then Noida on next Friday. I'll pause here because I know we have certain time constraints, but I just want to say, we work very closely with national university networks in different countries, such as the AIU in India. We are unique because we're a pan-Commonwealth organization and therefore have access to a lot of policy forums and government forums associated with the Commonwealth. And we really want to try and work as collaboratively as we can with our Indian members in embracing various opportunities for staff, for students, for administrators. And I think on a parting note, I just want to say that we're a very small team in India. My colleague Ikita has joined me recently. There's just the two of us with our main office in the UK. But we really welcome ideas and opportunities from universities across the room. And we will certainly want to do our best to support your initiatives in any way that we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Aditya. We now go to the apex body with which all the vice chancellors present here constantly negotiate and interact. That is a NAC. And it's my very great pleasure to request my very good friend, Ponmudi Raj, to kindly make his submission. Ponmudi Raj, please restrict yourself to 5 or 6 minutes, highlighting the new features of the NAC accreditation. Dr. Ponmudi Raj.
Yes, sir. Honorable President AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, our Secretary General, Professor Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mithil, my co-panelist, and ladies and gentlemen. And straight, I just want to talk about 5 points on the National Assessment Accreditation Council, which you all may be aware of it. We are in the 28th year of its existence. From 16 September 1994, we have assessed and accredited 16,072 accreditations, 16072, out of which, like your typical boards of studies in academic council, every quarterly, every 3 years, or 5 years, we change our methodology. The recent methodology is called Revised Accreditation Framework, which most of you are aware of it. It is called RAF, launched on July 2017, out of which 4,337 higher education institutions have been accredited. But these are all accreditations. For the last 29 years, if you look at the data, the raw data, the total number of universities out of 2021 IASHE data, 11,113, 425 universities are assessed and accredited. And out of the number, 9185 colleges are accredited. Now, the work at large, we're expecting institutions to come forward. We are also doing hand-holding. This is point number 1 about the general statistics of NAAC assessment accreditation. Point number 2, which I wanted to just submit before you all, is the methodology. The recent methodology of assessment accreditation, we call it Revised Accreditation Framework. It is scalable, transparent, and open. Very, very important. 75% of it is data-driven. Completely, the entire process is ICT-driven. We have 9 manuals for universities, 9 manuals. The general universities, the traditional conventional universities, comes under the general university manual. We have a separate manual for open universities. We have a separate manual for dual mode universities and for Sanskrit universities and Sanskrit dual mode universities and health science universities, super specialty, including specialty health science universities. We have for yoga universities a separate manual, and for legal universities, we have a separate manual. Recently, the executive committee has come out with a recent manual for social sciences, humanities and social sciences, with specifics to dance, music, and folklore, and some of the important special studies for universities. So there are basically 9 different categories of manuals. This is my second point, which I wanted to drive about the methodologies, and especially the different types of manuals, because normally people say we are a super specialty university. We are a completely a different focus of university. To capture that, we have come about with that recent manual, which we call highly specialized. Now we have rechristened that as social sciences and humanities manual. Now, my third point, which I want to drive you all to, is very important in the methodology, in the profile. We are completely oriented towards NEP, not the full quantitative and qualitative metrics, but on the profile section, 6 broader headings of the National Education Policy 2020 we have asked. Very important is the Hon'ble Election Commission of India, based on their inputs, we have requested all the colleges and all the universities. We have asked this question. We have a kind of a metric, a kind of an information sought regarding the electoral literacy clubs, ELC. In all our manuals across, we have been incorporated. My last but one point, which I wanted to drive, is on point number 4, hand-holding. That's not a kind of, we are hand-holding institutions through a different scheme, especially through the scheme of NAC awareness program, NAP, to all the universities. Though we are not a funding agency, we are to the tune of rupees 1 lakh. We are beginning to universities to help, to guide, to facilitate them regarding the documentation. Since the entire process is online and a third-party data validation verification partner validates as per the standard operating procedure. So this is very, very essential. And the Margadarshan scheme, the universities accredited first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle. People are ready for fifth cycle. Now, fifth cycle HEIs, colleges are coming ready, getting ready for sixth cycle at NAC. Now, but the institutions to volunteer is large. So the entire process is made easy by reducing the number of metrics, questions of validation from 100, 200, 300 to 115. For colleges, we have only 55, making 130 for open universities, dual mode 140, 154, 163. It's all in the website. We have reduced considerably, including the legal universities, law universities. My last point, which I wanted to drive very closely, is in order to handhold, we have different ways of reaching out to us. We have a help desk, we have a support desk online 24/7, which we are able to give back, and FMC, feedback monitoring cell, and we have the CCMC, what we call the Centralized Complaints Management Committee, in order to reach out to the stakeholders and make it user-friendly. And NAC is very, very open enough. Now all the benchmarks, systematically 3 benchmarks for all the manuals out of 20 and odd manuals are out. Before March, all the benchmarks are put on the public domain so that the universities know where do they stand, then they can come forward to NAC, including a mock test. So once you apply the data and you can know where do you stand, improve upon and come to NAC. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Punmundiraj, for being very precise and to the point, as you always are. It is a very great pleasure to request our Vice Chancellor colleague from Kathmandu University, Professor Thapa, to make his submission. Professor Thapa, please.
Namaskar. Chairman and co-chairman of the session, my fellow panelists, the vice chancellors and delegates. Thank you very much for providing opportunity to talk as an international delegates in this Vice Chancellors Conference. The history of higher education of Nepal is not that old, especially, and then that also when I talk about the Kathmandu University, which was established after political movement in 1990. The reason why Kathmandu University was established is still true, and then besides providing a regular education, the pressure of internationalization of our activity is giving us, providing us always a new challenge. When we talk about the internationalization, it's both in terms of the global as well as in the regional matters and regional issues. So the traditional mode of academic cooperation and partnership was normally a teacher and faculty exchange, research publications, supervisions, these cooperations in these areas. But the new type of international cooperations are coming up, especially in the issues of climate change, ICT and the virtual mode of learnings, the new technologies, as well as the pedagogies. Designing of our context and civilization-specific degrees of the academic courses are another challenges for us. Throughout the history of Nepal, India has been the most preferred destination for Nepali students to take education of all types, whether just for literacy or for very professional courses of engineering and medicine. And even now, India continues to be a hub for higher education, not only for Nepal, but for South Asia. The region which I talked like a post-1990, when only from Tribhuvan University, then when the Kathmandu University was established by the government of Nepal, was most of the youths were going out of the country for the education. And that's true even now. All those students who are passing a +2 or 12 year of examinations and ready to go for the higher education, we have a very alarming number. Almost 50% of the eligible students are going abroad for higher education. That's really challenging. But the the record, or at least the data of Kathmandu University for the internationalization in that 30 year is still satisfactory. We have graduated 40,000 students, and out of that, almost 13% are foreign students. And I'm also really glad and proud to share with you, even if India used to be our destination for our education. Even myself, I have got my first and second degree from India. We have graduated almost 4,294 Indian students from Nepal, from Kathmandu University. And that's, I think that gives a little bit of a satisfaction for us. We are collaborating with almost 250 universities all around the world. And among that, India is the highest number. We have a formal cooperation and active cooperation with 39 Indian universities. The new horizon of cooperation are continuously being explored in Kathmandu University. Kathmandu University is an associate member of Association of Indian Universities from 1996. Since the last year, Kathmandu University and IIT Madras have started a joint degree master's program in energy systems. I presume this is the first degree for Kathmandu University. I'm not sure what is there in India, but so this will be the first joint degree program between Kathmandu University and IIT Madras. And we were so glad to sign this agreement in presence of the Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of Nepal when Prime Minister of Modi visited last time in Nepal and in the Lumbini. I feel that the academic institution in this subcontinent have a joint responsibility to develop the courses of our own civilization as well. Especially when I am visiting Assam and Meghalaya. So we are in the foothill of the Himalayas. And there are a lot of responsibilities and opportunities for our society, our civilization, our culture, our language, and so on. We also dared to sign last few months back to initiate one of the program of Kathmandu University in India. We have just signed an agreement with one of the institutions in India that if we can run the degree of Kathmandu University in India, the reason is still almost all the youths, they are fleeing out of the country, and then we are trying to explore. Anyway, we cannot stop youths going abroad. But if Nepali academic institutions can also go along with them, either in India or many students who are just going abroad to get the visa in Australia or in the West. So, or many youths in the Middle East, they are going to seek the job. Together with the job, if we can provide the education, that will be the added benefit, added advantage. We are not sure whether the Indian regulations and rules allow the Indian entrepreneur to run the course of Kathmandu University in India, but we are exploring it. And at the same time, because when I am here in this part of the world like where, especially in the Assam, there's a lot of Nepali communities here. If they want to learn about Nepali language and Nepali culture, maybe the Kathmandu University could be the place. And then we can, if we can collaborate and do the partnership with the institutions here, I think that will be the win-win for all of us. So with that, like we have been exploring the new way of the international cooperations and collaborations. Kathmandu University welcomes all the new ideas to put forward and then to try. Hopefully, we might be able to do something together in such international collaborations and cooperations. And as I told earlier also, it's not only the global cooperations, regional cooperation seems to be very, very important. And when I was listening to the regulatory bodies, whatever we do together, that will have a sort of a quality assurance for at least at the regional level. But sometimes I feel little bit worried is since you are moving a little faster, because we have learned so many things from AICTE to especially in our technical programs. And then when you are not doing a physical verification or inspection, whereas like our system is becoming little rigid by learning from India, especially the very good data of the graduating Indian students in Nepal has a setback because with the Medical Education Commission, that was established after the experience of Medical Council. And now the institutions are in AICTE and maybe other regulatory authorities are moving quite forward. That will also have some impact, and that we might have some lessons. So with this, once again, I would like to request all the delegates here, if there are anything that we can do together with the Kathmandu University and universities at Nepal, we'll always welcome, and then we are very much tempted to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Thapa. We now move to ICAR. Could I request the ICAR representative, Seema Jaggi, to kindly make a submission? And could I please request her to kindly restrict herself to 5 minutes?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. So if you permit, I have a small presentation, sir. Can I share that?
Seema, presentation will take time. If you can speak in 5 minutes, what new has been done by ICAR?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for making ICAR a part of this very important interactive session. Thank you so much. See, sir, agriculture, I will be just focusing on the agricultural higher education in the country. And you know that this particular agriculture education is a very important component or part of our overall education system. And it helps us to build a strong agricultural workforce. So the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, through we have agriculture education division. So we are working for maintaining and upgrading the quality and relevance of higher agricultural education by the partnership through the agricultural universities in the country. And the quality assurance of higher agricultural education is given the major thrust through the policy support, accreditation, academic regulation, and so on. We have total, as on today, we have total 74 agricultural universities in the country, and they are from the different domains. We have the crop sciences, we have the veterinary universities, the fishery universities, the horticulture universities, and so on. And all these total universities, 74 universities, are providing the degrees UG, PG, and PhD. We have UG subjects in 12 UG subjects, and then 78 doctoral programs and 79 postdoctoral programs. Now, a very distinguishing feature of our curriculum is that we have a very, in the 4th year of the UG program, our UG is already is focusing on 4 years UG program. So agriculture education is already a 4 years program. And in that 4th year, we have a separate, we have different components. One is our student ready program. Ready is Rural Entrepreneurship Awareness Development Yojana. This was launched by our Prime Minister in the year 2016. And every student has to take up this program for 6 months in the last year. So that is already, but however, we are strengthening this. We have different experiential learning units in all the universities, depending on their specialization. Say for mushroom raising, we have experiential learning. For dairy, we have, so on, we have around 500 experiential learning units in the country. Now, when we talk about the national education policy, sir, some of the components already, the agriculture education, it is already built in. However, we are still having some strategies and some plans to incorporate whatever is mentioned in the national education policy. And the first one is like we are trying to introduce some vocational courses, the certificate courses. Already we are working on it. There's a Dean's Committee which has been set up, and they are working on this certificate course for 1 year, diploma course or for 2 years and so on. And then with respect to the master's program also, we are trying to introduce some type of like internship programs which we were not having earlier, and the skill development programs for the master's program as well. And as far as the implementation strategy, sir, we have already developed a framework with the timeline, by what time we will be adhering to different guidelines which we have prepared, and we have circulated to all the agricultural universities. And we have set up a target that by this year or next year onwards, we will have that multiple exit entry policy, whatever is there for the based on the national education policy. And maybe in another 5 years, we are trying to make the universities multidisciplinary. And also we are coming up with the concept of some mega universities. We are starting with a main university. We have a deemed university, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, located in New Delhi. Now we are coming up with a mega universities, all the institutes which are spread across the country on different aspects they are working. We are combining them, and we will be sending the students there also, so that the benefit of their expertise can be utilized by the students. So that is one concept. And from this year only, we are starting the admission for these mega universities. And then we have another is in order to improve in the gross enrollment ratio. Let me tell you, sir, like total agriculture universities constitute 9% of the total universities. However, the enrollment is only 1% in agriculture. So in order to increase that enrollment ratio, again, we are going for 10% every year increase. And then we are introducing the vocational courses so that more number of students come for the agricultural education. And then in order to bring resilience in agriculture education system, that is to, we have many, like COVID-19 has brought a lot of changes in our system. So in order to incorporate that, we have introduced a resilient agriculture in education system. We are working on it, and it's a type of blended learning in which we have both the classroom teaching as well as the online teaching. So we are working on it. And we are, again, based on the national education policy, we are revising, we are modifying our course curriculum for both UG, PG and PhD level that we are doing. And as far as the career opportunities, the students which are passed out, the agriculture, BSc agriculture is already declared as a professional degree. So from the council side. So the students have a lot of opportunities as well as per their career is concerned. So they can go to different agricultural, rural banks and to many of the other avenues which they have. Then as far as the examination is concerned, sir, again, national education policy says that we have to reduce the burden of the students by appearing in number of examinations. So what from this year onwards, earlier we were having our own separate exams. From this year onwards, we are joining with CUET for our UG entrance examination. Already it has been communicated to NTA, and we are joining with them. So the students who will be appearing in that, they can come to the agriculture education as well. And for quality assurance, we have a National Agricultural Education Accreditation Board, through which we give the accreditation. However, again, make it a single body. We'll be joining with the NAC maybe from the next year onwards for the accreditation purpose. And we have already developed one model act for bringing uniformity in all the agricultural universities, and all the universities have to follow that model act. It is with respect to the course curriculum and other guidelines.
Seema, can you conclude? We will then move on to
just last point, madam. For the overall holistic development of the student, we have already signed an MOU with the Heartfulness Education Trust, where the students will be given different programs for skills, life skills, wellness, and the meditation, yoga, leadership, and so on. So this is an effort which recently we have started. And as far as the way forward, just 1 or 2 points for the way forward. we have the plan to set up incubation centers in all the university. We have in some of the universities, but we want to set up the incubation centers in all the universities, the agri-tourism parks, the agri-startups. Then we would like to have the exposure visits of students of general universities to the agriculture universities. We are mainstreaming the agricultural curriculum in the schools as well, and then mainstreaming the private universities in the agriculture. And we are also supporting the international fellowships. We do provide the international fellowships for pursuing higher education. Students from India can go abroad, same way students from abroad, they can come to India. Financial support is being provided by the council. And there are many other fellowships like BIMSTEC, ASEAN, and Indo-Africa, Indo-Afghanistan, which the council is supporting. And recently, just in these 3 days, we are already we are having a conference going on blended learning in agricultural education, which is just today it will be concluding. And a lot of discussions are being taken up in that particular conference. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. Thank you.
We have some time left for interactions. Could I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal to coordinate the discussions?
I'll request the volunteers, if somebody wants to ask any question from any of the regulatory bodies, you can just raise your hands. Volunteers, please hand over the mics to them.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Professor C.S. Dubey. I'm Vice Chancellor in K.R. Mangalam University, Gurgaon. My question is a very simple one. We are giving guidelines and guidelines and guidelines in all these spheres. We are guiding the teachers who are not doing any kind of engagements, And if you go worldwide, the process of engagement needs 35% engagement of the students through by critical thinking of the faculty, which we are losing by this. And the type of guidelines being given to us are, they are sometimes quite conflicting. For example, take an example of, you say professor of practice. And with the professor of practice, you say, no, you have to have all of them PhDs. 80% of PhD in NAC, you will get 40 out of 40. So there are conflicts. My suggestion is that we should focus more on engagement of the students with faculty and faculty's critical thinking and talent of the faculty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this was a suggestion, not a question. So anybody, any suggestion or question, but it has to be brief because there are many hands raised.
Hello. Hi, madam.
Hello. Yes.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais. My name is Dr. Bindesh Patel. I am from PP Sawan University, Surat, Gujarat. Madam, my question, sir and madam, my question is, we have a very different systems for ranking, NIRF, accreditation, everything. One of the important factor which affects the quality of the university is the time, because some of the universities are new, they have very less time of establishment and everything, and some are very old and renowned university. So can we have any system or something where we can bifurcate according to duration, like a 5 or 10 years of establishment, more than that, so that because the purpose of the ranking and accreditation is that to motivate and to have a healthy competition. So if the new universities or a 5 or 10 year old university have a competition,
So
same kind of
different norms for different types of universities.
Yes, so that can also have healthy competition, and the new universities which are good can also be motivated and get compared with the same level of their competitors.
Okay, thank you. We'll take up all the questions together, and in the end, we will give some time to each of the speaker to respond.
I'm Dr. Puttraju, Mandya University, Karnataka. My question is, a lot many interactions are happening throughout the country, but the budgeting for the last 15-20 years is only 3.1% or 3.2% of the GDP. If there is any component added to this more, maybe 4.5% and 6%, I think the budgeted provisions will assist in bringing all these.
So that is what all the commissions, right from Kothari Commission to NEP, have been recommending 6%.
Yeah.
But let us see how
It
much.
should have been 10% actually. It could be 3 or 6% better. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rajkumar.
All right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask one, is there any possibility that we'll stop using the word inspection for visiting institutions? Because the word inspection has such a pejorative approach towards engaging with universities. And so long as we use those terminologies, you are inevitably going to create opportunities for corruption and other forms of, lack of internal integrity standards. So NAC actually doesn't use that word any longer most of the time, but this word inspection, which regulatory bodies have used in India, creates a very different type of pejorativeness and disincentives for people to maintain integrity.
This is targeted to AICT, but he will, Professor Hon'ble Singh, sir, please.
Yeah, Dr. Mittal, I do not want to ask a question here. Dr. Bharadwaj. Dr. Bharadwaj, Vice Chancellor of Noida International University. First of all, I want to clear you. I do not want to ask a question. I want to give suggestion. When we talk about the National Education Policy 2020, and when we talk about the SRAs, many of the fellow vice chancellors, though, have just spoken. They have spoken it so correctly that they are not getting aligned. When we talk about the higher education, no government policies are getting aligned to it. As NEP is talking about the multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary culture, but if any position is advertised by any government bodies, they specify that this should be the requirement. We really need to align. If we talk about NEP 2020 INC, we cannot do anything because the SRA do not accept any of the guidelines to be followed by NEP. If I talk about the NMC, as I'm from the medical university, NMC, no, we cannot do anything as per the NEP 2020. So the government has to really rethink about all those things and look for a proper implementation of the policies across. And he has very well said, as per the new guidelines of the NAC in SRA, you have given 40 marks if you have 80% of your faculty are PhD. Whereas your UGC chairman talks about that we can include, the professor of practice and the PhD is not allowed. There's no mandate now to publish the research paper for the PhD students. I really do not understand how the higher education is going to progress if the policies are not getting aligned with each other.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Professor G. Damodar, Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya Deemed to be University, Warangal, Telangana. I have one question and two suggestions. So my question is, the impact of ChatGPT and artificial intelligence cannot be ignored now. Will our proposed digital university address this issue? If so, how? My two suggestions, now look culture dominates book culture. Open book examination system forces the students to attend the classes with textbooks, and it will be more challenging than memory-based examination. The system should be supplemented by online resources to as extensive reading and consultation. The exit policy for institutions and teachers is to be devised to improve quality in education. Quality is more important than quantity. 50% GR, gross enrollment ratio in higher education institution need not be our main motto. As NEP envisages, skilling our students in high school education should be our main priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hon'ble Singh and then Professor Thiru.
Chair, I heard the presentation of Madam Jaggi, ICAR. I'm slightly worried. Now, she said that they are going to come on a model act for the agriculture universities. What happens to the flexibility in syllabus to the universities? And what about university autonomy? See, the nature of every university is different. Agriculture university in Punjab caters to a different kind of category. In Kerala is different. In Karnataka it is different. So this uniform act will ultimately ruin the autonomy of the universities' flexibility syllabus. Same is happening to IITs, IIMs, and even central universities, The policymakers have absolutely no idea what university autonomy is, what is flexibility. If you say the best of universities abroad, they thrive on academic flexibility, administrative flexibility, financial flexibility. And if they bring it under one umbrella, it is an absolutely derogatory step.
Yes.
First of all, I am the Pro-Chancellor of Ahmed University, Chennai. My question is to the Vice Chairman of AICTE, Dr. Abhay. First of all, accept our congratulations. Recently, you have assumed charge as the Vice Chancellor, Vice Chairman. We are highly satisfied about and happy as well, as far as the process what we have started and you have been continuing for giving course approval. Very transparent as well. At the same time, there are few things I find some discrepancies between UGC and AICTE. See the faculty student ratio, because there are universities like us. We come under both the UGC and AICTE because we have professional program and arts and science program. The faculty student ratio between UGC and AICTE is different. So as said by my colleague, Dr. Rajakumar, if you come for inspection or online, we don't know how we have to satisfy. That's number one. The same case with the giving CIS promotion from assistant professor to associate professor as well. For an example, UGC is very particular about the candidate should produce at least one PhD, but AICTE is somewhat liberal. But when it goes to NAC, they ask many questions like that. Why not? Because we talk about national education policy. So there must be some sorts of integrated and marking and eligibility as well. That is one question, sir. Another question, sir. Now we apply for NBA accreditation. NBA is most important one from the point of view of UGC and as well asking for new courses, increasing of strength also. In the NBA, you insist, lot of liberalization brought out. Even now to insist, there must be 60% of students out of the sanctioned strength. We are not asking any exemption for the previous periods or coming periods. We suffered during Corona, COVID-19. That also included in the 3 years period. Why not you relax? For certain courses, it is possible. Certain unique and specialized courses, we found it difficult to get 60% admission as well. For a kind information, yesterday you started the process. Now, please take this request to your concerned body. See that there must be some relaxation of minimum eligibility of student strength to decide about eligibility to apply for NBA, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, this is Dr. Sridhar from Hindustan University, Chennai. Question to AICTE. Basically, when we apply for NBA as well as for NIRF also in the ranking. Can I continue, sir? This is Dr. Sridhar from Hindustan University, Chennai. Basically, when we look for NBA, as already my counterpart already mentioned, few of the private state universities will actually quote only the management, the board of management, the admission quota. For example, let me say, all other institutions which come under AICTE will have to show the AICTE intake only. So the problem with us is, for example, 60 is the intake which I have taken for mechanical. And when it comes to the actual admission during Corona period, it goes to only 30. And I can't surrender those seats immediately when I am not able to, fill it out. Because of that, we are losing in NIRF. We are also losing in NBA. That's one part. The second question basically is now we are open for the international university to enter into India. And who is actually having statutory control over these universities, and who will actually control the, the delivery methodology or the resources, and also what is the fees that you are going to insist. Usually the private universities are insisted on what should be the limited fees, etc., and so on. So how do you actually have some sort of control on these universities as such? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. One more question, because now we are running out of time. The panelists have to respond also. Professor Sitaram Rao and Dr. S.P. Singh, that Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam.
Thank you very much, madam.
Stop.
Okay, in the interest of time,
Thanks
my
for the
question is going to be just 30 seconds. Over 70% of the education is education institutions in the apex body is very marginal. So there needs to be a considerable proportionate representation that reflects the participation of private higher education institutions in the higher education ecosystem. So that's my question. Will that be a reality?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks, madam, for giving me this opportunity. So mine is not question, not suggestion. I seek clarification from speaker from ICAR. This discussion has come in Coimbatore also. Is there any possibility of open universities to have collaboration with ICAR to implement the vocational courses related to agriculture? That is one. And also I wanted to seek clarification from Aditya Malikana about the what is the role of ACU in facilitating the collaboration with open universities of other countries, especially UK Open University. Can you facilitate us to have a collaboration to make study related to learner support services and functioning of virtual labs introduced by the UK Open University?
Good afternoon. Doctor. Hello,
Professor
ma'am.
SP Singh, yes.
Yes, ma'am, just one request, because thanks to the AICT, Kathmandu University, AIU sitting here, but we are missing UGC badly. So UGC, my humble request is, because we all are associated firstly with UGC and then to AICT and other institution. So ma'am, let us have some kind of pressure so that at least UGC representative come to national conference of the vice chancellors. We are their babies and they are not here. So my humble request, that's number one. And if they do not come, let us, we go there in UGC and we request them and force them to come for this kind of conferences, because they are required. Why I'm telling you this question is with the AICT and UGC both. We in India have a greater scarcity because we are proliferating and growing very fast. We do not have associate professors, and professors, as many advertisements we give, we do not get them. If we get it, we get such a quality. I would say that's better to close the institution than to appoint them. So in that context, when we comes to the 12B or maybe any kind of inspections, I think there should be a flexibility without any thinking that if we have a senior assistant professor, that should be considered as an associate professor, unless and until, otherwise what we'll do, we'll keep on unnecessarily trying to make everybody associate professor, and we will be having a very difficult situation in due course of time. This is a great thing, which is something happening very wrong in the system.
I'm Dr. Bhardwaj from Sikkim Professional University. Madam, I would like to speak on agriculture as well as make some general comments. I come from Agriculture University, GB Pant University, and my guru was from Jadavpur University, where I know in olden times there was no NAC, there was no regulatory body, and there were teachers and professors who will teach to the highest standard. With the PPT system coming in, the teacher doesn't have to read, doesn't have to understand, doesn't have to be having an inner knowledge. So we are going for digitization, losing the ability of the person, absolutely. As far as the agriculture universities are concerned, after privatization, now you have 700 private universities and only 400 government universities. And unfortunately, in the private universities, you are having non-academicians as the vice chancellor. Somebody is a general, somebody is a lawyer, or somebody is something. That's a disaster as far as higher education is concerned. Neither the AIU nor the UGC is doing anything about it. And there are problems coming up with the nation. If the highest person is not qualified to run a university, how do you expect it to be run at all? No. Agriculture University 74, 1100 universities. Agriculture University Pantnagar has 800 acres of campus. Which private university will have 100 acres of campus, or where the students are given plots of half an acre? So the agriculture education in the country must be very, very cautious, because it builds the nation. This has to be taken care. It cannot go the way the AICT has gone. Now the engineering college in Karnataka, the engineering college in Maharashtra have collapsed and closed down. The Inspector Raj is over because the government of India decided not to send the team and the regulatory bodies because there is a corruption involved. Now it is online. The UGC is online. The AICT is online. Let it be the way of life. This, again, we are going to have these kinds of problems. I would request, think about Jadavpur University, think about JNU, think about BHE, where from people have come, professors have come who teach extempore. They don't need a PPT, and when they teach, it makes the difference. So let us not do it that way. Let the country not go to docks. We talk of unemployment. Why people are unemployed? NAC wants
all faculty to be PhD. I know how PhDs are earned. You give the money, you get a PhD. Some universities in India have 14,000 PhD registered, and UGC has done nothing about it. Even fraud universities are sold. I'm sorry, USTM is very good, but most of the Northeast University of India are selling degrees. Thank you.
Can I answer simple, Pankaj? Simple. I am Professor Sujata, representing here ILM University, Gurugram. I have a simple question. Vice Chairman AICT has suggested inviting application for the new colleges and university. What are the parameters to judge the existing one which are giving mass production as a factory, those who are not employable? The second part, the same concern which our fellow colleagues already used, the NAC or NBA, whatever system, regulatory system we have for accreditation, on what basis certain guidelines we have, but still we are not getting a right kind of faculty to teach in our universities. They are not capable, even PhD, and they are not capable to teach. This is the major concern for appointing a good resource to teach in our university. These are two. Thank you.
So now we will transfer.
Madam, one question.
Now, because we are running very, very late, you can discuss offline.
One question, please.
Offline, can you discuss during the lunchtime? You can talk to them.
Madam, one question.
Yes. Madam, only one question.
Because then we will not be able to finish. We have to start the next session also. You can discuss offline, please. Let them respond.
Okay. No, only one
Secretary,
observation,
please.
suggestion.
Secretary.
I have only one second suggestion, madam, because there are more controversial issues between NAC, UGC, and AICT as to how AIU can take a decision in collaborating, and because Vivek was telling this morning that there has to be an increase in gross enrollment ratio. Now, if we do not allow either state public universities or private universities to have their own regulations, I think it's difficult as to how AIU would be able to take a decision on this. I am Professor B.P. Veerabhadrappa from Kuvempu University, Karnataka. Thank you very much.
I think expectations from AIU are increasing like anything. We
Madam,
cannot be
my question is very important, madam. Please listen. Actually, in the last meeting, when we are doing the online meeting with you, I have put the question that only A grade accredited universities may open the distance learning program. But on the other hand, we have the objective to raise GER 50% by 2035. So how it is possible if you have the restrictions that only A-graded, NAC A-graded institutions may open the distance learning program. And in Bihar, I can give the example, like Patna University had the distance learning program, Magad University, and so many universities. All the universities have closed their distance learning, distance education program. So we should think on this, because this is very important issue. Actually, we want to raise 50% GER by 2035. Then the university should be liberalized regarding opening the distance learning program. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Madam, may I also ask a question, a simple question, but I will take only 1 minute. I am also from the open and distance learning, Sanjay Tiwari from Madhya Pradesh Bhojan Open University. I want to bring to the notice of the discrepancy in the approval process of UGC and AICT. Yesterday, AICT has opened their portal and they are allowing travel and tourism, logistics, other programs on the ODL mode, open distance mode, where UGC has restricted several programs, travel and tourism, logistics, they are not allowed by the UGC. They have stopped agriculture, pharmacy, nursing, all programs. We cannot start. Even they are not clear on the PhD program also. UGC said, you can start, but we will not give you permission. And even UGC has put a restriction that without NAC, UGC will not give approval to the open and distance programming from this year onwards. So I'm asking, is several programs are allowed by AICT and the open distance learning?
What we'll do is that the suggestions which are coming for UGC, we will write to UGC because UGC representative is not here. They cannot be answering. So we will be, whatever observations have come with regard to UGC, we will be giving it to them and then taking a reply and then sending it to all of you.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you. Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Pankaj. I think majority of the questions were for UGC. So majority of the questions were for UGC, and as you rightly said, you should compile them and share. But the questions which were for AICT, I will actually take them. So Jindal University actually spoke about inspection. We never use the word inspection. We use expert visit committees and so on and so forth. The reason while talking, I used the word inspection was because it was easy to communicate, because we can name it anyway, but actually what happens, But what we wanted to convey through that is that now we are going to do everything online. And everything is getting recorded. So nobody can deny, or either on the side of the institutions or on the side of government. There will be complete transparency. I certainly understand that there are a lot of lacunae, and we certainly need to improve. There is no doubt about it. But we are also listening to stakeholders. We are improving the process. And if you see our last 5, and I'm talking for last 5-6 years, our approval handbooks, the way we have evolved the processes and the way we have, and actually he is the judge for that. And sir, you actually said that. We are trying to make things extremely transparent, and we want to make things liberal. But I also have a question on the other side. When we make things too liberal, it gives opportunity for the institutions to easily game the system. Nobody is talking about how institutions games the system. When UGC went ahead and actually talked about PhDs and making PhDs mandatory, people started producing their own journals. That was never envisaged by UGC. So certainly we, as regulatory institutions, need to improve, but there has to be some inward-looking thinking also. You also need to ask yourselves quite tough questions. Are we gaming the system? For example, I was doing ARIA ranking, and we were actually asking universities that give the names of startups which you are incubating. Okay? Universities giving me names of startups like Salwar Exhibition, ये क्या startup हो सकता है? Homemade chocolate, ये क्या startup हो सकता है? Yoga classes. So it's not that. And then what happens, it's a cat and mouse game which starts. So what we would also like to say, and regarding the CAS system and those kind of things which he has raised, already UGC and AICT have a joint committee now to look at, and Vaidyanathan Professor Vaidyanathan is part of that committee. He can elaborate, you can talk to him in the during the break. And there is a unified, about 3 days back, I actually made the presentation about anomalies which were there or which are there currently in the system. So please believe the intention currently at regulatory bodies is right. The heart is in the right place. We are trying to move forward in the right direction. Suggestions from you are extremely taken seriously. But just give us some time, and we assure you in next 1 or 2 years, you will have a much better system than what it is currently prevailing. So that's where I will end.
Thank you. And from NAC and ICAR, there were some questions relating to NAC and ICAR. Would they like to respond?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. There were couple of questions regarding the what you call the differences or contradictions between the guidelines. They spoke about AICT, UGC, NBA, and NAC. But I wanted to clarify that we don't look at the eligibility, minimum eligibility criteria to operate. We look at quality in assessment accreditation, little higher level. When you talk about professors of practice, when you talk about MPhil, PhDs, postdoc, DSc, DLET, whatever the nomenclature, this is one point which I want to clarify. There is no contradiction. When somebody asks about 1:20 ratio, we ask in a little higher level. Higher level means the ratio could be 1:10, 1:5. So because for quality purposes, we don't look into the minimum eligibility criteria of approval or recognition processes. This is one particular point. Thanks to Professor Rajkumar O.P. Zindal regarding, we always use the word peer team, one with you. We don't categorically on the assessors portal and the assessors interaction, the collegium of assessors, we categorically tell them they are one with you whenever you go on a visit, on a site visit. This is my second point. On the third point, there was a clarification regarding hand-holding, especially from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Special Cell, Jammu and Kashmir, Northeast. We handhold regarding that is about dual board universities and minimum eligibility criteria to operate online and open ODL programs. That we are trying to handhold them to the maximum extent. These are the few things. Only one request which we are facing at our level during acceptance of IAQA. Some of the universities offer some courses which are not in the UGC recognized Section 22 enlisted programs. So this we are repeatedly requesting the universities. If there are new programs, please write to UGC and try to include the amendments of the nomenclature. For example, Bachelor of Chemical Technology, different nomenclatures, different universities use, including state universities. So this we are finding difficult in our approval process. So please try to, we request you to write, the universities to write to UGC. Otherwise, the nomenclature has to be a little changed, either BTech in cosmetic technology or BSc in cosmetic technology. Just an example I gave you. That's it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to react on the point made that regarding the Model Act. See, the Model Act which the council has developed is not new. It was developed way back in 1966, and over the years we have been revising it, incorporating new things. And this particular document, the Model Act, is a guiding document, just a guiding document for establishment and functioning and uniformity for the agricultural universities. And in this, we do provide the flexibility. If we talk about the course curriculum, there is a flexibility depending on the region specific university. They can alter, they can add 20% of the flexibility is there to revise their course curriculum as per the need of that particular region. So this flexibility is there. And the second point was on for vocational courses. In the way forward also, I have told that we are mainstreaming, we are trying to mainstream the private universities in agriculture, and provided they meet the minimum requirements which are there. Like one of our delegates, he said that for agriculture, there is a minimum requirement with respect to the land and all that. So that is a prerequisite and that has to be followed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema. Before thanking all the experts, one thing I want to announce here, like what we are doing is, like India is hosting G20 presidency. And we felt that when we talk of education E20, there are representatives coming from the government side and ministers, but there is no representation of the vice chancellors. So we requested the Ministry of Education that we should be holding one Uni 20. Uni 20 means universities 20, because we want that vice chancellors of these G20 countries should be interacting with the vice chancellors of our country. The ministry has agreed as a side event of the E20, which is happening in June in Pune, where the education ministers of G20 countries are coming. So from 19th to 21st of June, we'll be holding Uni 20 event at Symbiosis University, Pune. And this will be followed by, we are waiting for how many of the foreign dignitaries are coming here. This can be followed by a 3 to 4 days visit to various prestigious universities of India by these G20 delegates, so that they can know that India is progressing very fast. So we want to showcase our higher education system also. And ultimately, there will be a culminating event at most probably at Jindal University in Sonipat or in Delhi NCR region. So my request to all of you is that when we are holding this event, do come for that event. That is from 19th to 21st of June in Pune at Symbiosis University. And if you want that your university should be visited by G20 delegation, which will be coming for the Uni 20 event, please send a request to AIU so that we can plan it. It cannot be that every university can be visited. We have to form 3-4 sectors. Within those sectors, the visits will be there. And then also attend the culmination event at Delhi or maybe Sonipat. That we will decide. So thank you very much. And thanks to all the panelists, thanks to all the vice chancellors for very, very active participation. And thanks a lot. Over to Rama. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we have come to the end of the interaction session with heads of apex bodies and international delegates. It was indeed a good interaction. Of course, time was too less, so many of you might not have got chance to put your question or suggestions. We have provided recommendation sheets to you. You may fill and give it to Professor Lashkar, who is sitting there on the dais, as and when you get time, so that within these 2-3 days also we can interact, or maybe after going back to Delhi, we'll provide you the solutions after interacting with the respective bodies. And on behalf of USTM and AIU, I thank Honorable Professor Suranjan Das for chairing this session. I thank Madam Pankaj Mittal for convening this session. I thank especially to Professor Dr. Abhay Jere to spare his valuable time and come here to grace physically. I'm thankful to Professor Ponmudi Raj and Seema Jaggi to join us online. And I'm thankful to Professor Bhola Thapa and Aditya Malkani to provide international perspective. I'm thankful to one and all who made this session interactive. I have an announcement to make. There is a lunch arranged just opposite this building, and there is this USTM has arranged a special session of felicitation to spouses. So I request all of you to join for lunch along with your spouses and come back sharply at 3 o'clock for the next session. Yes, ma'am. So there is a special arrangement, though, for those who are fasting. We have fruits and all, so one may take it in the pandal. Okay, Navratri special counter is there.
Yes, sir. I can. Surely, sir. How are you? Fine, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir, I met you the first time. So, we would like to invite you on 15th, 16th May in Zero in Arunachal Pradesh. We have a big conference. Okay. There's direct flight from Zero to from Guwahati, from Kolkata also, direct flight to Itanagar. Okay, when is that, sir? 15th, 16th May. You're right. Sir, you're right, sir. Can you give a card? Yes, I haven't got mine. You're staying in the same hotel, Vivanta? No. I shifted from there for my duty. Okay, right there. I'll send you an email. I could take it. Yes, I will. I could not come. You come, yeah. Come with the one. I found them. Yeah, you are telling me, yeah. In Zero, in the Madhya Pradesh. Okay. I'm going to meet the transfer now. Okay. I'll sure. Sir, I look forward to hearing from you, sir. Thank you.
हेलो हेलो भावना मैम।
हाँ यस सर।
ठीक है अभी?
हाँ अभी ठीक है। अभी एक है ना
I will be joining.
Vidya ma'am will be joining on from another device.
तो आप ये कैसे अलग से ज्वाइन करेंगी वो?
हाँ विद्या मैडम अलग डिवाइस से ज्वाइन हो रहे हैं। शी इज इन दिल्ली।
हाँ तो आप ज्वाइन ये आईटी।
हाँ तो मैडम जैसे ज्वाइन हो गया आई डिक्लाइन आई विल लीव।
हाँ तो ठीक है आप वेट कीजिए
हाँ,
और जैसे मैडम ज्वाइन करेंगे तो बोलना कि उनका हैंड रेज कर दें, ठीक है?
हाँ बोल दिया है। शी विल रेज द हैंड नाउ।
ठीक है अब मुझे बताइए, मैं यहीं पे हूँ, ठीक है?
हाँ जी। हेलो हेलो मिस्टर विजेंद्र। हेलो।
हाँ मैडम बताइए।
ये जो माधव कुंदमगिरे दिख रहे हैं ना हैंड रेस
हाँ
किया हुआ।
माधव ठीक है
हाँ उनको दीजिए ना एक्सेस। He will rename it as soon as he joins. Madam is going to join from that.
आप उनको ये कर देना, ठीक है? नाम रिनेम करा दीजिए।
माधव कुंदमगिरे दिख रहे।
हो गया देखिए, कर दिया मैंने, अब देखिए।
अब तक तो नहीं आ गए। ज्वाइन हो रहे होगे सर। विल वेट। हाँ हो गया। हाँ आ गए सर।
हाँ तो आप चेक कर लीजिए एक बार, उससे पहले ऑडियो वीडियो देखिए फिर।
ओके।
जी माधव साहब ठीक है अभी?
हाँ ठीक है सर, मैं रीनेम कर रहा हूँ 2 मिनट।
म्यूट है, आप म्यूट है।
मैं रीनेम कर रहा हूँ।
अभी ठीक है, आवाज आ रही है आपको? ठीक है ना?
हेलो कैन यू हियर मी?
हाँ ठीक है सर, ठीक है। गुड आफ्टरनून मैम। प्लीज करो। यस मैम, गुड आफ्टरनून। नेट पे से तो है ना, खुलिया वाला लगाओ। उठा वो साइड में से ना।
मिस्टर विजेंद्र।
हेलो जी मैम। विद्या में सेट है
I hope you can hear me.
Yes ma'am, you are audible.
Welcome to
Yes ma'am, you are audible.
International of higher education is
I can't hear about the session.
Trivedi, Vice Provost for Global Affairs and Director, International Program Office, University of Massachusetts. He holds the land grant flagship campus of the Commonwealth. He is responsible for the leadership of campus-wide initiatives, for global engagement, and he exercises operational and strategic oversight of International Program Office. Professor C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat, is the founding Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University. He works in the field of human rights and development, comparative constitutional law, terrorism and national security, corruption and governance, law and disaster management, legal education, and higher education. In recognition of its contribution, JGU was awarded Grade A by NAC and is the only non-STEM university which has been declared an institution of eminence by the Government of India. So I now request the chairperson of the session to kindly proceed with the session. Madam, over to you.
Good afternoon to all of you, and especially the panel here with me. I think after lunch, many of you must be. So we are starting with internationalization modes of engagement. The areas that we have been asked to talk upon is the experience of hosting international students on campus, modes of sustainable international partnerships, roadmap to establishing Office of Global Affairs, and role of internationalization in building world-class universities. Let me tell you that when I was earlier at the University of Pune, now called Savitribai Phule Pune University, between 2001 and 2007, I was the director of the International Students Center, and we hosted 14,000 students from 92 countries. And Pune University also was given the #1 rank in hosting international students. And let me tell you, they were coming more for subjects like Indian Buddhism, classical Indian Buddhism, to study Dharma Kirti or Nagarjuna. Many of us think that only the STEM subjects are where they come. I think this is something that is a myth which we will have to belie, because I would say our experience at Pune is, what have we to give the world? And that is more important. What is unique about the Indic civilization? Can we revive the Nalanda, Takshashila spirit back as the Vishwa Guru? So if we see to a large extent about research, about also Indian science, Indian architecture, especially temple architecture, how wonderfully temples have been built. I come from the state of Tamil Nadu, where you have the best temples. Go to the big temple, not one crack. And no IITs, no MITs, nothing was present at that time. So we have to understand all this architecture, this engineering, the science and technology that went into these. So I would first request, I will take my comments for the last, and I will request our co-chairperson to say a few words, and then we'll ask all the participants, maybe 7 minutes each, so that we don't eat it to the next session.
A very good afternoon. I know it's very heavy after the lunch, but our chair has really set the right tone that how that she started the internationalization, his previous organization. Internationalization has been always very important from the ages in India when we had the Nalanda, Takshila and other universities. And even today that holds true to all the universities if you really want to produce the global talent. And when MIT started, it's a higher education way back in 1995. We had the internationalization also in the same year, signing the first MOU with the Birmingham University. And today we have more than 200 MOUs. But I think the theme which has been chosen by the AIU is very, very apt, hosting the international students, or whether it is the modes of sustainable international partnerships, roadmap to establishing the offices of establishing global offices, or the role of internationalization in building the world-class institutions. I think it has to be a holistic approach, not just the stand approach. It starts right from the, when you have your curriculum, when you have your teaching learning, whether you have your research, how do you integrate that together is extremely important. And so whether it is a pandemic or not pandemic, how you can make use of the digital environment. I remember when our honorable late president, Dr. APJ Kalam started the, Pan-African network, and we were one of those amongst the universities imparting the, the e-learning to the Pan-African countries. All those experiences made, us to that how we can really cater to the student diversity from the different countries, whether the program is delivered online or is delivered on campus. The building, understanding the culture of the students, understanding the academic systems of other universities, and how that can be that you can do the mapping of the courses, the credit transfer. If the students are on campus, how do you really facilitate there, whether it's the visa, whether it is the registration for FRRO, how you take care of their hospitality, how you can have their support for the academic and settling down in the new culture, that becomes extremely important. And that means having a mentor for each student. Therefore, it becomes important the setting up the global office, that there's expert faculty who are trained to understand the requirement of the various students, because they come from the different backgrounds. And that leads to, because when you interact with the faculties of various universities, that leads to the research collaboration. And that while you do the research collaboration, faculty exchange happens. And I think it becomes a complete ecosystem for internationalization. These four are not standalone activities. These are the integrated, holistic activity if really any university want to have the internationalization. And we have been truly blessed that since 1995, having this internationalization, we have now 16 campuses across the globe. And we have been hosting every year large number of students, and also sending our own students, almost around 6,000 to 7,000 students every year to the various campuses and universities across the globe. Later, so therefore, that internationalization has become a necessity, not an option for bringing the educational excellence in the Indian higher education system. So, with this, we will, we'll listen to the first panelist. Both, may I request Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University, deemed to be university, and to please share your experiences.
Yeah, thank you, madam. I hope you all can see me and hear me well. Can you see me and hear me well? Dr. Shantashri, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, madam, you are visible.
Because I can't get any response on asking.
We can see you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry I couldn't be present in person there, and I would have really liked to, but I'm now sitting here in Delhi in my FICCI office and addressing you all. Dr. Shantashri Pandit, who was my colleague when she was at the Pune University. We've spent some years together during meetings for international students. I'm sure you remember. The co-chair, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, other co-panelists, and vice chancellors of various universities, and of course, Dr. Pankaj Mittal and her team of AIU. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important session on internationalization. I can say that I eat, breathe, sleep internationalization. We say at Symbiosis that internationalization is in our DNA. The 4 topics, as Dr. Balwinder ji just said, are interlinked, and it's like they are integrated. And therefore, I would like to begin with, on setting up of an international office. I think Symbiosis as a university was born for foreign students. The founder of Symbiosis, Dr. Muzumdar, established Symbiosis mainly for foreign students. So honestly, we did not start by having an international office, but the international office was Symbiosis and Symbiosis was the international office. But for many other universities, the first thing that we need to do is to have a dedicated person and a dedicated office to take care of international students, because international students have their own necessities and demands, and international students need a particular ecosystem, not just of the university, but of several other things, right from the hostels to teachers to cafeterias to even the city that international students get drawn to. And of course, the international office then can grow on to looking at collaborations, various other initiatives, and now, of course, looking at joint and dual degree programs. The topic for discussion is, of course, how do we, what kind of experience the host university give to the international students. When we see across India, there are pockets of cities that host international students. Typically, it is Delhi, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, and of course, Chennai and few other metropolitan cities that host international students. International students do come to India in search of good quality education, more importantly, affordable education, and also come to universities not because the universities promote their education so much, but because of the promotion that happens through alumni or through people who from those countries that have come and had their education here in India. No matter how much your university promotes, becomes aggressive in its marketing strategies, that really doesn't help. An international student always asks his fellow student, either a relative or a friend in that country, to which university he or she should go if he's coming to India. Therefore, I think the experience of international students when they are on your campus is of paramount importance. The experience of students, as I said, is not only on the university campus, the experience with their fellow peers, the experience with their teachers, how understanding the teachers are, because foreign students who come to us primarily come from Afro-Asian countries and from countries where probably the education system may not be as as of the standard that the Indian education system is. And therefore, one has to understand that these international students definitely need English language training before they join a program. But more importantly, even after they join the program, they require some kind of remedial teaching or some kind of mentoring help from the teachers. The second is the fellow students or the peers. The peers in the university campus need to understand that these are students who come from faraway places, and it would be great if universities can assign a buddy, like we do at Symbiosis, a buddy system where one Indian student gets attached to a foreign student, so that the foreign student journey, at least during the entry, when they come into the university, when they come into the new city, is much smoother than otherwise. Because sometimes, coming to a foreign campus or a foreign university campus becomes like a cultural shock for that foreign student, and he may want to run away. The third is sensitizing the citizens of that city. In Pune, when Dr. Muzumdar, the founder of Symbiosis, started Symbiosis, Pune citizens were averse to students who came typically from African countries. They did not like Black African students staying in their complexes or, even roaming around on their streets or sitting in the buses. So, there was an apathy towards these African students. And whereas the education provided by Ferguson College or Film Institute of India or any other college in Pune University was great, but still African students felt uncomfortable, so much so that they wanted to run back. And therefore, I think sensitizing our own citizens of the city to the needs and demands of foreign students is very important. And I think universities also have to play a role in doing this. So having attracted foreign students or having foreign students, you also have to change some of the infrastructure of your campuses, whether it is, hostel rooms where maybe some pantry has to be provided, or cafeterias that serve some kind of cuisine other than Indian cuisine. Because again, these are soft things that also are important other than, the teaching and education in classrooms. This is about the experience of foreign students, and this experience, good experience that they carry back, to their home countries will bring in more and more foreign students from that country. So we treat at Symbiosis, we treat foreign students as our unofficial ambassadors of goodwill. The second thing is about boards of sustainable partnerships. Partnerships, as just now Balwinder ji spoke about, and even Pankaj said that Pune University or Amity University has several partnerships. So also with Symbiosis International University that has collaborations with several, almost 80 plus universities. But how many of them are active partnerships? That is what we need to check. Because MOUs signed on papers makes no sense. It's best not to sign MOUs, not to officially collaborate, but begin the collaborations either through student exchange or faculty exchange. And I think faculty are the best people to start the collaborations, from, which means that there should be a bottoms-up approach than a top-down approach for internationalization. And for sustainable partnerships, it is very, very critical that faculty-to-faculty interaction between two universities, Indian and foreign, happens. Only then there will be successful partnerships. These partnerships could be teaching partnerships like COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning, or for that matter, research partnerships, which is many of us see a lot of research partnerships happening now, Government of India supporting Spark schemes, etc. The next point is, of course, about role of internationalization in world-class universities. As I said earlier, all these 4 points are integrated. If you really want our universities to become world-class, then internationalization is one of the parameters that is very, very strongly used even in rankings. You look at the inbound number of students that come in, how many of our students get to go abroad. It is equally important that our Indian students get to go abroad, and it should not be just the elite students who come from upper classes that get to travel abroad, but the universities should have some funds, like we have at Symbiosis, a global immersion fund, where talented Indian students who cannot afford to go abroad for a semester exchange or for a short duration are supported by the university to go abroad, because the more the experience, global experience that our Indian students get is as important as what foreign students get when they come to India. And this is again held as one of the parameters of rankings. Sorry. Likewise, faculty exchange, whether it is for research or for teaching. Like at Symbiosis, we do a lot of collaborative online international learning. We do a lot of co-teaching, also virtual teaching, where two students from different regions of the world sit together in a class, and two faculty members from different regions of the world teach a particular subject. And this is one of the most enjoyable experiences to both students as well as faculty. And this teaching then leads to further enhancement of joint research. As I said, whether it is through government funded schemes or even internal funding that the university can provide. And all this will then lead to actually the university coming into rankings, because the research obviously increases, the number of publications increases. Likewise, the internationalization process helps in faculty and student mobility. And therefore, obviously, this leads to your university at least getting into some rankings of QS or Times Higher Education, and therefore climbing up the ladder to becoming world-class universities. So I'll stop here and then maybe add on to the further.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya Ayurvedakar. The second speaker will be Professor C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor of OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Association of Indian Universities, as well as the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, the dynamic leadership of the President and the Secretary General of the AIU, and of course, the founder and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology for really hosting a truly remarkable, massive conference of this magnitude. I also want to recognize the presence of two of our distinguished chairpersons, Dr. Shukla as well as Dr. Pandit. This session is obviously a very important session for a number of reasons. First of all, I think if there's one aspect where there is a higher degree of consensus, both with regard to regulatory bodies, government, as well as stakeholders, including universities, is the need for promoting internationalization. And here, I don't plan to talk about the entry of foreign universities in India, but the 4 aspects of internationalization that has been outlined by the organizers for us to reflect upon. But I must begin by saying that there is a very important threshold challenge with regard to internationalization, and there is no better forum than this to talk about it. India has 1,000 universities, and I believe more than half of the vice chancellors are present here. The less talked about aspect of challenge of internationalization is the fact that any form of internationalization requires substantial resources. And I'm not talking about internationalization at home or virtual classrooms and things like that. The idea of internationalization in which involves somebody taking a plane to some other country or and doing something physically in another place, or somebody taking a plane and coming here. So the question that we have before us is that to what extent we can make internationalization more democratic, more inclusive, more accessible is a challenge that we need to ask for the larger Indian higher education institutions. Let me quickly identify some of the important issues in these 4 sub-themes. First sub-theme is experience of hosting international students on the campus. Dr. Yabdekar had identified some of those issues. The most important part of this challenge is that to what extent a university has bandwidth to promote internationalization is a very serious question. The reality is, while we can be happy about the numbers that we have, approximately 50,000 international students are in India, but India is not seen as a destination for higher education. There are very many countries. Australia is a good example. We have Matthew here, and he can tell you how Australia became a global destination for higher education. The data shows for itself, United States and Europe, UK, of course, Australia, New Zealand, and even a country like China, for the last 3 decades have systematically developed an ecosystem which will attract international students. And that's something that we need to do. There are, of course, pockets of institutions which does have very strong internationalization. But my larger question and concern remains that how do we make a far greater number of Indian institutions to have that ecosystem to host international students? This has a direct bearing on issues that are connected to curriculum and course structure and credit transfers and pedagogy and ability to have English language courses to be taught at the highest level and the quality of faculty. All those things have a bearing on it. But there are also non-academic aspects such as safety and security and well-being of international students, and also a very active, international office, which is also one of the things that we plan to talk about. All these things are so critical. But an equally important aspect is the question of something that we should talk loud here is the issue of visas as well as FRRO registration. For all of us who host international students and international faculty, we can be candid in saying that the nightmarish part of hosting international students and international faculty is the complex and labyrinth procedures that are involved in both obtaining visas within the time frame and to have a very viable FRRO registration process. Despite numerous efforts, this remains a very, very challenging task, and we need to do something about it. Since there are only a few minutes, I want to quickly talk about sustainable international partnerships. Now, this is such an important issue because, what ends up happening today, especially with regard to developed countries, is that a large number of Indian students are keen to go for student exchange programs, and that's the case with almost every Indian university who wants to do it. But unfortunately, an equal number of students are not prepared to come from those countries. So we need to become imaginative, more creative for it to become sustainable. One of the ways by which we can, because there is a reluctance on the part of international students to come and spend a semester in India, while Indian students are happy to do that. Part of the way by which it can be resolved is to promote short-term India immersion programs, something that few institutions have tried and it has worked out well. We really need to think in terms of the changing dimensions of internationalization that is happening, in which more and more students, especially from the United States and Canada and other parts of the Western world, are graduating with significant amounts of debt. Their ability to travel internationally compromises their ability to pursue internships and in that process prepare them for jobs. So the luxury of a one semester or more type of international experiences, something that used to be the case before, is no longer there. So then we in India and Indian universities need to prepare for reimagining internationalization. The third aspect is something that we all know, which is that there is a very strong case for having a comprehensive international office, which essentially is involved in looking at international partnerships. Now, here I want to say that most of our institutions are naturally obsessed with the West, especially the developed world. But I would strongly encourage many of our universities to look east, including countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea, Taipei, of course, Cambodia, and Vietnam. These countries are ready and willing and are actively engaged and wanting to work with India. The affordability factor is something that can be met much easily in these countries. Of course, there is a mindset problem in India, whereby Indian parents are keen to send their kids mostly to US and Europe and UK and other parts of the Western world, as opposed to Southeast Asia, let alone Middle East, Africa, and Latin America. The fourth aspect, and I want to spend a couple of minutes on that, is that role of internationalization in building world-class universities. Now, this is so important because universities are intrinsically international institutions. The remarkable thing about any university is that it is expected to transcend all boundaries. Universality is part of its intrinsic DNA. So internationalization ought to come for it quite naturally, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Till recently, most Indian institutions will not have been in a position to hire faculty members, and that has, of course, changed in more recent times. We are very fortunate from the very beginning. We called ourselves O.P. Jindal Global University, but we also decided very early on that we'll be recruiting international faculty. So I'm happy to report to all of you that we have over 1,100 full-time faculty members, and they come from 49 countries in the world. These people who come from 49 countries in the world are full-time faculty members who live and work in Sonipat, Haryana. And you can imagine the extraordinary efforts that we as an institution need to do with a view to attracting them, but more importantly, to go through the process of visas and FRRO process, but also to create an institutional ecosystem on campus that will enable them to live and work and enjoy their experience. We have 10,000 plus students, and they come from 45 countries in the world, and the same thing holds true for them as well. So in a way, the point I want to draw is that if you are expecting to be a world-class university, if your aspiration is to promote a world-class education, then it is important for Indian students to be part of an international ecosystem in which they are able to meet, interact, engage, and study, work, live with students from different parts of the world. I, of course, did 2 degrees from India, Loyola College Madras and University of Delhi. Loyola College Madras was entirely, at best at that time, from Tamil Nadu and southern parts of Tamil Nadu. I hardly met anybody outside Tamil Nadu. When I came to Delhi University, for the first time, I met students from across India, very few students from abroad, although there were a few students. But then my first exposure to a large number of international students was when I studied at Oxford and Harvard. And I can tell you that in Oxford and Harvard, in both those institutions, my class had 150 students at Harvard, and they were from 84 countries in the world. I met for the first time people from countries who had simply did not even know they existed in that sense. So, that enormously, opened up my mind and appreciated different cultures and the extraordinary diversity and complexity of the world that which we live in. So in some ways, we need to do more to promote internationalization. But one of the things that we need to argue vociferously, and hopefully with AIU support, is to develop more flexible and easy visa procedures and processes so that the students and faculty who come to India are made to feel more welcome. An equally important part of it is that India should be promoted as a global destination for higher education. I think this is something that people don't realize, that we are able to provide reasonably good quality education at a significantly low price. India is a global leader for frugal innovation. And the fact that we only spent $75 million for a successful mission to Mars, while the Hollywood movie Gravity had to spend over $100 million. This is a good example of what India can do and provide leadership in frugal innovation. And in that process, make international opportunities available for a large number of students from other parts of the world to come and study in India for a very, very low cost compared to any other developed society. So with those words, I want to once again thank AIU and USTM for this opportunity. And I look forward to taking some questions. I need to rush at 4 o'clock, but I'll remain here till then. Thank you.
I thank you, Professor Rajkumar. Professor Kalpan Trivedi, Vice Provost for Global Affairs and Director, International Programs Office, University of Massachusetts, Amherst.
A very good morning to all of you. It's rather dark and early here on the East Coast of the United States, so good afternoon to you where you are. I think my computer is unfortunately as bleary-eyed as I am, and I can't seem to get my virtual background to work. So you have to gaze upon my home office / kitchen while I talk to you this morning. I've been really excited to hear some of the things that have been said by my fellow panelists, particularly as regards the development of sustainable partnerships, some of the practical governmental implications around how do you think about a national strategy for marketing a destination, for removing the roadblocks from visas and so on. And so I'm very happy and delighted to be able to address the AIU conference today about thinking about the role that campus international offices have to play in making some of these things a concrete reality. I'm trying to condense my thoughts a little bit as we have about 7 minutes. And I hope I'll be both coherent and succinct at the same time. So I like to think about sort of campus international offices in sort of 3 buckets. One is to be thinking around what is their remit, right? What responsibility is the campus international office being given? And the most successful international offices are the ones that are the most comprehensive. In other words, don't give them just a piece of the work, but allow them to be over both sort of the international student enterprise, but also your students who are seeking international experiences, internationalization of the curriculum, the administration of faculty international opportunities, the creation, nurturing of sustainable partnerships. A sustainable international operation requires a comprehensive international operation. So be very thoughtful, I think, as leaders of universities yourself, in terms of bringing together all of these different roles under one comprehensive international office. So in addition to the responsibility, I would say the second piece that I like to think about is the reporting, which is to say, what is the structure of your international office and where are you going to put it? Oftentimes, I think we see that the international offices that are not very successful at promoting their campuses' objectives at international activities and partnerships are the ones that are, to use a sort of sports analogy, buried in the depth chart a little bit. So you want your director of international office and your international office to sit prominently within the campus's administrative infrastructure. So for instance, as a vice provost, I report directly to the vice chancellor for academic affairs, which is in the senior level administration of the university. And I think that's where you want to have your international office be placed, as one of the primary reporting units to the leadership of the university. This will give the director or the head of your international office, whatever title you decide to give them, the visibility and also, I think, the bully pulpit that they need to be talking on an equal footing with deans and heads of other units. If the international office is perceived as not having that support from senior leadership, as not having that direct access to senior leadership, then it's often difficult for the international office to meet its goals, to meet the campus's goals, really, because they're not able to speak with the authority of the vice chancellor. They're not able to speak with the authority of the senior leadership. So in addition to sort of the responsibilities that I mentioned, sort of the first bucket that I like to think about, the reporting structure, the second bucket, I think is equally important to create a successful international office. The third bucket I would mention is the resources for the international office. So if you're going to have a comprehensive international office that does a lot of things, you need to resource it appropriately, give it the correct sort of funding lines, give it the correct amount of resources that it needs, both to do the work on campus, but also to be part of the professional community that the international offices and international officers around the world are a part of. You want them to have the appropriate number of staff. You want them to have access to the right data systems. You want them to have the right kinds of equipment, but you also want them to be able to have the resources to fund on-campus initiatives that can catalyze and that can encourage international participation and partnership. So in other words, if you're looking to get more students overseas from India, and our first speaker talked about how we don't really only want elite students to participate in study abroad opportunities. And I think that's as much a concern in the US or in other parts of the world as it is in India. Then you want to make sure that your international office has the opportunity to subsidize these amazing transformative opportunities for your students by creating a pot of money that they can use for scholarships. You want the international office to have some money that it can use with faculty to give them short-term travel grants, to enable them to visit foreign partners, to develop agreements, to develop articulation arrangements of courses, of course structures. So your international office needs those resources to be able to do the work effectively that you want it to do. And equally, it's important, I think, it needs resources for its own development and professional development. You want your staff, and particularly your senior level folks in the international office, to be engaged with international bodies like NAFSA or the API, the association, the Asia Pacific Association of International Education, which just had its very successful conference in Bangkok last week, to be able to go to these conferences, to have conversations with colleagues, to have, to be able to attend courses, look at sort of opportunities for upskilling. And without those resources, again, you'd be sort of hobbling the international office in terms of how you would want it to perform. I was going to spend, I'm at already about 6.5 minutes here, and I think our chairperson mentioned 7 minutes. So I'm just going to wrap up very quickly by saying one last thing, which is make sure that you, as you're putting your international office together, there's often a temptation to sort of put a famous faculty member or a previous dean in charge of the international office. And I would say resist that urge and look for a practitioner. Look for someone who is active in international circles, who's done a lot of travel, who's built a lot of partnerships, and who's built sustainable partnerships, not just MOUs that they have signed, but that they have a track record of having done the work. That is the right person to lead your international office. And I'll just stop there in the interest of time, and happy to take questions as things develop.
Thank you, Professor Trivedi. I now request Mr. Matthew Johnston, Minister Counselor, South Asia, Australian Government, Australian High Commission, India.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon and good morning to our colleague there in the United States. Let me please open by saying what a great pleasure and privilege it is to be here today in Meghalaya and to be here with these esteemed panelists. I feel very humbled to be among you all and very happy to be here and to be on a panel with such eminent minds here in India. I'm only going to focus on two of the subtopics listed for discussion in this session, and probably one of them more than the other. The reason for that is I'm a government official. I'm an education diplomat that works at the Australian High Commission. Australia is a little bit unusual in our diplomatic footprint abroad in that we send from line agencies or departments like education or agriculture or others, diplomats abroad. So we are specialists. We focus, we live and breathe education. And in my role, we live and breathe internationalization. So when I want to talk today about modes for sustainable partnerships, what is a sustainable partnership? How do you know your partnership is sustainable? And what kind of tools could you put in place to maybe monitor these things and really take those partnerships to a deeper level? These are just some reflections from my position in a government body. And I'll touch a little bit on the role of internationalization in creating high quality higher education. I'm going to talk about this from the perspective of government. So Australia and India are strategic partners across all aspects of our relationship together, our diplomatic relationship, whether that be trade, economics, political, everything. I like to say that education is the key part of that, and I do believe that it is because it really drives our people-to-people connections. And as Dr. Vidya was talking about before, those alumni and those stories between students and families and those experiences are the things that really make a difference in terms of building up your international student cohort. But in particular in education, we have quite a well-established and comprehensive bilateral policy architecture, to use the jargon, between the governments of Australia and India. We have a bilateral ministerial forum focused on education and skilling. This has been in place for over 10 years. We have recently concluded a comprehensive, mutually beneficial and equal qualifications recognition agreement for all levels of qualification, both in Australia and India, regardless of the university. As long as the university in either Australia or India or vocational college or other college is regulated by each of those countries' appropriate regulator, we are, both governments, encouraging our institutions to recognise these qualifications. Why is this important? Well, this is important for mobility, not just for Indian students coming to Australia, but as Professor Kumar said, there are a significant number that do want to study with Australian universities. But it also makes easier that connection for diaspora, for second generation Indian students who want to come back and get an experience of Indian culture, really driving Australian students to think about India as a partnership for their qualification. We recently hosted my Minister Jason Clare, here in India. He met with his counterpart, and to say that their relationship is warm and a friendship is underdone, I think, and understated. All of these things are really important because it signals to institutions that the governments of both of our countries, particularly with regards to education, see value in collaborating, see value in genuine partnerships that are deep, and we can put in place tools and mechanisms like qualifications recognition and a number of other tools to help support the higher education institutions of both countries to partner with each other and to internationalize. So what does a sustainable partnership look like? I was really thinking about this and sort of thinking about some of those quite successful partnerships that exist between universities of both of our countries, and trying to think about, well, what aspects of those really make them successful and sustainable and long-term. For me, my concept of a sustainable and successful partnership is one that is deep and that is multifaceted. It might be faculty and student exchange, but it may also be coupled with that, commencement of or deepening of research collaboration. It may be opportunities for delivering guest lectures through blended mode. The NEP is opening up opportunities for dual and joint programs. Some of these sorts of things are deepening the relationship, and that deepening of relationship between institutions, I think, is what makes these partnerships sustainable and give you platforms to do more and to do more align with both countries' strategies, but also your institutional strategies. For me, I think for Australia, and in terms of Professor Kumar's point about the evolution of Australia's attractiveness as an international destination for students, it is about putting the student at the centre. Having partnerships that are actually about the student, that are giving students the opportunities they want, And we know what students want in both countries due to the NARC survey, due to our own regulatory surveys in Australia. You know, they want practical experience, they want relevant qualifications for employability. They want to give them opportunities to become global citizens and to do multiple things with their lives over time. So really focusing in on, well, what does the student want, and putting the student at the center, I think is one way of determining whether a partnership will be sustainable. Because ultimately, when you execute an MOU or some sort of arrangement, if students don't come, you have to kind of ask yourself, why is it happening? So I think something like that, thinking about the student at the core of what you're doing in your partnerships really makes a difference. And our regulatory system in Australia for international students, which is one of the things that makes us attractive as a destination, really puts the student at the center. We're one of the only countries in the world with consumer protections for students who want to come and study with us. And we're one of the only countries in the world with federal government legislation that is enacted by regulators and by complaint handling bodies to protect students' interests and safety. So that's sort of adding to what the speakers have already been talking about in terms of that experience for students on your campus. Government has a role to play in stimulating some of these things, as some of our panelists have already said. I might just touch on quickly some of the more practical elements you can look at in terms of sustainable partnerships. Our regulator, TEXA, which would be the equivalent for UGC and AICTE, publishes a toolkit on transnational education. It's very Australia-centric and it's very, focused on that content. But I was looking at it before, and it has a life cycle for agreements, for review points, for that partners can use together to judge whether something has been successful. Building in some of these feedback loops, setting yourself very concrete KPIs, and maybe even starting small and having small wins as you move along with your partnerships are the things that could help with making a partnership sustainable. Having fewer partnerships that are deeper, as I said earlier, is another way of making something more sustainable and focused between institutions. And being very specific on the purpose of the partnership, I think, is also really key. The other thing that I think is really useful to think about in internationalization are what are the tools we use for internationalization. So we've talked a bit about the internationalization of curriculum. There are very good tools and methodologies, some by some very eminent Australian academics, if I can plug my country, who have developed a really good practical framework for how you do internationalization of the curriculum. Ultimately, what we want to see in terms of our bilateral government engagement here in India, and what we encourage Australian universities to do, is to translate and to establish partnerships that internationalize curriculum both ways. Because there's been a number of studies which show that internationalized curriculum enhances student experience and increases the quality of higher education systems. We very much saw that in Australia, which I think you could say initially, the international education sector developed somewhat organically to the point where then a number of big things changed that also enhanced the experience for Australian domestic students as well. The implementation of some of our regulators more than sort of 15 or so, 20 years ago, I think is one such example that really has increased and embedded and helped to bed down internationalization in everyday curriculum for students. So in summary, what are the sorts of things I think that really matter in terms of driving internationalization for higher quality, but also sustainable partnerships? In our experience, in the Australia-India experience, government-to-government relationships and focus does work and helps clear away barriers for institutional collaboration. Secondly, institutional collaboration and institutions should be supported with tools and evidence to really evaluate their partnerships and to feel emboldened to be creative and innovative with your partnerships for the benefit of students. So this is my thoughts on these two key areas of the topic. I could probably talk much longer, and I'm sticking around tonight, so happy to have conversations with those of you who are here as well, because this is a real passion of mine. And so thank you very much for the opportunity to address you all. Thank you, AIU, for the invitation.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask the organizers, how much more time do we have? Interaction, and then we can conclude, right? Okay. Yes, sir. Please hand the mic to.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Matthew. Congratulations. The mutual recognition of Indian and Australian degrees really means a lot. And just a few days back, the Australian Education Minister in Parliament responded to the question as to how significant this Indo-Australian relationship agreement was. The only area of concern that I have is this mutual recognition of degrees is restricted to non-professional programs. Engineering, medicine, and law is outside the ambit of this mutual recognition. I can understand law and medicine requires more a geographical context because of the nature of subject it is as a profession. But what are the challenges that you see, and how do we overcome to make sure that engineering degrees also are mutually recognized between India and Australia, considering the fact that even the degree programs in Australia, 35% of the students studying in Australia are international students. So as Raj said, it's globally, that's the largest proportion of international students studying in an international soil. Maximum is in Australia. So my name is Vaidya Subramaniam. I am from Shastra University.
Yeah. Are you going to respond? Yeah. Madam, this is Professor Nagaraju. AIU. Be feeling that 6.5 minutes or 7 minutes is too short for what they want to express from that side, and from this side we feel that we haven't had enough from the panel. So I think maybe a look at the panels could be. Yeah. Second thing is, right in the morning, the president told about level playing fields, and now Professor Rajkumar told about threshold challenges. Two particular factors which could be discussed is when we are talking about experience of handholding about the foreign students and all that, only few universities in India, particularly those situated in the metros, have that experience. Second, the resource centers that a university should have. How many universities can afford to have that kind of resources where they can take whatever problems they have with regard to the foreign students? The third one is curriculum. I think our guest from Australia has said about the curriculum, internationalization of curriculum. How many universities in India have that kind of openness as far as curriculum is concerned, which is at the level of international? Thank you. Thank you very much.
I am Vishnukant from Rural University, Gadag. My question is regarding the parity of skill qualification framework which has been done in India, but that has been done in Australia. What about other countries to have an effective international engagement? Thank you.
So, very good afternoon to everyone present over here. I am Doipayon, an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science at USTM here. So I have a short comment followed by a question which is open to anyone on the dais. So Professor Rajkumar was talking about the role of student visas and the role of the Foreign Regional Registration Organization, the FROs, in promoting the internationalization of education. So I think as a university lecturer myself, it's fair enough to say that a free and liberal ecosystem is conducive to promote any modes of internationalism of education. So my question is, how much of safety nets do you think should be there for the foreign students who come to study over here? So by safety nets, what do I mean? So just a small context. I think it was way back in 2020 when I was still an MPhil research scholar at Jadavpur University, that one Polish student, he was Kamil Sidinski, who was studying at the Department of Comparative Literature. He was sent a letter by the Home Ministry to leave the country within 15 days when it was discovered that he was covering the anti-CAA protest which was going on in Kolkata at that point of time. Similarly, one day ago, there was one more news of a student at, I think, Bangladeshi student at the Vishwabharati University in West Bengal, when he also received the same letter from the FRRO, from the Home Ministry, to leave the country in a week. So just your comments on this, on the safety nets.
Madam.
Thank you so
Madam,
much.
Madam, Madam, sorry, here. Madam, I know the time is less. My question will be very short. Myself, Dr. Bindesh, I'm from PP Sawan University, Surat, Gujarat. My question is, Madam, as a Make in India, can we run a campaign like a Study in India? As of now, campaign is there, Study in India program is there, but that is only for top 100 NIF university and everything. Can AIU and other government bodies can join together and can a plan Study in India campaign over the countries so that we can attract the students for the other universities as well? Thank you.
All right, I will try to answer a few things, not all. To answer the question about the visa cancellation, I should tell you this, that whether it is Indian students or international students, they are expected to follow the law. So even if Indian students, if they go abroad and if they are undertaking any activities that is in violation of the law, that country's legal system will respond. So if foreign students, so there is an obligation on the part of the institution to make these foreign students become familiar broadly with the law of the land, and they should be having an informed understanding as to what they can do and what they cannot do. Because if they do end up violating the law, naturally that hosting foreign students doesn't mean that we are somehow going to protect them from their activities if it is not in conformity to the law. Rule of law should prevail. To answer your question, I entirely agree with you. I mean, we have not promoted India as a destination for education. Individual universities, I mean, the story of Dr. Pandit and Pune University is a complete outlier in the Indian landscape of higher education. Kudos to her and the people who did that. But the general trends are that India is not seen as a destination for higher education. And there is some limit on that. STEM areas, some engineering students and others, they might come here. We need to promote it in a very big manner, and those type of programs are essential. Talking about responding to your question, sir, resource is always a problem, and I started my response or reflections on the basis of that. But at the same time, we need to push the boundaries and start thinking about different forms of internationalization. I mean, one of the things that I will say, even we are guilty, is that we have not promoted internationalization in South Asia, for example. I mean, think about the possibility for, say, Indian students to go and spend time in Nepal and Bhutan and in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and, the whole South Asian periphery. A lot of amazing experiences can be gathered with a relatively significantly lesser cost. We need to, in principle, recognize the positivity associated with internationalization and be imaginative as far as resources are concerned. That's it.
Thank you very much for your question about the mutual recognition agreement. And of course, you picked the area where the agreement where it doesn't cover. I think it's to say that professional qualifications are outside the agreement is not quite right. Main reasons for it, particularly in the professions you mentioned, is because professional bodies regulate admission to those careers and to those professions. So that's why. The agreement was really focusing on all of the academic qualifications as at least the first step. But I agree with you, being able to get our professional bodies between Australia and India to work more closely together to actually properly recognise in a more streamlined way is definitely an ambition of ours. And let's see whether the next phase of free trade agreement talks between Australia and India can try and tackle this. Certainly, I would like to see some movement in that regard. But I think this is a really good and significant first step. And it really recognises a maturity in the relationship between both countries and both countries' education systems, that we are now mutually and equally agreeing each other's qualifications from everything of a certificate up to PhD. So it's a really good first step, but agree there's still more work to do, but I think we have some opportunities to try and influence that. There was a question over here just with regards to the NSQF, the National Higher Education Qualifications Framework. Thank you, sir. And then the Australian Qualifications Framework. Absolutely. These things are critical, and it's why the government-to-government work that Australia and India invests in makes it simpler for internationalization to occur, because when we understand each other's systems better, we can design curriculum, we can design degree programs, we can do twinning, joint and dual degrees in a much more safe and trustworthy way, because both systems and both countries understand each other. And it's why, deliberately why, the Australian government sends specialized expert education diplomats and others to its overseas missions all around the world. And the other sort of reflection I might just offer to some of the things that Professor Kumar and others picked up on, internationalization does require investment. So in terms of the gentleman's question about study in India, making India and those kind of campaigns, there's a range of things that you have to really put in place. And I'm sure Mam can talk about it in terms of her experience that work. And it does require investment. It requires investment from institutions, and it does require investment from governments. And our government doesn't rest on its laurels. It consistently reviews policy settings on our international education system. We are constantly investing in innovation. So we're running some pilots between Australia and India and other countries in Southeast Asia, primarily focused on, well, what's next in internationalization? How do you properly, to the comments this morning, integrate work, integrated learning, internships, experiential learning? How do we credential it? You know, India's ahead of the game in terms of its unified credit framework and all of these things. So we're really, you know, we're looking at some of these, well, what are the next innovations that we can kind of do? And so my kind of reflection would be from a government, but also on behalf of Australian institutions, is you're constantly reviewing, you're constantly kind of thinking about it, and it does require a bit of an investment.
Thank you, Matthew. And ma'am, you want a few minutes? Okay.
Yeah. The couple of points, I think all the speakers have given very important points. I know there are a lot of issues with the internationalization, but every university is doing something or other. I think the suggestions which have come from the audience are also very important. And the one that the recognition of education qualification are important, but with that also it's important how we do the credit equivalence for the credit transfer. And if we are really having the student exchange and we're doing the, transferring the credit, that's very important. And I understand the AIU is working on this area, and I think that will help in big way to all the Indian universities. I think one thing which can be started, because every university cannot set up the international offices to start with. Maybe those universities who are very good, the international office or the international collaborations, maybe the Indian universities can collaborate with the other Indian universities for giving maybe the study abroad experience, or the 3-continent experience, or in the global immersion program, which are the shorter duration, or hosting the international students under the India immersion programs. So at least, that can be worked out. We have been inviting the students from the different countries under the India immersion program, where they're coming only for 3 weeks to 4 weeks, visit the various cities and the universities. So maybe there's something like that. Maybe the AIU can initiate with those universities who are already doing the internationalization big way, so that other universities in those areas can have this experience. Then they can set up their offices, because now with the NEP 2020, and where we are talking about the joint degrees, we are training programs, and I think that also can be worked out in a way that some part of the study the student can do in India, and then they go for the remaining part and they earn the degree from both the universities. And this can be done very successfully if the curriculum mapping has been done properly and the agreement has been done between the universities. I just share you only the 2 examples that for last 10 years we have been doing with the Florida State universities. that 7 semesters students do in India, and 8 semester they do in Florida State University for their dissertation on the major project. And while they are doing their major project, they do all the few courses of the Florida State University. Straight away they get the admission into their second year of master's program, where that we do the credit transfer for our BTech program and students get the BTech program. So there are the possibilities which can be worked out. So maybe the Indian university need to partner, and see that how their curriculums are matching, and then they can take the support. And I think the study in India campaign, I think is really, really needed, because we have not marketed India as a collaboratively as a destination for the higher education that is needed. The most important when you are hosting the international students, it's become that how you really take care of the cultural issues, their needs. I think that's where the faculty mentors play a very important role. Like our international affairs department, we have got around 30 people in the international affairs department. In addition to each institution, we have the internationalization coordinator, which meet the students almost every week. And then we have the mentors on every month. They check the review, that their progress, how they are doing in academics. And otherwise, what happens, because their English language is weak, sometimes they really lag behind in the class. And how you ensure that in end period, the student, they get the degree. Now issues coming, like we had a large number of students from Afghanistan, and the moment the diplomatic ties got broken, getting the visa is very, very difficult. We could make the offer to them to study in our Dubai campus, but many students are stuck. So how those really students can complete the degree, having the regular degree, because you cannot have the 100% now in this time to, to have the online. So there the challenges are faced. So we are finding the way and solution, how those students, though they have not come to the India, how they can get the degrees. Those challenges will be faced, but I think the universities need to innovate and seek the support wherever the government bodies can recognize, especially in such cases, if they, the education is delivered online, but that can be recognized. So I think this is a great opportunity for the internationalization, for research, academics, and student exchange, but the efforts need to be made by all universities. Thank you.
I would like to thank the President and the Secretary of AIU and USTM, because you would see better off when it comes to international students than the state universities, either the central or the state. I represent a premier central university, and the problem for us is at the philosophical level, India is very universal, Matthew. We have Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We say the world is a family, and we say Atiti Devo Bhava. That is, the guest is next to God. But the problem comes when we have to implement it. And the problem is universities like Jadavpur or JNU or others who are on the top, the JJ. We have usually problems is faculty in India, our intellectuals are very, very independent, very autonomous. Let me tell you, a university like JNU, we have a lot of international programs taking place, but the attitude of state and central universities has been that they should come to us. Why should we go to them? And also Indian attitude is no publicity. Do anything, but do it quietly. So this also goes against a culture that we have to change, where we have to put our best foot forward, or we have to learn how to market ourselves. I don't think we are very good at it. And this is something that creates problem. The ICCR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, gives a lot of scholarships, brings students from especially the developing countries, and they send them to the different universities, and they pay all their fees and everything. The other major problem is we don't even publicize what we have. Like, for example, JNU is the only university that teaches 23 foreign languages. And these are from corpuses given by foreign governments. The Indian government doesn't give anything to it. It is done by the Greek government, or now the latest is the Malaysian, Bhasha Malaysia has come in. The other is the area studies. And the question of credit transfer, most of you have raised. We have had for the last 35 years a semester abroad program in JNU, and credits are transferred because we have a bilateral agreement, and Jawaharlal Nehru University has been following the American system of credits from 1969. So in our university, the chairpersons and the deans are more powerful than the vice chancellor. So you can understand, but our problem is infrastructure. Let's say I want to build something new. So we have to now look towards private sector, which we are doing, and also public-private collaboration, and maybe an alumni fund, which is what we are looking at. So we have to, because government has its limitations in giving us, because our fees are minuscule. See, in India, we have problems of how to get all Indians together. Forget going abroad. We are a continent by ourselves. I come from the state of Tamil Nadu. When I came to JNU, it was a new experience for me. So you have that level at the national level itself. We have to break a lot of walls that we have created, because I come from the state of Maharashtra, where you have literally most of the Pune University does not give any seats to candidates outside the state of Maharashtra. Maximum is given to Pune University area itself, followed by other universities within Maharashtra. So, and we also need 15% over and above the Indian quota. Like private universities, we don't have only STEM subjects. Public universities need to do all the subjects which are not even feasible. Like I have to run a women's studies program, I have to run sociology, political science, I have to learn all languages. So if you see, it's not like private universities where they just go where the money is. We have to go where students want to come, and 80% of the students come to humanities, social sciences, and languages. So being a government that is a democracy, we have to first see how we uplift our own people and get them approved. And JNU has a fees of 10 and 20 rupees, which is as good as free. And running JNU is totally on the central government's, money that we get. So it's a totally not even a level playing ground in India. So I think Suranjan Da will agree with me. He's Jadavpur and I'm JNU. Despite all these two universities are doing fantastically well. So I think we beat all the private universities. I'm sorry, I'm a proud JNUite, and Jadavpur I know, and I think we are doing enormously well. We are the only university to produce 2 Nobel Prize winners in economics. I challenge you, equal us. And the Presidency College of Chennai, which produced 2 Physics Nobel Prize winners, all government institutions. So let's not run down the work that the Indian government has done for education. They have done a lot, I agree. There is a lot more to do. But I think we have done phenomenally well than all countries of South Asia. And I'm very proud of that. And I think that is because of the Indic civilization and the spirit of assimilation, of celebrating cultural diversity. So I will end with my formula of the 6 Ds that JNU follows: development, democracy, difference, dissent, diversity, and dialogue. And I think that symbolizes JNU. And recently our education minister said, if Jadavpur and JNU exists, there is democracy in India. Thank you so much, and thank you all. And I thank both USTM for the fantastic hospitality and AIU for giving us an opportunity to come together and discuss. Thank you once again. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you. The chairperson of this session, Professor Santishri Dhulipudi Pandit, Vice Chancellor, JNU. Co-chairperson, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Noida. The speakers, Dr. Vidya Yadvedkar, Pro-Chancellor, Symbiosis International, who had joined us online. Mr. Matthew Johnson, Minister Counselor, Australian High Commission, India. Professor Kalpan Trivedi, Vice Provost, Global Affairs and Director, IPO, University Online, who had joined us online. And Professor C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, OP Jindal Global University, Sonipat. for chairing the panelists. Thank you, everyone. And we will now begin with the next session. Thank you, everyone, and the panel. We now begin with a session on promotion of Indian languages and entrepreneurship initiatives in India. The National Education Policy 2020 recommended for the medium of instructions be in the home language, mother tongue, local language up to at least class 5 and preferably up to class 8 wherever possible. The policy also provides for making available high quality textbooks in their home language, mother tongue, and encouraging teachers to use a bilingual approach while teaching. In addition to this, it provides for more higher educational institutions and more programs in higher education to use the mother tongue local language as a medium of instruction and offer programs bilingually in a push for the government's efforts to promote indigenous languages. And Indian Knowledge System has set aside 300.7 crores for the national institutions for the promotion of Indian language. It is an increase of 20% from 2022-23 and 70% from 2021-22 for the promotion of Indian language and has doubled the fund for the IKS scheme. The world celebrates Entrepreneurship Day on 21st August. It is celebrated to mark the achievement and efforts of the entrepreneurs who work diligently and innovatively and shows paths to others. There is a memento to celebrate the Entrepreneurship Day on 21st August 2023. This session will be talking on initiatives related to entrepreneurship and Rozgar Srijan Kendra. May I now request the speakers for the session on promotion of Indian language and entrepreneurship initiatives India, Professor Chammu Krishna Shastri, Chairman, Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti Ministry of Education, Government of India, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, Professor R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Chaudhary Bansilal University, and Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, to kindly come over to the dais. May I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor G.D. Sharma, Sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Chammu Krishna Shastri, Chairman, Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Professor R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Chaudhary Bansilal University, Bhiwani. And Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University. Before we begin the session, a brief introduction. Professor Chamu Krishna Shastri is the chairman of Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, a high-part committee of Government of India for the promotion of Indian languages. He is an Indian educationist who has been working for the revival of Sanskrit language. He is a trustee and secretary of the Sanskrit Promotion Foundation and co-founder of Samskrita Bharati. He is one of the founders of the Speak Sanskrit movement and has inspired thousands of volunteers to learn and teach Sanskrit through Sambhashana Shibiram. He had been a member of the Grant and Aid Committee, Government of India, and associated with NCERT, CBSE, and various state boards in connection with Sanskrit education. Professor Nageshwar Rao is Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. Earlier, he was the Vice Chancellor of Uttarakhand Open University, Haldwani, Kumaon University, Nainital, Uttar Pradesh, Rajashri Tandon Open University, Director and Dean of Faculty of Management Studies, Vikram University, Ujjain. Professor Rao is also holding the additional charge of Director, Central Hindi Directorate, New Delhi. He was professor in Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Business Management, Vikram University, Ujjain. He was conferred with the fellow at the Commonwealth of Learning Canada in Scotland and also conferred with honoris causa by K.K. Handik Open University, Guwahati. Professor R.K. Mittal is the Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Bansilal University, Bhiwani. He has teaching and research interests in areas of business environment, development issues and policy, competitive analysis, banking and financial institutions, managerial issues in organization and institutions of higher learning. He has worked as Director Development in Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, New Delhi. Professor Mittal is actively associated with academic institutions. Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, is an alumnus of Kurukshetra University in Civil Engineering. He is well known as the main consultant in the field of highway engineering in this part of this country. He is equally known for his contribution to social science activities. He has notable contribution in preparing plan for widening of railway roads and also associated with project of providing fresh water supply. He is equally good in extracurricular activities. He was bestowed with Best Paper Award and Gold Medal for his research paper in the Journal of Indian Roads Congress. Similarly, he got another Best Paper Award at an international conference held in USA. As far as R&D is concerned, he supervised more than 75 MTech and PhD scholars for the dissertation, published more than 100 research papers in reputed national and international journals and conferences. May I now request Professor Chamu Krishna Shastri, Chairman, Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Government of India, to kindly address.
मंच में विराजमान कुलपति महोदय और सभा में उपस्थित सभी कुलपति महोदय, आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। केंद्र सरकार के शिक्षा मंत्रालय के द्वारा भारतीय भाषा समिति की स्थापना हुई और न केवल शिक्षा मंत्रालय के द्वारा शिक्षा संस्थानों में अपितु पूरे देश में भारतीय भाषाओं का विकास कैसे हो और उसके लिए क्या क्या करना चाहिए, ये भारतीय भाषा समिति का कार्य है। आप ये भी जानते हैं, भारतीय भाषा समिति के संस्तुति के पश्चात विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग द्वारा एक निर्णय लिया गया कि विश्वविद्यालयों में स्नातक और परास्नातक कक्षाओं में शिक्षा देने के लिए पाठ्य पुस्तकें, संदर्भ पुस्तकें, संदर्भ ग्रंथ एवं पाठ्य सामग्री, अध्ययन सामग्री भारतीय भाषाओं में इनका निर्माण हो, इसके लिए एक समिति बनी है, एपेक्स बॉडी बनी है यूजीसी के द्वारा। उसका अध्यक्ष माननीय नागेश्वर राव जी हैं, यहां बैठे हैं। अब इस विषय पे मैं नीड के बारे में बताता हूं, माननीय नागेश्वर राव जी प्रोविजन के बारे में बताएंगे, मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट के बारे में बताता हूं, वो प्रोसेस के बारे में बताएंगे। हम दोनों मिलके ये थोड़ा थोड़ा विषय प्रस्तुति करते हैं। अंग्रेजों के आने से पहले, अंग्रेजी शिक्षा व्यवस्था आने से पहले, 1835 में अंग्रेजी शिक्षा व्यवस्था आ गई। उससे पहले भारत में तो शिक्षा थी, भारतीय भाषाओं में था, और भारतीय भाषाओं में शिक्षा से ही भारत विश्व गुरु था। और यहाँ गुलामी नौकरों का निर्माण करने के लिए अंग्रेजी शिक्षा व्यवस्था आई, वो अभी चल रहा है। 13 साल के बाद उसका 200 वर्ष पूर्ण होंगे। अब हमें सोचना चाहिए, ये गुलामी नौकरों के निर्माण करने के लिए जो व्यवस्था आई थी, वो 200 साल के बाद भी वैसे ही कंटिन्यू होना चाहिए। ये भी एक प्रश्न है मेरे मन में, और कई देश के जाने माने शिक्षाविदों के मन में भी। हम अभी देश में एक नया परिवर्तन देख रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हर समय हर जगह भारतीय भाषा में भाषण करते हैं। गृह मंत्रालय में गृह मंत्री जी के पास जो कुछ भी फाइल जाती है, संचिका जाती है, वो हिंदी भाषा में ही, दूसरी किसी भाषा में नहीं। अभी गृह मंत्रालय में, केंद्र सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय में सारी संचिकाएं, सारी फाइल वर्क, एवरीथिंग वो अंग्रेजी में नहीं होती है, हिंदी में होती है। और शुरू में ऐसा था, पहले अंग्रेजी में लिखते थे, बाद में इसका हिंदी अनुवाद करते थे। लेकिन अभी उसमें भी बदलाया, पहले हिंदी में लिखना, बाद में इसका अंग्रेजी में समरी लिखना। तो गृह मंत्रालय में अभी 100%, 100% हिंदी भाषा में कामकाज चलता है। अगर गृह मंत्रालय में चलता है, क्या अन्य मंत्रालयों में नहीं चल सकता है? अन्य मंत्रालयों में नहीं चल सकता है तो क्या देश में नहीं चल सकता है? चल सकता है। गृह मंत्रालय में क्यों हुआ? इसलिए हुआ कि गृह मंत्री जी के विल पावर पर उन्होंने कहा, तय किया, काम हुआ। इसी प्रकार अगर देश में शिक्षाविदों का, हम सबका संकल्प शक्ति, विल पावर अगर तय करते हैं तो कुछ भी हो सकता है। नहीं, ऐसा नहीं। तो क्यों होना चाहिए? तो आप भी जानते हैं, भारतीय भाषा में शिक्षा हो, सभी मानते हैं, स्वीकृति। लेकिन एक्शन कहां से शुरू करना, यही विषय है। तो धीरे धीरे भारत अभी अंग्रेजी माध्यम केंद्रित शिक्षा व्यवस्था से भारतीय माध्यम केंद्रित शिक्षा व्यवस्था के ओर भारत जा रहा है। अंग्रेजी रहेगी, अंग्रेजी माध्यम रहेगा, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ जो छात्र भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से पढ़ना चाहेगा, उसके लिए भी व्यवस्था होना चाहिए। ये आज नौजवानों का संकल्प है, अपेक्षा है, भारत की अपेक्षा है। भारत में भारतीय भाषा में शिक्षा प्राप्त करना भारतीय का अधिकार है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। उसके लिए व्यवस्था करना हमारा कर्तव्य है। जो जिस माध्यम से पढ़ना चाहे वो उस माध्यम से पढ़े, हमें उसके लिए ये नहीं है, ये ही चाहिए हम नहीं बोलेंगे, ये भी चाहिए, बस इतना ही है। ये ही विचार नहीं है, ये भी
चाहिए, यह हमारा विचार है। तो इस प्रकार अगर सभी भारतीय भाषाओं के माध्यम से शिक्षा होना, देखिए भारतीय भाषा सिखाना वो छोटा विषय है, जिस भाषा माध्यम से सिखाते हैं यह सबसे बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। भारतीय भाषाओं का भविष्य इस पर आधारित है। और भारत में अभी जो इकोसिस्टम है, अंग्रेजी इकोसिस्टम है, वो अंग्रेजी भाषा माध्यम से आई है। अगर भारतीय भाषा माध्यम का इकोसिस्टम भी खड़ा करना तो भारतीय भाषा माध्यम में से भी शिक्षा होना। अगर स्कूल शिक्षा में, जैसा अभी NEP 2020 में कहा गया, मातृभाषा माध्यम से शिक्षा होना, अगर स्कूल शिक्षा में भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से, मातृभाषा माध्यम से शिक्षण सफल होना है, तो उच्च शिक्षा में भी भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से शिक्षा का विकल्प होना चाहिए। भारतीय भाषा माध्यम के लिए भी विजिबिलिटी मिलना चाहिए। भारतीय भाषा माध्यम शिक्षा भी एस्पिरेशनल होना चाहिए। इसके लिए ऐसे उद्देश्यों से कई प्रकार के कार्यक्रम हमें लेना है, अभी ले रहे हैं। बहुत प्रकार के चिंतन चल रहा है। परिस्थिति हमें भी मालूम होना चाहिए कि आज टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से किस भाषा का प्रचार हो रहा है। भारतीय भाषाओं का प्रचार हो रहा है क्या? नहीं हो रहा है। क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? आप देखिए, टेक्नोलॉजी और भाषा का अगर संबंध करते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस, टेक्नोलॉजी इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस, टेक्नोलॉजी थ्रू इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस। देयर आर 3 dimensions. टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस हम जानते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी थ्रू इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस यानी टेक्नोलॉजी का शिक्षा, अभी टेक्नोलॉजी की शिक्षा अंग्रेजी माध्यम से चल रही है, भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से नहीं। टेक्नोलॉजी इन इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस मीन्स ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से निर्माण हुआ। अभी तक भारत में ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स हम भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से भारतीय भाषा में निर्माण नहीं किए हैं, इसलिए वो अंग्रेजी ही चल रहा है। ये भी करना होगा। ऐसे कई चीजें करना है तो संपूर्ण भारतीय भाषा माध्यम शिक्षण के बारे में भी हमें सोचना चाहिए। इसलिए विश्वविद्यालय अनुदान आयोग द्वारा तो एक निर्णय लिया, स्टेप बाय स्टेप अगर कार्य करना है तो कैसे करना। मैं एक उदाहरण बताता हूं। जैसे ये सिल्क साड़ी है, मान लीजिए 1 लाख रुपए का, 2 लाख रुपए का, बहुत कॉस्टली सिल्क साड़ी भी रहता है। वो सिल्क साड़ी मैंने ऐसे फेंक दिया, रख दिया। अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो एक बुश जहां कंटक है झाड़ में गिर गया, तो कांटे सब वो सिल्क साड़ी में घुस जाते हैं। तो उस प्रकार अभी हमारी भारतीय भाषा शिक्षा का या अंग्रेजी शिक्षा की शिक्षा व्यवस्था का हुई है। उसको अगर एकदम साड़ी को अगर खींचते हैं सारा टूट जाएगा। एक एक कांटा निकाल के अभी उसको बहुत नाजुक से बाहर लाना होगा। तो इस प्रकार अभी एक शिक्षा व्यवस्था की स्थिति है। तो एक कदम आगे रख के जाना। तो मान लीजिए अगले 5 साल का, 10 साल का हम रोड मैप बनाते हैं, भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से भी गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा व्यवस्था सभी को उपलब्ध कराना। तो क्या हमारा रोड मैप क्या होगा, विजन क्या होगा? तो इस साल के लिए अगर इस प्रकार का अगर हम लक्ष्य लेते हैं कि सबसे पहले शिक्षण सामग्री हम भारतीय भाषा में निर्माण करते हैं, बाद में शिक्षण पद्धति परिवर्तन, परीक्षा पद्धति परिवर्तन वगैरह बाद में हो सकता है। तो सबसे पहले स्टडी टेक्स्ट बुक्स, रेफरेंस बुक्स एंड स्टडी मटेरियल्स फॉर ऑल द सब्जेक्ट्स भारतीय भाषाओं में तैयार करना चाहिए। और उसके लिए तो यूजी कोर्स का, पीजी कोर्स का हमें सोचना चाहिए। उसमें आज क्या स्थिति है माननीय नागेश्वर राव जी बताएंगे ही। लेकिन मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि देखिए, पॉपुलर सब्जेक्ट्स, सोशल साइंस, ये सब भारतीय भाषा में या ह्यूमैनिटीज का, आर्ट स्ट्रीम का होगा। स्टेम का, साइंस एजुकेशन का, कॉमर्स एजुकेशन का भारतीय भाषा में। तो आप कहेंगे कि भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से पढ़ के कहाँ जॉब मिलेगा, वो व्यवस्था बाद में होगी, होने वाला है, अभी उसके लिए भी चर्चा चल रही है। तो सब एक साथ नहीं होता। फर्स्ट स्टेप स्टडी मटेरियल, टेक्स्ट बुक्स, रेफरेंस बुक्स, ये हमें भारतीय भाषा में निर्माण करना चाहिए। इसलिए मेरा हर एक विश्वविद्यालय के हर एक कुलपति से मेरा निवेदन है कि अपने विश्वविद्यालय में जो जो विषय पढ़ाए जा रहे हैं, हर एक विषय का सूची तो आपके पास है ही, उसमें किस विषय के लिए भारतीय भाषा में पाठ्य पुस्तक उपलब्ध है, किस विषय में पाठ्य पुस्तक उपलब्ध नहीं है, सबसे पहले ये सूची बनाना। जिन विषयों के लिए पाठ्य पुस्तक भारतीय भाषा में उपलब्ध नहीं है, यूजी कोर्स हो, पीजी कोर्स हो, स्टेम कोर्स हो, साइंस कोर्स हो, कोई भी, जिस विषय के लिए भारतीय भाषा में पाठ्य पुस्तक उपलब्ध नहीं है, वह अगले 1 साल में, 2 साल में हमें अमृत काल में, देश के अमृत काल में इन सभी विषयों में पाठ्य पुस्तकों का निर्माण, पाठ्य सामग्री का निर्माण, यह हमारा पहला लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। भारत में भारतीय भाषा में पाठ्य पुस्तक उपलब्ध नहीं, यह अपमान का विषय है, अन्याय है। इस प्रकार की स्थिति नहीं होना चाहिए। हमें नव भारत निर्माण करना है तो, भव्य भारत निर्माण करना है तो, एक भारत निर्माण करना है तो, श्रेष्ठ भारत निर्माण करना है तो, जगतगुरु भारत निर्माण करना है तो, भव्य दिव्य भारत निर्माण करना है तो, हमें सबसे पहले ऐसे भारतीय भाषा माध्यम से शिक्षण देने के लिए पहला कदम भारतीय भाषा माध्यम में पढ़ाने के लिए भारतीय भाषाओं में पाठ्य पुस्तकों का, पाठ्य सामग्री का निर्माण का यह बड़े योजना हम सबको लेना चाहिए। हर एक विश्वविद्यालय इस कार्य का स्वामित्व लेना चाहिए। हर एक विश्वविद्यालय इस काम के लिए योजना करना चाहिए। हम सब मिलके इस प्रकार का अगर कार्य योजना हम करते हैं, भारतीय भाषाओं के द्वारा भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का पुनरुत्थान होगा। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का पुनरुत्थान से भारतीयता का पुनरुत्थान होगा। भारतीयता का पुनरुत्थान से भारत फिर समर्थ भारत, श्रेष्ठ भारत बनेगा। इस आशा से मैं मेरा वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूं।
May I now request Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, to kindly address the gathering.
ये बढ़ेगा ना?
आप सभी को नमस्कार। आदरणीय शास्त्री जी ने हम सबको दिशा दी है कि हम कैसे अपने देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए बेहतरी से अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं। इसमें हमने प्रयास ये किया है कि अंग्रेजी में पीपीटी और हिंदी में बातचीत, और मैं आंध्रा का हूँ, कर्नाटका के हैं, तो हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे हिंदी में बोलने की। मैडम जेएनयू की वीसी हैं, वो बार बार कहती हैं हम तमिल हैं, तो मैं भी कहता हूँ मैं तेलुगु हूँ। भारतीय भाषाओं से हम सभी को प्रेम है। हमारी भाषा है, ये हमारी मातृभाषा है। पैदा होते ही जिस भाषा को हम लोग प्रयोग करते हैं वो हमारी मातृभाषा है। ये स्वाभाविक और नैसर्गिक प्रक्रिया है। इसमें पढ़ना पढ़ाना, इसके लिए शासन ने जो बातें कही उसको पहले से ही हम लोग लागू कर रहे हैं, पहले से ही इसके बारे में बातचीत कर रहे हैं। थोड़ी बहुत जानकारी और इस बीच में जो समिति यूजीसी ने बनाई है और जो आदरणीय शास्त्री जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, उस संक्षिप्त लेखा जोखा हम आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे। आप देखें, यूजीसी ने अपने ट्विटर में ये कहा हुआ है कि हमें जनजाति जो भाषाएं हैं उसको भी बचा के रखना है। प्रधानमंत्री ने भी और हमारे अपने मंत्री ने भी, जो भी भाषाएं हमारे देश में हैं उन सभी भाषाओं में हम अपनी शिक्षण व्यवस्था को बढ़ाएं। हमारी GER अभी 27% है, 100% करना है। और अंग्रेजी पढ़ने वाले लोगों की संख्या जो जानने वाले हैं, पढ़ने वाले छोड़ दिए, 11% है। यानी हम 89% लोगों से जो शिक्षण व्यवस्था है उसको दूर कर रहे हैं। ये एक स्वाभाविक और नैसर्गिक प्रक्रिया है। इसमें हम लोग किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं? NEP में बार बार इस बात को पहली बार आधिकारिक तौर पर कहा गया है कि हम टीचिंग इन मदर टंग कर सकते हैं। लोकल लैंग्वेजेस जो भी हो सकते हैं उस पर भी कर सकते हैं। 12 भाषाएं या 14 भाषाएं जो भी हों, 22 भाषाएं, हम उस पर विवाद नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन अपनी भाषा में हम लोग टीचिंग करें। प्राइमरी में तो लगभग अनिवार्य कर दिया गया है, लेकिन हम लोग उच्च शिक्षा में भी इस दिशा में सोच सकते हैं। NEP में जो कहा गया है वो यही है कि more HEs and more programs in higher education will use the mother tongue local language as a medium of instruction and or offer programs bilingually in order to increase access and GER and also to promote the strength, usage and vibrancy. प्रमोट करें। वैसे अगर आप एक्चुअल स्टैटिस्टिक्स देखेंगे तो ऑलरेडी हम प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अब NEP कह रहा है, UGC कह रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री जी कह रहे हैं, शिक्षा मंत्री जी कह रहे हैं। अब हम सब भी उस दिशा में आगे बढ़े। साथ ही जहां पर भी आपको शैक्षिक संसाधनों की कमी हो, ट्रांसलेट भी कर सकते हैं। कई बार लोग कहते हैं कि हमारे जो मातृभाषाएं हैं, जो प्रांत की भाषाएं हैं, उसमें गुणवत्तापरक पाठ्यपुस्तक नहीं है। ट्रांसलेशन करिए और आसानी से ट्रांसलेशन हो सकते हैं। किसी भी भाषा की पुस्तक, गुजराती में अच्छी पुस्तक है, उसको बाकी सभी भाषाओं में ट्रांसलेट करें। तमिल में कोई पुस्तक बहुत अच्छी है, उसको सभी भाषाओं में ट्रांसलेट करें। यह संभव है। दोनों बातें हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में कही गई हैं, जो हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हम सब विश्वविद्यालय को देख रहे हैं, विश्वविद्यालय को आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हम सब थोड़ा सा इस दिशा में सोचना शुरू करेंगे तो उसके बहुत दूरगामी परिणाम मिलेंगे। अगर आप देखें, ये जो स्वाभाविक और नैसर्गिक प्रक्रिया है, टीवी चैनल्स, किसी ने कहा नहीं कि तेलुगु में टीवी चैनल चलाइए या तमिल में टीवी चैनल चलाइए, हिंदी में टीवी चैनल चलाइए। अंग्रेजी में शुरू में बहुत चलते थे, धीरे धीरे अपने आप टीवी चैनल्स आने लगे और उनकी लोकप्रियता अपने आप बढ़ने लगी। कहीं पर भी ये कहने को नहीं कहा जा रहा है कि हमको मातृभाषा में टीवी चैनल चलाना है। कोई UGC का सर्कुलर नहीं है, कोई गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का सर्कुलर नहीं है। राजभाषा विभाग जरूर इसमें हिंदी के बारे में बातचीत करता था। और अभी जैसा कि अभी अमित शाह जी का नाम उन्होंने लिया है, गृह मंत्री जी, उन्होंने एक प्रक्रिया शुरू की है, हिंदी टू हिंदी शब्दकोश। लेकिन जो हिंदी वो बता रहे हैं वो हिंदी ये हमारी साहित्यिक हिंदी नहीं है। उस हिंदी में तमिल के भी शब्द रहेंगे, तेलुगु के भी शब्द रहेंगे, पंजाबी के भी शब्द रहेंगे, उड़िया के भी शब्द रहेंगे। ऐसी शब्दकोश ऑलरेडी तैयार हो रही है। और अभी सूरत में जो राजभाषा का द्वितीय सम्मेलन हुआ था, उसमें 51,000 शब्दों का विमोचन उन्होंने खुद किया था। आज उसकी संख्या 1 लाख शब्दों की हो गई है और ये डिजिटली सर्चेबल भी है। तो ये प्रयास बार बार ये किया जा रहा है, केवल हिंदी नहीं, हमारी सभी भाषाएं मातृभाषाएं हैं। सभी भाषाओं का महत्व है और सभी भाषाओं में शिक्षण व्यवस्थाएं होनी चाहिए। न्यूज हो, सीरियल भी अब लोग अंग्रेजी वाले सीरियल अब नहीं देखते, हिंदी वाले सीरियल, तेलुगु वाले सीरियल, तमिल वाले सीरियल। यहाँ कल मैं टीवी खोल के देख रहा था तो असमीज चैनल्स आ रहे हैं। किसी ने कहा नहीं है, अपने आप आ रहे हैं। मूवीज, फिल्म देखिए, हर एक भाषाओं में मूवी आ रही है और डबिंग लोग कर रहे हैं, ट्रांसलेट कर रहे हैं। ट्रांसलेशन कहिए, डबिंग कहिए, जो भी कहिए, हम लोग अब जो पढ़ाते हैं तो ट्रांसलेशन कहते हैं, अदरवाइज डबिंग हो जाती है। एजुकेशन की जो चैनल्स है, ये जो स्वयंप्रभा चैनल्स है, इसमें भारतीय भाषाओं के साथ शिक्षण व्यवस्था हो सकती है। हमने भी एक प्रयास शुरू किया था पिछले वर्ष से, जिसमें हमारे यहाँ बीए के जो छात्र हैं, उनके जो सोशल साइंस के सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, सोशियोलॉजी, हिस्ट्री, एजुकेशन, पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, इकोनॉमिक्स, इन सब के लिए स्वयंप्रभा चैनल के माध्यम से मातृभाषा में काउंसलिंग कराना शुरू किया, शिक्षण कराना शुरू कर दिया। यानी सोशियोलॉजी के जो भी पहला टॉपिक है, उसको तेलुगु, कन्नड़, मलयालम, उड़िया, पंजाबी, इन सारी भाषाओं में 12 भाषाओं में हम लोग लगातार सेशंस ले रहे हैं। बाद उसको यूट्यूब में डाल रहे हैं, जिससे अगले वर्ष उसका पुनः प्रयोग हो सकता है। जो सबसे आसान तरीका है, जो हमारी भाषा में श्रेष्ठतम जो शिक्षक है, वो हमारे टीवी चैनल पर, जो भारत सरकार का टीवी चैनल है, डिश टीवी चैनल है, जिसकी संख्या आज 36 है, कल 60 होने वाली है, और प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के लिए 200 और जोड़ने वाले हैं। चैनल के द्वारा घर घर तक मातृभाषा में शिक्षण पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया जा रहा है। आज हमारे पास 4000 वीडियोस हैं केवल बीए प्रोग्राम के लिए 1 साल में। आप सब प्रयास कर सकते हैं। केवल हमारे पास 2 ही चैनल है, हमारे पास इसमें 36 चैनल जिनका हम प्रयोग कर सकते हैं, जिससे इस विषय पर बहुत तेजी से काम हो सकता है। न्यूज़पेपर्स देखिए, हिंदी का न्यूज़पेपर सबसे पॉपुलर है, तमिल के न्यूज़पेपर, तेलुगु के न्यूज़पेपर, आंध्र प्रभा, तो सब जगह के न्यूज़पेपर्स आ रहे हैं। मैगजीन्स देखिएगा, स्टोरी बुक्स, नॉवेल्स, एंटरटेनमेंट, फिल्म्स, कहीं पर भी आप देखेंगे कि मातृभाषा की बात स्वयमेव निकल के आ रही है। केवल शिक्षण में हम लोग थोड़ा सा पीछे रह जाते हैं। नहीं, अंग्रेजी में ही पढ़ना चाहिए। अंग्रेजी में पढ़ेंगे तब समझ में आएगा। अंग्रेजी से अगर हम अंग्रेजी बोलना शुरू करेंगे तभी शायद हम योग्य माने जाएंगे। मैं आज से 40 साल पहले इलाहाबाद विश्वविद्यालय में पढ़ता था। अंग्रेजी माध्यम के बारे में लोग सोचते थे, लेकिन वहां पर भी 3 सेक्शन हिंदी मीडियम के थे, 1 सेक्शन अंग्रेजी मीडियम। 40 साल पहले भी हम लोग हिंदी माध्यम से, तेलुगु माध्यम से, कन्नड़ा माध्यम से, उड़िया माध्यम से शिक्षण कार्य करते थे हायर एजुकेशन में, हायर एजुकेशन। तो ये जो प्रक्रिया है, इसमें अगर आप देखें हमारा इकोसिस्टम क्या है, लर्नर्स, 89% ऑफ द लर्नर्स मातृभाषा जानते हैं, अंग्रेजी नहीं जानते, बिल्कुल नहीं जानते। हम बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हैं उनको अंग्रेजी में रटाने की, पढ़ाने की, समझाने की। डिक्शनरियां दे देते हैं, किताबें दे देते हैं, और कहते हैं ये जो कोटलर किताब है बहुत अच्छी किताब है। कोटलर के अलावा और कोई MBA में ठीक से पढ़ा नहीं सकता। ये हमारे लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। उनको क्या चाहिए? उनको ऐसी भाषा में ज्ञान चाहिए जो वो समझ सके, जो जान सके, उसको रिप्रोड्यूस कर सके। उनका मस्तिष्क मातृभाषा में जन्म होता है तभी से शुरू हो जाता है, जबकि जो फॉरवर्ड लैंग्वेज होती है वो 5 साल या 6 साल बाद, जब कॉन्वेंट स्कूल में बच्चा जाता है तब जाकर के 6% 6 या 7 साल बाद तब वो भाषा सीखना शुरू करता है। टीचर्स, हम लोगों की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, हम ही लोग को पढ़ाना है। किसी भी भाषा में, अपनी भाषा में हम लोग पढ़ा सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं। ऑथर्स, टेक्स्ट बुक्स की बात सर ने कही, जिसकी बहुत आवश्यकता है। अपनी मातृभाषा में टेक्स्ट बुक्स लिखवाने में क्या दिक्कत है, लिखने में क्या दिक्कत है? अंग्रेजी में लिखने के लिए बहुत अच्छा सोचते हैं, मातृभाषा में शिक्षक के लिए। मैं तो MBA का अध्यापक हूँ। मेरी पहली पुस्तक आज से 30 साल पहले हिंदी में शुरू किया। मेरे कैरियर में उसके कारण से दिक्कतें आई, लेकिन मैंने उस गति को आगे बढ़ाया। इसलिए क्या है, अपनी मातृभाषा में पुस्तकें लिखने से अपना गौरव बढ़ता है। हम अपने गौरव को आगे बढ़ाएं और कोशिश करें, जिस क्षेत्र में पुस्तकें कम हो, लोगों ने कहा साइंस में पुस्तकें कम है, लिखना शुरू कर देंगे, कल से शुरू कर देंगे। जहां पुस्तकें कम हो, जिस क्षेत्र में पुस्तकें कम हो, वहां हम अपनी पुस्तक लिखने में मदद कर सकते हैं। ट्रांसलेटर्स, जहाँ पुस्तक रियली बहुत अच्छी है, किसी भी भाषा में उसको ट्रांसलेट कराना है, कराइए। पब्लिशर्स, हम आपको स्टैटिस्टिक्स देंगे, हमारे पास स्टैटिस्टिक्स बहुत अच्छी है कि पब्लिशर्स हमारे साथ उपलब्ध हैं, ट्रांसलेटर्स उपलब्ध हैं, ऑथर्स उपलब्ध हैं, टीचर्स उपलब्ध हैं, लर्नर्स उपलब्ध हैं। कॉलेजेस, यूनिवर्सिटीज में ये सब हो रहा है। कॉलेजेस के बारे में अगर आप स्टैटिस्टिक्स लेंगे, वहां पर 90% 80% टीचिंग लर्निंग केवल मातृभाषा में हो रही है। उनको कहीं की दिक्कत आती है जब उनके एग्जामिनेशन पेपर केवल अंग्रेजी में बनते हैं। उन्होंने डिमांड करके उन्होंने उसको अपनी मातृभाषा में कराया। इवन मुझे याद है 85 या 86 में BHU में मैनेजमेंट में, मॉडरेशन में पेपर्स हिंदी में कराए जाते थे। तो यानी पहले से ही हिंदी अंग्रेजी हम लोग प्रयोग करते रहे। कुछ क्षेत्रों में मुझे ये भी जानकारी है, तमिल में या कन्नड़ा में या केरला में, वहां पर भी मातृभाषा में बाइलिंगुअल प्रोसेस चल रहे हैं, चाहे वो कॉलेजेस हों चाहे यूनिवर्सिटीज हों। और हम लोग तो इस सारी गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमेशा तत्पर रहते हैं, तत्पर रहेंगे और आगे काम करते रहेंगे। क्यों चाहते हैं, सर ने तो बहुत सी बातें बताई। GER अगर हमें 27 से 50 भी करना है, नहीं कर सकते। अगर हम केवल 11% लोगों को ही बढ़ाना शुरू करेंगे, 11% वाले जल्दी से अंग्रेजी सीख ले, जल्दी से अंग्रेजी सीख ले, फिर हम उनको GER बढ़ाने की बात कहेंगे, संभव नहीं। नैसर्गिक जो प्रक्रिया है उस प्रक्रिया को आगे बढ़ाएं। 89% भाषा जो जानते हैं उनके लिए शिक्षण व्यवस्था उपलब्ध कराएं। अपने आप ये GER आपका बढ़ जाएगा। बेटर रिजल्ट्स, मातृभाषा में पढ़ेगा बेटर रिजल्ट्स। फ्रांस, ब्रिटेन, ये जितनी कंट्रीज, जर्मनी, इन सब की पॉपुलेशन 5 से 7 करोड़ है। और अगर आप देखेंगे हम लोग के एक एक प्रदेश, एक एक भाषा के पढ़ने वाले 5 से 7 करोड़ मिल जाएंगे। उनकी भाषा को पढ़ने के लिए अपने देश में बड़े लालायित रहते हैं। फ्रेंच चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है, रशियन चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है, जर्मन चल रहा है कि चल रहा है, जापानीज चल रहे हैं कि नहीं चल रहे हैं, अपनी मातृभाषा चल रही है। इस पे हम लोग सोचे, ये हमारे लिए ज्यादा आवश्यक है और हम लोग बहुत मजबूत होंगे, इसमें अपना गौरव बढ़ रहा है। एक्सेस टू डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप्स, जो भी हमारे पास डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप्स हैं, पैसा नहीं है उनके पास अंग्रेजी, कॉन्वेंट एजुकेशन कितनी जगह पढ़ते हैं। अभी जैसे मैडम भी बता रही थी, JNU में शिक्षण बहुत सस्ते में है। हम लोग अफोर्डेबल बनाना है। अफोर्डेबल कैसे बनाएंगे, जब हम डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप तक पहुंचेंगे। और इनकी संख्या भी अगर आप देखेंगे 60 से 70% है, उन तक हमें अपनी शिक्षा पहुंचानी है। उसके बाद हम देखिए सक्सेसफुल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स विद मेडिसिन में, अभी भोपाल में ही MBBS के पाठ्यक्रमों को भाषाओं में बदला करने का प्रयास किया गया। AICT कर रही इंजीनियरिंग के बारे में। और अभी एक हफ्ता पहले ही एक MOU AICT ने साइन किया है MBA को 14 भाषाओं में ट्रांसलेट कराने का। उसमें IGNOU का ही मटेरियल को चुना है, लेकिन हर जगह प्रयास चल रहा है। जहां सबसे कठिन एरियाज जो हैं, मेडिसिन, इंजीनियरिंग और MBA, इन तीनों ही क्षेत्रों में मटेरियल्स डेवलप करने का प्रयास चल रहा है। ये प्रयास केवल एक संस्थान, एक शिक्षक, एक वाइस चांसलर तक सीमित न होकर के हम सब मिलकर के इस कार्य को आगे बढ़ाएं। रिमोट और रूरल एरियाज में जाना है तो भी जैसे हमने वो टिश टीवी के द्वारा कोशिश किया कि मातृभाषा में शिक्षण हो, क्योंकि बड़े बड़े कॉलेजेस में जाएंगे, बड़े बड़े संस्थानों में जाएंगे, वहां तक आकर के उसको हॉस्टल की फीस देनी पड़ेगी। लेकिन रिमोट और रूरल एरियाज में अगर हमें पहुंचना है तो वहां मातृभाषा में ही शिक्षण संभव है। हमारे प्रोसेसेस क्या है, अवेयरनेस, इस बात को हम बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं। हम लोग ने अभी एक हफ्ता पहले कर्नाटका गए थे, वहाँ की राज्य सरकार ने विशेष अभिरुचि लिया, वहाँ के सारे वाइस चांसलर्स को बुलाया, वहाँ के गवर्नर साहब सुबह से शाम तक बैठे रहे, केवल ये जानने के लिए कि इस प्रकार की प्रक्रियाओं से कैसे बेहतर परिणाम निकलेंगे। गुजरात सरकार ने मातृभाषा में अनुवाद करने के लिए एक टूल को वहाँ डेवलप कराया, उसको लीगलाइज करने का प्रयास किया है। एम्प्लॉयमेंट में इंसेंटिव्स देने के बारे में सोच रही है। यानी हर क्षेत्र में अवेयरनेस होने के बाद जागरूकता में एक्शन शुरू हो गए हैं। टीचिंग इन मदर टंग, ये सबसे आसान काम है। बिना टेक्स्ट बुक से आप पढ़ा तो सकते ही हैं। आप अंग्रेजी में पढ़ लीजिए, बच्चों को पढ़ा दीजिए। आप जिस भाषा में पढ़ना चाहे पढ़ लीजिए, उनकी मातृभाषा में पढ़ाइए। और हम लोग भी रिलेटिवली कंफर्टेबल रहते हैं। हमें अगर कहा जाए अंग्रेजी में बोलना है और फिर कहा जाए हिंदी में बोलना है, शायद हिंदी में हम शायद और अच्छा बोल लेंगे, तेलुगु में मैडम से भी अच्छा बोल लेंगे, तो हम अपनी मातृभाषा में बेहतर बोल पाएंगे। अंग्रेजी में हमारा एक्सेंट हो सकता है गड़बड़ हो, पंक्चुएशन, ग्रामर इत्यादि की गलती भी हो सकती है। उसके बाद टीचिंग, जो टेक्स्ट बुक राइटिंग है, नेचुरल प्रक्रिया है। जब आप पढ़ाना शुरू करेंगे, टेक्स्ट बुक ढूंढेंगे, टेक्स्ट बुक के हिसाब से टेक्स्ट बुक तैयार करेंगे। फिर आप ट्रांसलेशन में कई टूल्स उपलब्ध है। हम अनुवादनी को बार बार इसलिए कह रहे हैं कि इसका डाटाबेस बहुत मजबूत हो चुका है। AICT इस पर लगातार कार्य कर रही है। और डाटाबेस के लिए जरूरी क्या है कि जितना उसका प्रयोग करेंगे उतने ही एक्यूरेसी लेवल और बढ़ेगा। आज की डेट में ये 75 से 80% है, हम इसको 90%, 95%, 98% करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए वैसे हमारे पास और भी टूल्स है। IIT बॉम्बे का भी एक टूल है, गूगल भी है, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट भी है, लेकिन इसमें लगातार सारी भाषाओं के शब्द इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं और लगातार इससे एक्यूरेसी बढ़ती जा रही है। इसलिए इसमें भी ट्रांसलेशन बारे में बात कर सकते हैं। एग्जामिनेशन लोकल लैंग्वेजेस, पेपर आप बनाइए, कम से कम आंसर बुक्स लिख रहा है लिखने दीजिए, उसका कॉपी इवेल्युएट करने दीजिए, उसको उस आधार पर वंचित मत करिए सर उसने अंग्रेजी में जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने अभी बताया 11% लोग ही तो अंग्रेजी में जवाब दे सकते हैं, हम बाकी 89% को पहले रिजेक्ट कर दे रहे हैं। ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं? इवेल्युएट कराइए, किताबें मत दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं, वो कहता किताबें नहीं चाहिए, हमें केवल परीक्षा में आंसर्स लिखने की अनुमति दीजिए। जॉब्स निश्चित रूप से उसमें प्राथमिकता, और उस पर शायद अभी शास्त्री जी कुछ बोल भी रहे थे। ये जो डिसिप्लिन है बहुत आसान है, इस पे जो सर्वे हुआ है, जो जानकारियां आई हैं, ये सोशल साइंस के सब्जेक्ट्स है, और ये विभिन्न प्रांतों में देखा गया लगभग 80% बुक्स उपलब्ध है, लगभग 80% टीचिंग लर्निंग प्रोसेस पढ़ाई जा रही है, हिंदी में पढ़ाई जा रही है, तेलुगु में पढ़ाई जा रही है, मराठी में पढ़ाई जा रही है, सारी मातृभाषाओं से 80% सोशल साइंस के सब्जेक्ट्स में। कॉलेजेस में बहुत ज्यादा है, कॉमर्स में थोड़ा कम है 50%, और साइंस में थोड़ी दिक्कत है, कुछ सब्जेक्ट्स में बहुत ही दिक्कत है, जैसे कंप्यूटर साइंस में बहुत दिक्कत आ रही है। तो ये 50, 80 और 20 है। ये हमने कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स कलेक्ट किया था और उसके आधार पर इस स्टैटिस्टिक्स को आपके सामने बताया है। अगर ये 20% क्यों नहीं है, ये 50% ही क्यों कॉमर्स में है, साइंस में क्यों 20% है? क्या हम लोगों का दायित्व नहीं है कि हम लोग इस दिशा में भी आगे बढ़ें और हमारे जो बच्चे हैं, जो हमारे देश का फ्यूचर है, उनको हम लोग इसमें बेहतर ढंग से ट्रेन कर सकें? हम लोगों ने ये भी प्रयास किया, पब्लिशर्स, इंटरनेशनल पब्लिशर्स, यूजीसी चेयरमैन ने खुद बात किया उन लोगों से, इंटरनेशनल पब्लिशर्स, नेशनल पब्लिशर्स से, कि वे इस दिशा में कैसे सहयोग करेंगे। उन्होंने कहा मैं बिल्कुल आपके साथ हूं, आप लोग काम करिए। हमारे पास स्टैटिस्टिक्स उपलब्ध है कि वर्तमान में कितने लोग ये कहते हैं साहब हम किताब तो छाप देंगे, लिख देंगे, छापने वाला कोई नहीं। ये एक्चुअल में उपलब्ध पब्लिशर्स हैं, ये उसकी सूची हमने आप लोगों से एकत्र की है। असमीज देख लीजिए, बंगाली देख लीजिए, गुजराती देख लीजिए, हिंदी देख लीजिए, मतलब पब्लिशर ही, हिंदी तो हमने छोड़ ही दिया क्योंकि हिंदी में तो काफी पब्लिशर्स उपलब्ध हैं। हर जगह पर आप पब्लिशर्स उपलब्ध होंगे, ये लंबी लिस्ट है, इसमें आप देखेंगे कि पब्लिशर ही पब्लिशर हर भाषा में उपलब्ध है। ये बात हम लोग कहते हैं कि सब पब्लिशर उपलब्ध नहीं इसलिए हम लोग लिखेंगे नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं है। वर्तमान में जो धरातल पर स्थितियां है, केवल उनको ये पता लगना चाहिए कि अब बच्चों को मातृभाषा में पढ़ने के अवसर मिलेंगे। आप पुस्तक लिखिए, छपेंगे, और कई यूनिवर्सिटीज ने इस पे प्रयास भी शुरू किया है। हर जगह एक ग्रंथ एकेडमी खुली हुई हर प्रांत में, वो भी उसको सपोर्ट करती है, उस तरह के इनिशिएटिव्स को। ये देखिए ओवरऑल हमने एक स्ट्रक्चर का कोशिश किया था कि जो बेसिक सब्जेक्ट्स है ये केवल बीएससी और बीए और बीकॉम के लिए ही हैं। इसमें हमने देखा किस भाषा में, हर भाषा में बुक्स है कि नहीं है, और हर भाषा में किसकी क्या स्थिति है। तो वही ओवरऑल जो सर्वे है, जो हमारे पास जो स्टैटिस्टिक्स है, उसके आधार पर वही साइंस के सब्जेक्ट टेक्स्ट बुक्स उपलब्ध नहीं है, कॉमर्स में थोड़ी कम है, और सोशल साइंस में काफी संख्या में है। ये सेकेंडरी डाटा है, कोई प्रामाणिक डाटा नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी हमने कोशिश किया है, हमारी समिति ने कोशिश किया है कि इसमें हम आप लोगों से भी निवेदन करने वाले हैं कि आप लोग इसके बारे में जो एग्जैक्ट डाटा आपके पास है तो वो हम लोग उपलब्ध कराएं, जिससे हम इस आधार पर गैप्स को आइडेंटिफाई करें। क्योंकि सर ने एक बहुत बड़ी बात कही कि हम 100% क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, ये आधा आधा क्यों सोच रहे हैं। ये देखिए, ये जो न्यूज़पेपर कटिंग्स हैं, बार बार यही बात कहते हैं कि हमें इस प्रक्रिया को आगे बढ़ाना है। हम स्नातक की पढ़ाई 12 भारतीय भाषाओं में होगी, बीकॉम बीएससी किताबें भारतीय भाषाओं में होगी। हम तो आजकल एमबीए की बात कह रहे हैं, इंजीनियरिंग की बात कर रहे हैं, मेडिकल की बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये सब तो बहुत छोटी बातें हैं। अभी हमने एक बात बताई थी कि कर्नाटका सरकार ने पहली बार, यूजीसी चेयरमैन ने एक चिट्ठी लिखी थी सारे गवर्नर और सारे चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को, तो कर्नाटका सरकार के गवर्नर साहब ने तुरंत उसको संज्ञान में लिया और एक बैठक बुलाई सारे वाइस चांसलर्स की, और उनको निर्देश दिया कि इस पर तुरंत कार्रवाई शुरू करें। अगर हम लोग ऊपर लेवल पर, हायर लेवल पर निर्णय ले लेंगे तो यह जो प्रक्रिया है इसके बेहतर परिणाम प्राप्त होंगे। क्या करना चाहिए इस पर मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, क्योंकि हम लोग सब जानते हैं कि हमें आगे क्या करना चाहिए। फिर भी कुछ बातें जो इन जेनरिक है उसको बता रहे हैं। कम से कम एडवाइजरी ग्रुप और वर्किंग ग्रुप्स तो हम लोग तुरंत बना ही सकते हैं, स्टेट लेवल पर भी, यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पर भी, कॉलेज लेवल पर भी, और डिसिप्लिन लेवल पर भी। हर डिसिप्लिन में आप कहाँ गैप्स है, कौन से ऑथर्स उपलब्ध हैं, किन ऑथर से हमें ट्रांसलेशन कराना है, किन ऑथर से ओरिजिनल टेक्स्ट बुक लिखवाना है, और हर यूनिवर्सिटी के पास इसकी संख्या काफी है। और हमारे पास जो स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं उनकी संख्या बहुत है, और संख्या, छात्रों की संख्या भी बहुत है। कॉलेजेस अभी सुबह ही बता रहे थे 45,000 कॉलेजेस हैं, 1100 यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं। सब मिल करके अपने अपने क्षेत्र में देखना शुरू करें कि कहाँ कहाँ वो उस गैप को फिलअप कर सकते हैं। सर्वे कर लीजिए, आइडेंटिफाई गैप एरियाज के लिए। नेशनल लेवल मूवमेंट, ये हमारा एक आंदोलन है। जैसे सर शास्त्री जी हम सबको प्रोत्साहित कर रहे थे, बता रहे थे कि कितना महत्वपूर्ण चीज है, राष्ट्रीय गौरव का विषय है। अपनी भाषा में पढ़ना, अपनी भाषा में पढ़ाना, अपनी भाषा में टेक्स्ट बुक लिखना, अपनी भाषा के लिए पुस्तकों का अनुवाद करना, ये राष्ट्र के लिए आपका विशेष प्रयास है। इस अभियान में हम सब मिलकर क्यों नहीं जुड़ सकते? ट्रांसलेशन के बारे में कहा गया है, अनुवादनी इन सब के बारे में पहले ही बता चुके। ट्रांसलेशन के प्रमोट करिए, ट्रांसलेशन को डिस्करेज मत करिए, जहां कहीं भी आवश्यकता पड़े ट्रांसलेशन करिए। और टेक्स्ट मटेरियल्स के अलावा वीडियोज हों, उनको भी प्रमोट करिए। खाली किताब लिखना ये जरूरी नहीं है, स्पीच टू स्पीच ट्रांसलेशन हो। एम्पावरिंग टीचर्स विद ट्रांसलेशन टूल्स, टूल्स कहाँ कहाँ उपलब्ध है? ट्रांसलेशन टूल वाले सुनते हैं लेकिन कहाँ उपलब्ध है? हम एम्पावर कर सकते हैं, बहुत सस्ते में उपलब्ध है। हमने तो कंटिजेंसी से लोगों को कहा कि तुम लोग खरीद लो, 2,000 या 3,000 रुपए में उसका लाइसेंस मिल जा रहा है 1 साल के लिए। लोग रखे हुए हैं, अभी प्रयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं, करेंगे। अवेयरनेस हो गई, अब आगे निश्चित रूप से कार्य उस पर आगे होगा। डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी ऑफ ई रिसोर्सेज इन ईच रीजनल लैंग्वेज, इन ईच मदर टंग। धीरे धीरे उसके आधार पर उसको बेहतर ढंग से उसकी क्वालिटी इंप्रूव करके अच्छा गया। और पब्लिशर्स को इनवाइट करना, और बहुत सी बातें जो हम सब मिलकर सोचे। हम लोग को इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना है, मिल करके काम करना है। और ये जो यूजीसी है, अब लगातार इस दिशा में प्रयास कर रही है कि सकारात्मक कदम हम सभी वाइस चांसलर्स मिलकर के उठाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार।
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request Professor R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Chaudhry Bansalal University, to kindly address the gathering on entrepreneurship initiatives in India.
आप सबको सादर प्रणाम। मैं सबसे पहले माननीय डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने उद्यमशीलता के ऊपर, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर एक ऐसे इनिशिएटिव जिसका नाम स्वावलंबी भारत अभियान है, उसके बारे में आप सबके समक्ष उसको रखने का समय दिया। और आज सुबह माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री आसाम ने कई बातों का जिक्र किया, जिसमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत, स्वरोजगार, सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, उद्यमशीलता जैसे बातों का जिक्र किया, जो आज की आवश्यकता है। आज यदि हम देखें तो भारत की यदि कोई नंबर 1 समस्या है, वो है बेरोजगारी की। लगभग 1 करोड़ युवक रोजगार के लिए लेबर मार्केट में एंटर कर जाते हैं और उन सबको एब्जॉर्ब नहीं किया जा सकता। यदि हम पूरी की पूरी सरकार की जितनी ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, केवल 7% ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में नौकरियां मिलती हैं। 92% आर इन दी इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर, अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर। और यदि हम गवर्नमेंट की देखें, सेंटर और स्टेट की, तो मुझे लगता है 2.5 से 3% जो जॉब्स हैं वो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में है। तो इससे एक बात बिल्कुल क्लियर हो जाती है कि युवाओं को, जिसकी हम पॉपुलेशन डिविडेंड की बात सुबह कही, लगभग 37 करोड़ युवक, इन युवाओं को सही प्रयोग इनका हो, उपयोग हो, क्षमताओं का इनकी, इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि उनके मानसिकता में बदलाव लाया जाए। और बदलाव यह है कि वो दे शुड बी जॉब प्रोवाइडर, नॉट जॉब सीकर। मंत्री जी ने सुबह बताया कि यदि हम बच्चों को, युवाओं को, शिक्षा को इस तरीके से तैयार करेंगे कि वो अपना काम करें, उद्योग लगाएं और उससे फिर बाकी को भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट दें, तभी जाके इस
समस्या का हल निकल सकता है। इसी बात को केंद्र में रखकर लगभग 26 ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, जिसमें परसिस्टेंट सिस्टम, वकरंगी और जागृति मिशन, स्वदेशी जागरण मंच और अन्य संगठन, 26 के करीब संगठनों ने मिलकर यह निर्णय लिया कि क्यों ना सामूहिक रूप से एक प्रयत्न किया जाए जिसमें कि भारत को पुनः समृद्धि के रास्ते पर लगाया जाए। हम सब जानते हैं कि अंग्रेजी शासन से पहले लगभग 30 से 33% तक जो पूरा विश्व का उत्पादन था वो भारत से पैदा होता था। भारत वास्तव में एक छोटे छोटे लघु कुटीर शीलों का देश, उद्यमिता का देश रहा है और वहां पर उस समय में कोई बेरोजगारी की कोई सच प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। भारत को समृद्धि पर लाना, अर्थव्यवस्था को रोजगार युक्त बनाना, अर्थव्यवस्था को समावेशी बनाना, पर्यावरण हितैषी बनाना, एनवायरमेंटल फ्रेंडली, इन सब उद्देश्यों को ध्यान में रखकर एक स्वावलंबी भारत अभियान चलाया गया है और जिसके जो केंद्र है वो है स्वरोजगार और उद्यमशीलता। इसके अंतर्गत पूरे भारत के जितने भी जिले हैं उनमें एक जिला रोजगार सृजन केंद्रों की स्थापना की जा रही है। इस प्रयास में सभी लगे हुए हैं। विशेषकर इसमें भूमिका जो यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेजेस की रहने वाली है, क्योंकि इसके 4 मुख्य बिंदु हैं। एक, डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन, विकेंद्रीकरण। हम सब जानते हैं कि भारत इतना बड़ा देश है, अलग अलग राज्यों की अलग अलग परिस्थितियां हैं, अलग अलग वहाँ का रिसोर्स बेस है और आत्मनिर्भर यदि भारत बनाना है तो उसके लिए गांवों तक, जैसे सुबह बताया गया, जाना पड़ेगा, पूरे राज्यों तक जाना पड़ेगा, वहाँ के संसाधनों को ध्यान में रखकर जाना पड़ेगा और हमारे विश्वविद्यालयों को, महाविद्यालयों को भी अपनी शोध भी उसी हिसाब से करनी पड़ेगी ताकि वहाँ की परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से बच्चों को रोजगार दिलाया जा सके और छोटे छोटे उद्योग धंधे परिस्थितियों के हिसाब से शुरू किए जा सकें। तो एक है विकेंद्रीकरण और दूसरा है सहकारिता, कोऑपरेशन। हम सब जानते हैं कि जैसे आनंद का एक्सपेरिमेंट हम सबके समक्ष है, ऐसा एक्सपेरिमेंट है जो नॉन एक्सप्लॉयटेटिव है, जिसमें सब मिलकर काम करते हैं और भारत की एक ऐसी संस्कृति भी ऐसी है कि हम सब मिलकर सामूहिक रूप से इन चीजों को टैकल करते हैं। तो दूसरा है सहकारिता और तीसरा है उद्यमशीलता, जिसकी मैं बात कर ही रहा हूं, और चौथा है स्वदेशी, कि अपने प्रोडक्ट, अपने संसाधन, जैसे कि कोविड में भी हमें पता चला कि हम जब पूरा का पूरा वर्ल्ड में डिसरप्शन था तब लोकल रिसोर्सेज को आधार बनाकर हम प्रगति की और न केवल अपने देश में इस कोविड से निपटारा पाया बल्कि दूसरे देशों को भी इसमें मदद की। इन सब उद्देश्यों को ध्यान में रखकर ये स्वावलंबी भारत अभियान शुरू किया गया है। मेरा आपसे आग्रह ये है कि हमारे यहाँ यूनिवर्सिटी में भी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल पहले से भी चलते हैं, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि इन एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सेल को एक अच्छे तरीके से सुदृढ़ किया जाए, एक इफेक्टिव किया जाए, वहां पर लोकल स्तर की स्टडी की जाए और बच्चों में एक मानसिकता में बदलाव लाया जाए कि वो जॉब प्रोवाइडर बने, गवर्नमेंट की जॉब्स के पीछे ना भागे। यदि ये मानसिकता हम कर पाते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि इस अभियान का उद्देश्य हम हासिल करने में हम सफल होंगे। इस जो कार्यक्रम है पूरा, इसके केंद्र में है जिला रोजगार सृजन केंद्र या कहें रोजगार सृजन केंद्र, और उद्यमशीलता की जो बात कही, 21 अगस्त को विश्व उद्यमशीलता दिवस मनाया जाता है। इसके बारे में डिटेल में प्रोफेसर सोमनाथ सचदेवा जी आप सबको बताएंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, to kindly address the gathering.
present on the dais, Professor Krishna Shastri ji, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Professor R.K. Mittal, and all distinguished persons sitting in the hall. First of all, I wish to express my thanks to Dr. Pankaj Mittal for giving us this opportunity to talk to you on this very important aspect of basically it's the theme of this session also, promotion of Indian languages and entrepreneurship initiatives. First, I'll speak about the promotion of Indian languages in my university. I am from Kurukshetra University. It is oldest and largest state university of Haryana. We are running more than 200 academic programs with 49 departments, 15,000 students on the campus, and almost 2.5 lakh students in our affiliated colleges. We are among the first few universities of the country that have implemented NEP, and probably the only university that has implemented NEP in its UGC programs with all provisions of NEP. और इसमें हमने जो इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस को प्रमोट किया NEP में जो हमने UG प्रोग्राम्स में लगाया उसके अलावा we started with our LLB course wherein we gave this option to the students to write their exams in Hindi as well, and we got very good response, and encouraged by that now we have implemented this provision of writing down answers to the questions in the final examinations in Hindi as well across all the programs, including engineering and sciences. And believe it, we have got very good response from the society as well as from the students. So that is something that I wanted to share as far as the promotion of Indian languages is concerned. Second aspect about which Professor Rajkumar Mittal has already spoken, that in whole of the country at the moment, Swalambhi Bharat Abhiyan, with the cooperation from almost 30 organizations, is being taken up. These are social organizations, religious as well as educational organizations. And Kurukshetra University is one of such organizations that is associated with the Swalambhi Bharat Abhiyan. Under this Abhiyan, Rozgar Srijan Kendra, employment generation centers are being set up in every district by these organizations only. These are not government centers. Okay. Now, what are the functions of these centers? I'll be speaking about that. 5 or 6 main functions are being served by these centers. In Haryana, we have got 22 districts, and we have set up these Rozgar Srijan Kendra in all the 22 districts, either in university or some college where the university is not available, or even outside the university or the college. And these are catering to not only to the students who are studying in universities, to all students of the area. These are serving the purpose of, first is to inculcate in the minds of our students that they can become entrepreneurs, because most of our jobs that we are getting is coming from self-employment. Almost 92% of the jobs, employment is coming from self-employment. So it is very, it is essential that entrepreneurship need to be promoted. So this spirit that I will not be a job seeker, but I will be a job provider. So for this, the students are being interacted with successful entrepreneur of the area, maybe from that institution or otherwise, and they are being made to interact with the persons who can help them become entrepreneurs. So that is one thing. Second is, there are many organizations that are doing the skilling and the entrepreneurship in that particular area, in that district. Just do the networking with these kind of organizations. So for example, in Kurukshetra, PNB is the lead bank. They are giving skill training in almost 40 kind of, say, the areas where the person can become entrepreneurs, starting from a small shop to the computer networking. They are running the courses from 6 days to 40 days, and these are fully funded. Even these stay arrangements are made by the government, but they do not get the takers. In the universities and colleges, there is information deficit about these kind of the schemes that are being already run by these organizations, maybe the government, maybe the private kind of organizations. So simply by doing the networking,
this information deficit is being removed and it is giving us wonderful results as well. There are various government schemes. In Haryana, if I talk about put together government of India schemes and the government of Haryana scheme, there are more than 400 such schemes available. In many of these schemes, subsidies to the extent of 80-85% is available if you are starting your own enterprise. Again, this information deficit is being removed by these kind of the Rozgar Srijan Kendras. Small kind of jobs that are available in the area, part-time kind of jobs, under the process earn while learn. It is seen that all successful entrepreneurs, they started earning very early in their life. You can take the example of many of them, you'll find most of them started earning very early. So once a student starts earning something, in that case, you can see the confidence level of the students that gets increased manifold and he is able to take up a job or start his own enterprise soon. And in NEP, there is provision of internship. Whenever the exiting is taking place, say 3-year program with multiple entry exit, whenever the student is exiting, before that, internship is compulsory with the industry or with the organization that is working in the area. And in the beginning, it is going to be very difficult to provide internship to all these kind of students. So these Rozgar Srijan Kendras, they are helping in the arrangement of internship with the field organizations. So these are some of the areas wherein these employment generation centers can really help in providing the proper kind of skilling, the entrepreneurship kind of information, and wherever possible, some kind of skilling and the entrepreneurship training courses are also arranged by themselves only by these Rozgar Srijan Kendras. So this is all about these Kendras in whole of the country. Out of 740 districts, 400 districts have already been provided with these kind of the Kendras with the help of these 30 organizations that have been named by my previous speaker. Purpose of स्वावलंबी भारत अभियान, अगर इसको एक लाइन में कहना हो तो रोजगार युक्त और गरीबी मुक्त भारत का निर्माण. With this pious objective in mind, this स्वावलंबी भारत अभियान is being taken up in whole the country, and as pointed out by Professor Rajkumar Mittal also, August 21st is World Entrepreneurs Day. We are in the habit of celebrating different kind of world days. So this World Entrepreneur Day is the day that is going to decide the future of our youth. So I would request that our universities can play a great role on this particular day. We should try to arrange some kind of talk, some seminars, some kind of skill training, some kind of entrepreneurship promotional talks for our students in our universities. So thank you very much. Once again, I express my thanks to AIU and the USTM for providing us this opportunity to interact with you all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. This brings to the end of the session, and I thank Professor Chamu Krishna Shastri, Chairman, Bharatiya Bhasha Samiti, Government of India, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Professor R.K. Mittal, Vice Chancellor Chaudhry Bansilal University, and Professor Somnath Sachdeva, Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, to chair the panel. Now, may I request Dr. Ramapani Madam to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर मोना। इस सत्र के साथ ही हम आज के सारे एकेडमिक सत्रों के समापन की ओर पहुंच गए हैं। इस सत्र में दो महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर चर्चा हुई है, जैसे कि आप सब लोगों ने सुना है। पहला विषय है भारतीय भाषाओं के प्रचार प्रयास एवं उनके महत्व, और दूसरा विषय है भारत में आत्मनिर्भर होने के लिए उद्यमशीलता के लिए किए गए प्रयास। मैं भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ एवं USTM की ओर से प्रोफेसर चामू कृष्ण शास्त्री जी और प्रोफेसर नागेश्वर राव जी को उनके वक्तव्य के लिए और उनके प्रयासों के लिए बहुत सराहना करती हूँ, साधुवाद देती हूँ, धन्यवाद देती हूँ सर। बहुत हम लोग सबने बहुत आनंद लिया और सभी कुलपति आपके सुझावों का पर अमल करेंगे इस चीज की आशा करते हैं। और उद्यमशीलता की ओर डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर मित्तल और प्रोफेसर सोमनाथ के प्रयासों की भी सराहना करते हैं, और भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ और USTM की ओर से आपको भी धन्यवाद देते हैं। मैं सारे कुलपतिगण को धन्यवाद देती हूँ भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की तरफ से और USTM की तरफ से कि अभी तक बैठ के विषयों पे चर्चा किए हैं। धन्यवाद। और अभी हम छोटा सा टी ब्रेक लेंगे और नेक्स्ट दिन भर की थकान को दूर करने के लिए एक एंटरटेनमेंट प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज किया USTM ने, उसका आनंद लेंगे। थोड़ी सी चाय पी के आके यहीं बैठेंगे, कल्चरल प्रोग्राम अटेंड करेंगे और उसके बाद डिनर करके फिर हम जाएंगे। कल सुबह 9:30 बजे हमारा सेशन शुरू हो जाएंगे, तो प्लीज आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि कल सुबह 9:30 बजे इसी सभागार में उपस्थित होंगे। धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद।
We take a short tea break, and I request everyone, all the honorable vice chancellors and their spouses, to please assemble again back in the auditorium to enjoy the cultural evening, which will depict the northeastern states. So I request everybody to kindly assemble again for the showcasing of the Northeast culture